Play.
This is ridiculous.
Mr. Football, something you'd like to share?
Yeah, this is silly. We all know how to say bowl game.
Play off.
Bowl game?
Play.
Bowl.
Welcome to the Nissan pregame rush. Nissan, premier partner of the Heisman Trophy and the college football playoffs.
One half of the bracket has been emphatically filled by the Ducks of Oregon. A resounding win in the Rose Bowl over Florida State has put them in the national championship game. Now we'll meet the other half. Winners of 11 straight. Champions of the Big Ten. Ohio State. And here come the Buckeyes. A meeting tonight of two of not only our era's best coaches, but maybe two of the best of all time. Nick Saban won his first title at LSU, 3 in the last 5 years in Tuscaloosa. And Urban Meyer, 2 wins in national title games for the Florida Gators. Head-to-head, they've been there before, too. 2008 SEC championship game, number 1 Alabama, number 2 Florida. Tim Tebow and the Gators won it 31-20. 2009 SEC title game, number 1 Florida, number 2 Alabama, and the Tide took that one 32-13. And the 2010 regular season game, number 1 Alabama, number 7 Florida, and Nick Saban's Crimson Tide won that one 31-6. And now, from Tuscaloosa, winners of 8 in a row, champions of the SEC, the number 1 team in the country, the Crimson Tide of Alabama. This has been the Nissan pregame rush. And we're about to get a rush, everybody. Welcome to New Orleans. Happy New Year. Brad Nessler with Todd Blackledge. Partner, we saw Ohio State earlier in the year lose their only game. They come in 12-1. From that point on, they haven't lost, and it's remarkable how they've done it with their quarterback situation.
Really remarkable. Consider this. It starts out, Braxton Miller is the 2-time Big Ten Player of the Year. They lose him to a shoulder injury before the season even started. So right out of the gate, they've got to make some radical changes. So in steps redshirt freshman J.T. Barrett, and all he does is run and pass his way to over 3,700 yards and a Big Ten record, 45 touchdowns. Third man up, Cardale Jones, biggest of all the quarterbacks at 6'5", 250, and the best passer, 257 yards and 3 touchdowns in his only start, the Big Ten championship game. But a different challenge tonight against this Nick Saban-led Alabama defense that's had a month to prepare.
Nick told us yesterday when we were here in the Sugar Bowl last year and got hammered by Oklahoma, they said Alabama was done. Yeah. When we lost to Ole Miss in the regular season, they said Alabama was done. I don't know who they are, but they were wrong. And a lot of people were wrong about their quarterback as well.
One of the great stories of college football this year, Blake Sims, the senior quarterback. When he was a freshman, they tried to move him to running back. He only had 39 pass attempts coming in this year, and Jake Coker transferred from Florida State, and everybody assumed he'd be the guy. Blake Sims never said a word. He stayed at Alabama. He competed. He won the job. The team rallied around him, and all he did was set a school record for total offense in a single season, and it helps when you have the best receiver in college football to throw to in Amari Cooper. 115 receptions, over 1,600 yards, 14 touchdowns. Keep an eye on number 9 tonight, because Alabama moves him all over the place to find ways to get him the ball.
All right, we're going to find out who's going to get the football first as we go down to the field, and our referee, Lane Clark.
Gentlemen, congratulations for being here at the Sugar Bowl. I'd like to introduce All-State spokesman Dennis Haysbert. He will flip this coin, and we have heads, and tails. Captain, what is the call? The call is tails.
Right there, guys.
And it is tails. You won the toss.
Defer to the second half.
Ohio State has won the toss, and they defer to the second half. You want to receive? Let's go with the left to defend. That goal or kick that way?
Yeah, kick that way.
Step over here. Alabama's choice this half, they've elected to receive. Good luck, gentlemen. Have a great game.
So it will be the Crimson Tide on offense to start things off. And before we kick it off, we check in third member of our team, as always, Holly Rowe.
Well, Coach, given it is the second start for Ohio State quarterback Cardale Jones, what does your defense need to do to affect him and make him uncomfortable?
Well, you know, I think we got to disguise what we're doing. We obviously got to win up front and try to put some pressure and force them in the pocket a little bit. But I think we got to stop the run, too, so we create some positive down and distances for ourselves so we can affect them.
You get the ball first. What did you see from Blake Sims, your quarterback, today that lets you know he's ready?
I think Blake's ready to play. You know, he's played well for us all year. You know, I try to tell the players before, you know, we got to get rid of the anxiety, just play fast, be aggressive. You know, we want to apply the pressure, not feel it.
All right, Coach, thank you.
Thanks.
There's Nick Saban on the other side. Urban Meyer,
awesome.
all he's done in his 3 years is win 36 games and lose only 3. 3 straight years of 12 wins. Remarkable job. Took 1 year off to join our business, then got back into coaching after his 2 national championships at Florida. And he's got quite a team. And he said, you know what? Our challenge is, are we good enough?
Yeah.
He thinks they're going to be a better team next year.
Well, he loves how relaxed they were. He loved how his team responded to everything they asked him to do in preparing for this game. But that was the big question. And right away, we'll see one of the things that Ohio State has been great at all season, and that's winning the field position battle with their special teams. One of the best in the country at where they start and where their opponents start in field position.
So Kyle.
Alabama to our right to await the kick. Jones, a dangerous returner, 2 career kickoff returns for a touchdown. Kyle Clinton, a senior from Dublin, who's had 34 touchbacks, will kick it off for Ohio State from the left to the right. The other semifinal game won by Oregon, 59-24 over Florida State. So the Ducks are headed to the national championship game a week from Monday in Dallas. The winner of this one will meet Oregon. Kyle Clinton puts his foot to the ball to get tonight's game started. And it'll be Christian Jones fielding it for Alabama. Goes off his fingers into the end zone, so the ball will have to be downed. It'll be a touchdown. And the Crimson Tide offense will have it at their 25-yard line. Averaging 490 yards of total offense. They have racked up a school record 6,376 yards on the season.
Kyle Clinton, nice kickoff there. That's his 35th touchback. I tell you, they mishandled that. He kind of let it go, and the other defensive back, or the other DeAndre White, returner went over there and downed it in the end zone. So kind of interesting there for Alabama. Might be a case of some nerves there. So they'll have the ball to 20.
A school record 3,250 yards per quarterback. His first year as the starter. He was a young man that sat behind A.J. McCarron and others. He will have in the backfield behind him, starting at tailback, Derrick Henry. Sims works in a shotgun. Henry to his left. 1st and 10, Alabama. With the football at their own 25, and it's going to be pitched on a reverse, and it's Amari Cooper coming from left to right, and he steps out of bounds. From right to left, at the 30-yard line. Cooper was forced out over there by safety Von Bell. He'll line up in the backfield and all over the place and made a positive gain there for 5.
Gain of 5. You're right, Paul. They kind of a jet sweep going towards the Alabama bench, and maybe they're able to turn the corner. Nice block there in our corner. Eli Apple, he kind of wiped out there and allowed them to have some running room there.
So 2nd and 5 for Alabama at their own 30-yard line. Cooper and Jones go wide to the right, White wide to the left. Sims in the backfield with Henry to his left on 2nd down. Sims hands it Henry, sweeping right side, and he's going to be taken down at the 31-yard line by defensive end Joey Bosa.
Helped by Curtis Grant, the linebacker. Nice job there to stop White stop the running back Derrick Henry right in his steps.
And now T.J. Yeldon will replace him as Alabama looks at 3rd and 4 at their own 31-yard line. 2 receivers wide right, single flanker to the left. Blake Sims in a shotgun with Yeldon to his right. Snap to Sims. Looks to throw. Tosses on the left side for Amari Cooper. Incomplete at the 48 of Alabama, where corner Duran Grant had him covered closely, and the Crimson Tide will send J.K. Scott into punt.
Bring it out. Can't ask much better job by your defense. They gave up 5 yards on that 1st down, just maybe a yard or 2 on 2nd down, and incomplete pass on 3rd. So we'll send in Scott, their punter, to punt it away. Nice job by the Buckeye defense.
Jalen Marshall, who returned 1 for a touchdown against Indiana, is back at the Ohio State 24. All 10 other Buckeyes on the line of scrimmage. Scott on the year averaged 47 yards per punt. He gets a waist-high snap, gets the punt off from his 32-yard line, and nails a beauty. Marshall will watch that one bounce to the 26, fields it at the 18, and he's going to be dropped at the 15-yard line. Landon Collins with a stop for Alabama. So Jalen Marshall gets taken down as the play rolls behind him. The Buckeye offense averaging 507 yards total offense per game. And Cardale Jones, third-year sophomore from Cleveland Glenville, completing 64% of his passes, 375 yards, 5 touchdowns, but 3 of those came against Wisconsin. And Ohio State starts this drive from their own 15. Devin Smith will come wide to the right as far as a receiver. Michael Thomas, Evan Spencer wide to the left. Jeff Hireman, tight end off the line to the right. Ezekiel Elliott, a tailback to the right of quarterback Cardale Jones. Scoreless first quarter. Ohio State's first possession. 1st and 10 from their own 15-yard line. Jones in the shotgun. Gets snapped. Motion. And Jones will hand it to Ezekiel Elliott, taking it wide to the left side to the 15. He'll push his way to about the 18 or 19. And that's where the play will finally come to an end. Alabama gets the stop made. Safety Nick Perry, linebacker Trey DePriest to bring him down.
Give a gain of about 3.5. Not bad on first down. Ohio State's going to go tempo. They want to wear these guys out a little bit, and they're right back to line of scrimmage, ready to go.
Yes, 2nd and 6. Ohio State at their own 19. Scoreless first quarter. 2 wide to the right, single flanker Smith to the left. Jones in the shotgun. Gets a quick snap. Rolls to his right at the 10. Looking to throw is Jones. Floats that up the right side of the field. Ball in the air, and it is caught. And then now they do make it an incomplete catch for Evan Spencer at the 40. He was covered back there by safety Nick Perry. Great effort by Spencer, but couldn't come down with it.
Yeah, he came down. He had one hand on the ball, but couldn't control it because he just had one hand. But you're right, the effort was there for Evan Spencer. Threw it into coverage. That ball hung up in the air a little bit, but
Sure
great
did.
effort by number 6, Evan Spencer.
3rd and 6, Ohio State at their own 19. Scoreless first quarter. The Buckeyes will have Jalen Marshall and Michael Thomas wide to the right. Jeff Hireman, Devin Smith wide to the left. Pistol formation. Jones at quarterback. Now Elliott shifts to his right on 3rd down. Cardale Jones in a shotgun on 3rd and 6. Gets the snap. Back at his 10. Looking to throw. Steps up. Now runs it left side. 15, 20. Jones spins loose. He's at the 25. To the 30. Bounces off Nick Vanette and goes down at the 31. Cardale Jones gains the Ohio State first down on what looked like a busted play, Marty Bannister.
Hey, Paul, you mentioned a moment ago, Jeff Hireman's on the Buckeye sideline right now. They're working on his right foot. He's in a great deal of pain. He came off after that first snap. They're tending to him right now.
1st and 10, Ohio State at their own 31. Snap Cardale Jones, and he'll hand it, and it is Marshall cutting straight ahead to the 40, and Jalen Marshall down at his own 44. Gains the first down. Jalen Marshall stopped by linebacker Xavier Dixon.
He ran into his own guard, Billy Price, and helped slow him up a little bit. How about this tempo by Ohio State faster than ever?
1st and 10 at their own 44 in a scoreless first quarter. Snap to Jones out of the shotgun. Hands it Marshall. Moving left side. Marshall. This time he's knocked down at his own 41-yard line. And Alabama had Xavier Dixon blow that play up.
Yeah, number 47, Dixon, did a nice job stretching that play at the outside.
Number 25 is the offense. He must leave the game for one play.
I'm not sure who that was.
Number 25.
Yeah. Ohio State now looking at 2nd and 13 at their own 41 with 12:49 to play. Scoreless first quarter. 3 receivers wide to the left. Michael Thomas wide to the right. Cardale Jones in a shotgun with Elliott to his left in the backfield. 2nd and 13, Ohio State. Give will go to Elliott, sweeping it wide to the right side. He's at his own 40 and in trouble. He'll push it to the 45, go to the 50. Down the right sideline goes Elliott. To the 30, to the 20, gets to the 10, and he is stopped just shy of the 5-yard line by safety Nick Perry. Ezekiel Elliott has the Buckeyes in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Buckeyes.
And they're ready to go again, Paul. This tempo is not going to stop because it's working right now.
1st and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 5-yard line. Jones in a shotgun, quick snap. Option play left side. Jones at the 10. Turns it at the left side, and he's going to be knocked out of bounds at around the 6-yard line by safety Landon Collins.
Big run there by Ezekiel Elliott up the sideline. Boy, Collins was the only guy that had a shot, and he was able to steer him out the 5. We get it down the 5, and then Cardale Jones takes it on a quarterback option, running to the left. Kind of runs out of room, maybe a gain of a yard.
Curtis Samuel will come in at tailback. Jeff Hireman, Jalen Marshall, and Evan Spencer come in as the receiving alignment. 2nd and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 5-yard line. Spencer and Marshall will come wide to the right. Hireman and Vanette, both tight ends on the left side of the line. Now Marshall reversing to the left. Jones in a shotgun. 2nd and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 5. Both tight ends flip to the right. Jones resets in the shotgun. And now we're going to get a timeout called by Ohio State as they were motioning like a Canadian League football team. 11:46 to play, first quarter. 2nd and goal, Ohio State at Alabama's 5. Timeout in tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic. No score in the game. You're listening to the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
Local teachers Brandon and Amber Pate chose SOMC Pediatric Associates for their new baby girl, Natalie.
When you're having your first baby, there's a lot to think about because it's such uncharted territory. Finding the right pediatrician is one of the most important things that we've had to think about. This is the person that's going to take care of our baby. So we didn't take that lightly, and we talked to people that we trusted, and they directed us to SOMC Pediatric Associates.
At SOMC Pediatric Associates, you'll choose your own personal family doctor, but you'll also have the support of our entire team of physicians, nurses, and nurse practitioners with same-day appointments, extended hours, and availability 7 days a week.
It feels like all the staff cares about our baby, from the person that weighs her to the nurse that's taking her temperature and her vitals to the doctors. They're all wonderful with her, and they really show that they love her.
SOMC Pediatric Associates. Very good things are happening here.
Are retirement issues important to you? Here's Erica McCain of McCain & Associates.
I've spent the last 16 years with a front row seat to see firsthand the challenges facing today's retirees. As a result, I've created a free retirement readiness kit to show you how to maximize your retirement readiness. Learn how to get the most from your retirement savings. Visit www.ericamccainpresents.com.
Your retirement readiness kit is free. Access it now at www.ericamccainpresents.com. www.ericamccainpresents.com.
11:46 scoreless first quarter, but Ohio State second and goal at the Alabama 5. Ohio State football brought to you in part by Motorist Insurance. For auto, home, business, and life, Motorist Insurance. You know us, Marty Bannister.
Guys, I'll keep an eye on Jeff Hireman down here. He's still favoring that right ankle. They retaped it very quickly on the sideline, and he did limp back into the game. And watching him as they went to set on that offensive, as they moved from the left side to the right side, he's having trouble moving. Urban Meyer, during the timeout, came over and slapped him on the rear end a couple of times, as if to say, you're toughing it out, big guy. Hireman kind of nodded in agreement, but I'll keep an eye on that. He's still not moving 100%.
Second and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 5, thanks to a 50-plus yard big run by Ezekiel Elliott, who returns at tailback. Evan Spencer will go wide to the right. Jalen Marshall and Nick Van Ette, as well as Jeff Hireman, the two tight ends off the line to the left. Cardale Jones in a shotgun, Elliott to his right. Second and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 5. The tight ends move from left to right. Jones in the shotgun, awaiting the snap, gets it. Jones fakes a handoff, rolls to his left, looks to throw. Guns in the end zone, incomplete. Thrown for Evan Spencer, but broken up by corner Eddie Jackson.
Yeah, it was a risky pass there by Cardale. He kind of threw that in traffic. Alabama had a chance to get a hand on that football. Comes up incomplete, but that was a little bit risky there by Cardale, trying to get Evan Spencer on the crossing route in the end zone. I'll tell you, not a bad throw when I look at it now on replay, but it looked like that one could have been dangerous.
Third and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 5. Michael Thomas, wide to the left. Wide to the right are Evan Spencer, Jalen Marshall, and Jeff Hireman. Shotgun with Cardale Jones, Elliott to his left on third and goal from the Alabama 5. Snap to Jones, looks to throw. Jones in trouble, throws in the end zone, and he throws it over the head of Michael Thomas as Jones had defensive pressure coming on him, namely Ryan Anderson, linebacker, closing the pocket down. So it'll be a field goal try for Sean Nurenberger, the freshman, 11 for 18 on the year.
Yeah, you like to get in that red zone. You like to come out with touchdowns, but you want to make sure you come out with points, most importantly, and Ohio State's going to have to settle for a field goal here. Looked like we got a little pressure up the middle. Jacoby Bourne, our guards, we got to button that down a little bit.
22-yard try for the freshman from Buckner, Kentucky, Sean Nurenberger. Bryce Haynes to snap it. Cameron Johnston to spot it at the 12 for a 22-yard try. Ball snapped and put down. The kick by Nurenberger is up, and he drills it through the uprights. Ohio State on the board first. The Buckeyes have a 3-0 lead over Alabama. 11:32 to play first quarter. Timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic. 3-0 Ohio State ahead of Alabama. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
What drives us at Chesapeake Energy? Fostering a culture of never settling, always aspiring to something more, something better, striving for continuous improvement in everything we do, finding the energy America needs, producing it smarter and more efficiently, being responsible stewards of our communities and our environment. This is our commitment to leading a responsible energy future. Chesapeake Energy, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Why would anyone put frozen vegetables on a veggie pizza? Or any pizza? Well, that's the other guys. At Donato's, we hand slice our veggies every day. Pizza just tastes better that way. Wouldn't you rather your next pizza be a Donato's pizza with the finest ingredients and freshest vegetables? Wouldn't you? Frozen veggies? No, never at Donato's. Donato's, the difference is fresh, and the difference is delicious.
Remember the 2014 Ohio State football season by purchasing the commemorative DVD Game Time with Urban Meyer, a season in review. Join host Don Taberi as he takes a look back at each game this past year. Plus, don't miss exclusive special features and an insider look at the Ohio State football program. It's Game Time with Urban Meyer, a season in review. Available while supplies last at participating Central Ohio retailers and online at OhioStateBuckeyes.com. Get your DVD today before it's too late.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
3-0 Ohio State ahead of Alabama. 11:32 to play first quarter here at the Sugar Bowl. Sean Nurnberger, a 22-yard field goal for the Buckeyes, but it was a big 50-plus yard run by Ezekiel Elliott that gave the Buckeyes a chance, Jim.
Yeah, last scoring drive by Ohio State, 10 plays, 80 yards, took 2:26 off the clock, and as you mentioned, Nurnberger now 12 of 19 on the year, kicking field goals. He puts a 22. Good opening drive for Ohio State to take it down the field. Let's go down to my roommate on the road, Marty Bannister.
I don't know if I'd be broadcasting that too much here. Again, training staff working on Jeff Hireman down here, again, tending to that right ankle for the Buckeyes. It was interesting to note in watching some Alabama game film this year, guys, watching Blake Sims, a quarterback, they throw a lot of out routes with him, get the ball to the sidelines, and obviously when you've got a guy like Amari Cooper, you want to get him in space on the sideline. But I think a lot of that, too, has to do with the fact, you look at him down here on the field, Blake Sims, they list him as 6 foot tall. That might be very, very generous. In some respects, he kind of reminds you of Troy Smith and his build and everything, but let's keep an eye on that. If they try to dump the ball over the middle, Ohio State's defensive line, which has great size, could play some havoc and tip some passes around tonight.
Of course, Sims was a guy they had playing some in the defensive secondary, some at running back, while A.J. McCarron and others were handling that position. Ohio State will have Kyle Clinton out kicking off as DeAndrew White and Christian Jones are back deep for Alabama. They nearly mishandled that opening kickoff return. 3-0 Buckeyes with the lead. Crimson Tide await the ball as Kyle Clinton will kick it off from the Ohio State 35. Puts this one in the air, and it'll be fielded by Christian Jones, a yard deep in the end zone. Brings it out middle of the field, 5-10, and taken down just past the 12-yard line, and it was Ohio State's backup wide receiver, Corey Smith, who got down there to make the play.
Well, you've heard us say it all year. If you're a skill guy and you're going to touch a football, you got to play on special teams. That's an Urban Meyer rule. And you see number 84, Corey Smith, the starting, backup wide receiver, going down there and making a nice play for the Buckeyes. Tackling him at the 12. Outstanding job by special teams.
Looks like they're going to spot that at the 13, Jim. So Alabama will have Derrick Henry, a sophomore tailback, opening this series as he did the first one. He's coming off a career-high 141-yard, 2-touchdown game against Missouri. Offset I formation, Justin Fowler, and Derrick Henry behind quarterback Blake Sims, who's under center. 1st and 10 Alabama from their own 13-yard line, trailing 3-0. Sims fakes the handoff, gets back at his 2 to pass, throws up the right side of the field where it's caught by Amari Cooper, and he's going to be dropped around the 17-yard line by linebacker Darren Lee and corner Duran Grant.
Boy, as soon as he caught that football, he had Duran Grant, he had Von Bell, and also Darren Lee right there to make the tackle. Keep that game plan up.
He's a dangerous receiver. 2nd and 4, Alabama at their own 18-yard line. Cooper wide to the right, 3 others wide to the left. Sims alone in the backfield in a shotgun. 2nd and 4, Alabama from the own 18. Sims' hand, and it is a player who's knocked down in the backfield, Henry, right about the line of scrimmage, the initial line of around the 17. And Cam Robinson, tackle got in the way of Derrick Henry.
Yeah, it looked like one of his offensive linemen, the left guard or left tackle's feet got tripped up there and no place for Henry to go. By the way, we haven't seen Yeldon yet.
He's in there now, Jim, on the 3rd and 5, Alabama at their own 17. T.J. Yeldon, junior tailback. Crimson Tide have 2 wide to the right. Single flanker, Amari Cooper to the left. And Blake Sims in a shotgun. 3rd and 5, Alabama at their own 17. Buckeyes a 3-0 lead here in the first. Sims with the ball. Back to pass from his 8. Hit while throwing up the middle of the field, and it is incomplete. He overthrew Amari Cooper, who had corner Eli Apple covering him, but somebody got in the backfield to put pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah, we had a tackle,
Darren Lee.
Tackle linebacker stunt there. Nice job by Darren Lee bringing pressure. Joey Bosa lined up a defensive tackle. They're lined up over the left guard, went outside, opened a nice pass or rush lane for the linebacker to fold underneath. Great job by the defense. That's 2 3-and-outs to start the game.
Freshman J.K. Scott from Denver, 3rd in the nation in punting average at 47 per. He is at his 2 to await the snap. Jalen Marshall at the Ohio State 36 to await the ball. The long snapper is Cole Mazza for the Crimson Tide. He'll snap it chest high. Scott gets the punt off from his 6, and he drills a bullet. Marshall backing up. He won't get to it. It checks up at the 20, to the 15. Picking it up at 12 is Marshall. Coming right side to the 15. Gets to the 20, and he is knocked down at the 20-yard line. Jalen Marshall, as Alabama's Tyron Jones got to him. So, Ohio State will have their second handling of the football with 10:02 to play first quarter. The Buckeyes have a 3-0 lead.
Big-time punt there, huh? Boy, he sent that stale and sent Jalen Marshall running backwards, and luckily he caught it off that one hop. What's that, the 75 center back in the day when you're playing with the baseball?
Yeah.
One hop that caught it, and it was able to get a little bit of return out of it, maybe a gain of 6 or 7.
So Ohio State will have the football leading by a field goal. Ball is marked at the Buckeye 20-yard line. Jeff Hireman is back on the field. We mentioned he's been banged up. He's on the right side of the line. Evan Spencer wide right, 2 others wide left. Cardell Jones in a shotgun with Ezekiel Elliott to his left. Now Spencer motioning toward the line. Handoff Elliott coming right side, gets to the 20, moves to the 25. Elliott to the 30. Football's fumbled, and Alabama's come up with it. And it's Landon Collins who picked the fumble up, and he's taken out of bounds by Pat Elflein at the Ohio State 32-yard line. Corner Eddie Jackson forced the Ezekiel Elliott fumble, and the Crimson Tide have a short field.
Yeah, that's a costly turnover there for Ohio State. Ezekiel Elliott doing a nice job fighting for extra yards. And you're right, number 4, Eddie Jackson's able to get his hand in, or get an arm in there to knock that football out, and ends up on the carpet and recovered by Alabama.
Spotted at the Ohio State 32-yard line. 9:53 to play first quarter. Buckeyes at 3-0 lead, but the Crimson Tide with a football and a gift here on New Year's Day. Blake Sims, senior quarterback out of Gainesville, Georgia, gets everybody set. Derrick Henry, sophomore from Yulee, Florida, will be in the backfield to his left. Cooper, one of 2 receivers wide to the left, 2 others wide right. Blake Sims in the shotgun, gets the snap. Sims keeps it himself straight ahead to the 30, and Adolphus Washington lineman will drop him at the Ohio State 25-yard line.
Caught him by surprise a little bit. They thought they were going to hand off to Derrick Henry on that zone read. Sims ends up keeping it. Adolphus got him by a thread maybe to pull him down there.
Makes it 2nd and 2, Alabama at the Ohio State 25-yard line. Henry again, the deep setback. Blake Sims under center. Sims hands it Henry coming left side. Henry wide open, 5 into the end zone, touchdown. Derrick Henry, his 11th rushing touchdown of the year, and Alabama takes advantage of a fumble by Ezekiel Elliott, and they get the first touchdown of the night, and they take a 6-3 lead.
Yeah, they ran that right behind their left tackle, a true freshman. He did a nice job blocking on Steve Miller. They would steer him outside. He cut up inside that and had really no linebackers coming off there to make the play.
Alabama's had issues at kicker all year, Jim, and we've been warned to watch whomever they might use for PATs and whatnot. Adam Griffith will be out there to attempt this one. He is 48 for 49 on the year on point after tries. Ball's put down, and Griffith with a kick for the PAT, and it is good. Derrick Henry, a touchdown run after an Ezekiel Elliott fumble. They've given Alabama a 7-3 lead over Ohio State. 9:25 to play first quarter. Timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic. 7-3 Alabama the lead. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
Welcome to the bank compatibility test. Using sophisticated pressure sensors on your gas pedal, we will now measure your acceleration habits to determine which bank you are most compatible with, Huntington or another bank. According to our advanced acceleration analytics, we have determined that you don't like paying monthly maintenance fees and are most compatible with Huntington's asterisk-free checking. You also drive much less aggressively while listening to show tunes. Visit Huntington.com to open a checking account today. Member FDIC.
Archie Griffin, football's only 2-time Heisman Trophy winner, talks with Jim Lachey, All-American offensive guard at Ohio State and 5-time All-Pro, on winning plays for Motorists Insurance.
Jim, remember memorizing a new playbook every season?
Yes, I do. And textbook plays still didn't come off like the textbook, did they?
You know, success meant handling the unexpected.
Which brings us to Motorists Insurance, I think.
Absolutely. Independent motorist agents are people from your hometown who are on the spot when there's trouble with a personal stake in making a difference.
And motorist agents have been backed for more than 80 years by motorist heritage of quality, integrity, and unparalleled service.
In the end, the only winning play is choosing winning people. Talk to your independent motorist insurance agent or visit motorsgroup.com to find an agent in your neighborhood. Motorist Insurance for auto, home, business, and life. You know us.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
Ezekiel Elliott's fumble sets up a 25-yard touchdown run by Alabama's Derrick Henry, plus the point after, and the Crimson Tide have a 7-3 lead over Ohio State with 9:25 to play first. cops are cracking down on drunk driving like never before. If you drive drunk, you will be caught and you will be arrested. Drive sober or get pulled over. Funded by the Ohio Traffic Safety Office and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Alabama 7-3 lead, Marty Bannister.
Guys, coming into the game, talking with a lot of the Buckeye assistant coaches on the sideline prior, I asked them about the mentality of this team, and they all, almost to a man, told me it's almost identical to the way they were ready to play against Wisconsin. They had that confidence about them, and that look in their eyes. Now, the difference tonight is, obviously, you're up against an entirely different animal, and the other difference is now, unlike that game, you're behind early in the football game. Still a load of time to go in this game, no question about it. But we'll see this Buckeye team, which has exuded nothing but confidence over the last few weeks, the last month or so, see how it handles this right now.
Curtis Samuel, the deep back. Evan Spencer, the up back for Ohio State, to wait the kick from Alabama and from Adam Griffith. 9:25 left in the first quarter. 7-3 Crimson Tide. Griffith drives this kick deep and into the end zone, and that one will be unreturnable. So the drive will start for Ohio State at their own 25-yard line. The Buckeyes have scored thanks to a Sean Nurenberger 22-yard field goal, and Alabama, thanks to Elliott's fumble, have a 25-yard Derrick Henry rushing touchdown.
Yeah, just took him 2 plays to cover that 33 yards and 28 seconds ticked off the clock. So sudden change there. The defense goes out there, doesn't get to stop after forcing 2 3-and-outs early. And that's, again, that field position was tough. Now let's see if the offense can kind of make up for that last possession by Ohio State.
The Buckeyes looking to complete their first pass of the night.
Yeah.
Cardale Jones making his second career start at quarterback. He's in a shotgun. Now they have 2 receivers, Noah Brown and Jeff Hireman, motion from right to left. Elliott in the backfield to the right of Jones, who gets the snap out of the gun. Hands it to Elliott, sweeping it left side, 25, 30-yard line, and he pushes it to the 35 and gains the first down, going down at about the 37. Stop made by safety Landon Collins and Ezekiel Elliott.
Ezekiel's got over 80 yards, about 86 yards just in his first quarter. Remember I mentioned in the pregame show that I think the longest anybody had on him, or the most, was 90 yards for the year.
First down, Ohio State at their own 36-yard line. On that run by Elliott, Thomas wide to the left, Brown and Spencer wide to the right. Elliott has had 100 yards rushing in 7 of his last 9 games. Buckeyes trail 7-3, 9 minutes to play first quarter. Elliott to the right of his quarterback, Jones, who's in a shotgun. Jones looking to throw. Looks right, looks left, throws on the left side, and he throws it away over the head easily of Michael Thomas, who was covered.
There's no foul for intentional grounding. Number 3 was in the area. Second down.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about.
Well, he did. He intentionally got rid of the football, and he just threw it real high and real wide, but there was Michael Thomas close, in the same zip code maybe.
South 2nd and 10, Ohio State at their own 36-yard line. Cardale Jones again in a shotgun. Elliott to his right. Now motioning from left to right. One of the receivers, but the give will go to Elliott straight ahead. Elliott is hit and dropped at the Ohio State 38-yard line. Not much room for Ezekiel Elliott to do anything with. Linebacker Trey DePriest out of Springfield, Ohio, with a stop.
The Buckeyes going to have about a 3rd and 7 here. They're 1 for 2 on 3rd down conversions. Let's see if they can dial up something here.
Michael Thomas will go wide to the left. Nick Vanette, Jalen Marshall, and Evan Spencer wide to the right. Jones in a shotgun. Elliott to his left. 3rd and 7. Buckeyes at their own 39. Trailing 7-3 in the first quarter. Snap to Jones. Back at his 30. Jones looks, starts running up the middle. Gets to the 40. To his own 45. 50. Cardale Jones. And he is knocked down at the Alabama 43-yard line. Cardale Jones gains the first down. Safety Nick Perry stops him.
Cardale again taking one look down the field. If he doesn't like if it doesn't look like they're open, he's going to make a decision. He'll throw the ball out of bounds or take it off and run. That time he picked it up. He had to pick up 8 yards, 7 yards, and he found a way to get it done in the Alabama territory.
At the Crimson Tide 43-yard line on the run by Cardale Jones. 8 minutes to play first quarter. Buckeyes trail 7-3. Corey Smith will go wide to the left with Nick Vanette. 3 receivers wide to the right, including Elliott, who's with Marshall and Devin Smith. Jones in the backfield by himself in a shotgun. Jones fakes the run, drops the pass, looks, and he floats it down the right side of the field, overthrown at the 20-yard line where he was gunning for Jalen Marshall, who was covered by safety Nick Perry.
Yeah, you look at that. We rolled out. We had Billy Price taking him, and it looked like Cardale might have got hit his arm by Ryan Anderson, number 7, right as he's throwing that football, and ended up being off target down the field.
So it makes it 2nd and 10. Buckeyes at the Crimson Tide 42. Jones in a shotgun, and he's got Corey Smith in the backfield with him. Now Smith motions wide to the left with Vanette. 3 receivers, Elliott, Smith, and Marshall wide to the right. Now Jones looking to the sideline. 2nd and 10, Ohio State at the Alabama 42. The Crimson Tide a 7-3 lead with 7:43 left in the first. Jones resets in a shotgun, gets the snap. Jones takes off running, straight ahead, now swings it wide to the left. He gets to the Alabama 42, and he's thrown down at the Alabama 41. Cardale Jones stopping him, safety Landon Collins, and linebacker Trey DePriest.
You know, Cardale's doing what he has to do, but boy, I hate exposing the quarterback that much running. As you know, our backup situation isn't ideal right now.
So the Buckeyes face a less than ideal 3rd and 9 from the Alabama 41. Jalen Marshall, Devin Smith will be wide to the right. Corey Smith wide to the left. Elliott at tailback. He'll be to the left of quarterback Cardale Jones in a shotgun. 3rd and 9 Buckeyes at the Crimson Tide 41-yard line. Cardale Jones in the gun. Gets the snap from Jacoby Bourne. Drops to the 50 to pass. Fires long. Down the right side of the field going for Devin Smith. He's got it for a touchdown. Devin Smith. Well, they're going to blow him out at the 1-yard line as he was down the right sideline. He got inside of corner Eddie Jackson to get the Buckeyes in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Buckeyes and forgive the optimistic thinking. But Devin Smith has the Buckeyes first and goal at the Alabama 1. First completion of the night. And the Buckeyes quickly get set in a shotgun, but now Alabama will take a timeout.
They take a timeout, or they're going to review that.
Timeout.
Oh.
Alabama.
Okay.
First and a half.
No indication the play is being reviewed at this point. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification of the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth.
Well, Cardale Jones found his go-to guy, Devin Smith, who got inside of both Jabriel Washington and Eddie Jackson to give Ohio State a first and goal at the Alabama 1. Still no indication at this point that the play is being reviewed. At first, it appeared that Smith might have gotten into the end zone with the ball hitting the pylon, but the call on the field is completion and out of bounds at the 1.
It's the same exact play we scored on against Wisconsin, where Cardale goes in there, kind of fakes that shoulder, dips that front shoulder, steps back, and hits Devin Smith. And again, that's something that they saw on film 3 times for touchdowns against Wisconsin, and yet it's still successful tonight. That was a great throw, his first completion of the game.
We'll see Curtis Samuel, Michael Thomas, and Nick Vanette wide to the left. Wide to the right, Jalen Marshall and Evan Spencer, as Jones will be in the backfield by himself. First and goal. Ohio State at Alabama's 1. The Buckeyes looking for a score that would give them their second lead of the night. Jones in a shotgun by himself. 2 wide right, 3 wide left. Now Vanette motioning toward the line on the left. Cardale Jones in the shotgun. Gets the snap, bobbles the snap, picks it up. Now he's running to the left side, Jones, and he's going to be taken down at the 8-yard line. Stopped by safety Landon Collins as Jones bobbled the shotgun snap.
You know, it hit him right in the hands. He's got to catch that. It's something you do 1,000 times, but when you need it, the most important time when you get the ball to 1 yard, it bounces off your hand. So Buckeyes end up going back, a loss of 8 yards on that snap that wasn't caught by Cardale Jones, and he tried to make something happen but couldn't make it.
So it's now second and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 9. Jeff Hireman has come in. He and tight end Nick Vanette will be on the right side of the line. Evan Spencer and Michael Thomas wide to the left. Jones in a shotgun with Elliott to his right. Second and goal, Buckeyes to the 9. Jones with the ball, back to throw from the 18. Looks, fakes, now rolls to the right side, throws upfield, and it's caught by Vanette at the 4 as he made the grab, getting behind linebacker Trey DePriest. It'll be third and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 4.
Fantastic protection by our offensive line. Cardale had plenty of time to look, found the second, third receiver there, and Vanette was able to hit him for a gain of about 5 yards.
Jalen Marshall will come into the lineup. He'll go wide to the right with Michael Thomas. Ohio State is going to send wide to the left Ezekiel Elliott, Evan Spencer, and Nick Vanette, leaving Cardale Jones alone in the backfield. Third and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 4. Jacoby Bourne over the ball, looking to snap it to Cardale Jones on third and goal. Jones with the ball, looking to throw. Fires right side, incomplete. Throwing for Jalen Marshall on the right side of the end zone, covered by safety Nick Perry, and Marshall couldn't pull it in.
Yeah, they tried one-on-one to get Jalen Marshall. He's working against Landon Collins. Just cannot come up with that football. So Ohio State will send their field goal team out and see if they can tack on 3 points.
So Sean Nurenberger, who hit a 22-yarder for the first score of the game, will come out and attempt a 21-yard field goal. Bryce Haynes, the long snapper. Cameron Johnston is the holder. And the Australian will put it down at the 11. Nurenberger, freshman from Buckner, Kentucky. trying for his second field goal. Haynes over the ball, snaps it. Johnston puts it down, and the kick by Nurnberger is up, and it is good. So a 21-yard field goal by Sean Nurnberger makes it a 7-6 Alabama lead over Ohio State. Timeout with 5:17 to play first quarter. This broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic. 7-6, Alabama the lead. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
Today, you have more choices than ever for healthcare.
More ways to get better.
Even live better.
For many, the simple choice for care
is simply choosing the #1 care in Ohio.
It's why people have come to us at Cleveland Clinic for over 2 million same-day appointments.
And you can do the same today.
Make sure Cleveland Clinic is in your healthcare plan at clevelandclinic.org.
Cleveland Clinic. Every life deserves world-class care.
At Case IH, our innovations do more than solve everyday problems. They maximize output while saving your operation money. That's why we continue to innovate with proven, efficient, and reliable solutions. Be ready with Case IH innovations like the Axial Flow Rotor, Quadtrac technology, advanced farming systems, and an SCR-only emissions solution. Because it's not an innovation until it changes your bottom line. To learn more, visit your local dealer or caseih.com.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
Sean Nurnberger, a 21-yard field goal, his second of the night for Ohio State, but the Buckeyes trail Alabama 7-6 with 5:17 to play in the first quarter here at the Sugar Bowl. Another red zone opportunity for a touchdown that goes bust.
Yeah, it's 2 times now Ohio State's gotten down there and had to settle for field goals. You got to punch it in, especially when you have it first and goal, but the Aaron snapping it, again, I'm not blaming the snapper. It was right to Cardell. He's got to catch that football there, but remember, this is only his second start, and it's a pretty big ball game. There might be a little bit of nerves down there. Let's get those things calmed down. I like the way we're playing. We're aggressive on offense. We're running the football very effectively. Offensive line settled down a little bit. I think everybody just needs to take a deep breath, and we're going to be all right in this thing. But, boy, it'd be nice to be up. I have 14 points right now.
Yeah, Alabama's only points. Their 7 have come on a Derrick Henry 25-yard touchdown run, and that was set up due to an Ezekiel Elliott fumble.
Yeah, but the good thing for Ohio State, they've had, besides that fumble, they've had some long drives. You know, they had a 10-play drive to get 3, and that was 11-play drive, so they're moving it against this Alabama team down the field, and good to see Devin Smith step up and make a nice play. You know, if he got in that end zone, you know what our record is when he scored.
Undefeated.
That's it.
Untied, undefeated.
1 yard away, maybe, huh?
Yeah, yes. DeAndrew White and Christian Jones back for Alabama. To our right to await the kick from Ohio State's Kyle Clinton, who of course began his collegiate career kicking at Ohio University in Athens. 5:17 to play, first quarter here at the Sugar Bowl. The Rose Bowl won by Oregon, 59-20, beating Florida State. So the Ducks are headed to the championship game to meet the winner of this game tonight. Kyle Clinton kicks it from the Ohio State 35. The Buckeyes trail by a point. Christian Jones for Alabama fields at the goal line, brings it up the middle of the field, 5, 10, 15, and he's going to be knocked around and stopped right around the 20-yard line. Eric Smith, one of the Buckeyes, throwing his body in there to bring the play to an end.
Yeah, number 1, Eric Smith out of Glenville. Long line of great Glenville players playing for the Buckeyes. Is contributing on special teams as a freshman, doing a nice job.
So Alabama is going to have the ball. They will put it down, it looks like at the 21 for the Crimson Tide, as Blake Sims, the quarterback, will come out with his offensive unit. Derrick Henry getting a majority of the work at tailback. T.J. Yeldon has been injured. Their 2 receivers will come wide to the left, DeAndrew White and the dangerous Amari Cooper. Fowler and Henry in the eye. Sims under a center, Ryan Kelly. 1st and 10, Alabama from their own 20-yard line. Pitch will come to Henry. Coming to the left side, slips by the 20, 25, and out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Safety Von Bell forced him out, and a late hit by corner Eli Apple will bring penalty flags.
First penalty of the ball game is going to be the Buckeyes, and it's going to be a personal foul, 15 yards. So that's going to tack onto that run.
An impressive run by Derrick Henry.
Personal foul, late hit, defense number 13. A 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the play with an automatic first down.
Yeah, we had been indicated that T.J. Yeldon had been banged up and hurt, but Henry, coming off a great game against Missouri, seems to have picked up where he's left off.
Yeah, he's playing well right now. He's a big back, as I mentioned, 6'3", 240 pounds, and Ohio State slammed their line opposite the way Henry was running there. Kind of played in the favor of having a nice run there.
1st and 10, Alabama at their own 47. Blake Sims in a shotgun, Henry to his right. And Henry gets the give coming to the left. He gets to the 50 behind blockers, and finally safety Tyvis Powell and linebacker Curtis Grant bring him down to the Ohio State 45.
The running weak side, when I say that, they're on the left hash and they're running to the left. Usually teams like to run to that strong side, but they're finding something against Ohio State to running weak side right now, and they got to slow it down.
2nd and 2 with Crimson Tide to the Buckeye 45-yard line. Blake Sims gets his team settled in a hurry. He's in a shotgun, gets the snap, takes a handoff, looks to throw, guns it incomplete out on the right side at the 45. He threw it to DeAndrew White, but the ball was thrown a little too far behind White. Joshua Perry over there to bother the pass attempt.
Yeah, ends up being incomplete. Trying to get a quick hitter out there just on a one-on-one situation, so maybe your wide receiver can, make somebody miss a tackle. This time it would have been Eli Apple, but as you said, the ball comes up being incomplete.
So now a 3rd and 5 for Alabama at the Ohio State 45-yard line. 3rd and 2, excuse me. Yes, Jim. 3rd and 2 at the Ohio State 45. T.J. Yeldon in a tailback. They'll send fullback and tight end Fowler and Vogler wide to the right, and we're going to get a timeout called by Alabama as the Crimson Tide were experiencing some confusion.
Alabama.
4:18 to play here in the first quarter. The Crimson Tide have a 7-6 lead.
Yeah, something there, Alabama. It looks like the play clock would have been an issue there, but something that they didn't like or like the look of right there. They called their timeout, and again, their second timeout here in the first quarter.
But then on field to Marty.
Hey, Jim, you were talking a moment ago about Alabama doing different things up front and getting the ball on the side. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact they're trying to do everything they can to keep the ball away from the side of the field where Joey Bosa's at right now. Early on in the game, he had some impact, but really the last couple of series, he hasn't done much. I don't think there's any question. They're trying to stay away from 97 as much as possible.
That'll be interesting to watch. 3rd and 2, Alabama at the Ohio State 45. The Crimson Tide a 7-6 lead with 4:18 to play in the first quarter. They'll break the huddle quickly. Offset I formation. Sims under center, hands it to Yeldon going right side, and Yeldon gains the first down. He's taken down to the Ohio State 36 by linebacker Curtis Grant. First down, Crimson Tide.
Well, Yeldon looked healthy on that run there. Made some nice cuts. Started to his right, cut back to his left, found the hole behind his right guard, and picked up more than enough for the first down.
Ball put at the Ohio State 36. Yeldon leaves the lineup. Derrick Henry back in for Alabama, who gets a fresh set of 4. Christian Jones and Amari Cooper go wide to the right. Coming wide to the left to Andrew White. Henry in the backfield, set up to the right of his quarterback, Sims. And Sims with a snap hands it Henry. Coming left side to the Ohio State 35 to the 30 and taken down. To the Ohio State 30, corner Duran Grant and linebacker Curtis Grant stopped Derrick Henry.
In that weak side run, you might have to slant your line towards the weak side. Try to take some chances here, but again, by the time you do that, then they start walking strong side. So Ohio State kind of guessing right now defense what to do against Alabama.
2nd and 3, Crimson Tide at the Buckeye 39-yard line. Or 29, excuse me. Handoff will go to Henry, moving straight ahead, and he's taken down to the Ohio State 25 and gains the first down. Derrick Henry, boy, he is working up a big sweat in there to help make the stop. Lineman Michael Bennett.
Yeah, it's at least his 6th carry of the ball game so far for Henry. He's got about 60 yards right now for him, so he's been the workhorse.
First down, Alabama, who leads 7-6 at the Ohio State 25 as we near the 3-minute mark of the first quarter. The Crimson Tide's only touchdown has come thanks to an Ohio State turnover on an Ezekiel Elliott fumble. Andrew White and Justin Fuller will go wide to the right. Amari Cooper and Christian Jones wide to the left. Blake Sims will be in a shotgun. He's got a single set. It's Cooper who's in the backfield and now moves to his right. Snap to Sims. Sims looking to throw. Hit while throwing, and that ball's caught at the 20-yard line by Fowler, the fullback. He is stopped at the 15. Should have the first down. Corner Eli Apple tackles fullback Jalston Fowler.
Josh Perry coming off the edge, put pressure on Blake Sims, able to get a hit on him, but just there about a half a second too late. Ball ends up being incomplete for, as you mentioned, a first down. Alabama, this drive started on the 21-yard line. Now they're all the way down to 15. Buckeyes got to hold them to a field goal here.
So the drive continuing at the 15, as you said, Jim, with 2.5 to play first quarter. Alabama leading by 0.76. Blake Sims has got his team huddled around him. Amari Cooper is going to go off the line to the right. Fowler and Yeldon in the backfield. Fowler now sets as a wing to the right, moves back into the backfield and motions across. Blake Sims under his center. Sims fakes a handoff, rolls to his right. He's at the 20, throws into the end zone, caught for a touchdown. Amari Cooper from Blake Sims on a 15-yard touchdown pass. Amari Cooper with his 15th touchdown catch of the year, and it is 13-6 Alabama.
Yeah, Cooper, he ran up the field. He took a hit. He took a fake towards he's going to the post, and all of a sudden he ran right to the corner, the old Poco route, and Sims put it right on the money for a touchdown for Alabama.
For Blake Sims, his 27th touchdown pass of the year. Adam Griffiths on to attempt the extra point. Cole Mazza is the long snapper. Cooper Bateman is the holder. And the kick by Griffiths is up, and it is good. And with 2:06 to play in the first quarter, Alabama has taken a 14-6 lead over Ohio State in an impressive drive for the Crimson Tide to march down the field.
His outstanding drive there by Alabama. Again, they took it. That was their best offensive series of the game so far. Obviously, they scored on that short field. That time they were able to, run weak, have some success running weak, and then they started mixing in the passing game a little bit off of that. And obviously, you know why Cooper is as good as he is. He ran an outstanding route there, and really, we didn't have a defender, a defensive back within 2 or 3 yards of him when he caught that pass.
His 30th career touchdown pass. He is the #1 career leader in catches, touchdown catches, and yardage in Alabama history.
Last drive by Bama, 8 plays, 79 yards, took 3:05 off the clock, and Amari Cooper gets that 15-yard pass from Blake Sims for the touchdown.
Well, Ohio State about to receive the football. 2 times the Buckeyes have been knocking on the door to try for touchdowns, but both times have had to settle for field goals. Curtis Samuel, the deep returner. Evan Spencer, the up returner, is Adam Griffiths. Will kick it off for Alabama, 14-6. The Crimson Tide with the lead. Kickoff is in the air. Curtis Samuel for Ohio State will field it at the 2. Brings it up the middle of the field, 10. And he is hit at the 12. Knocked down. And that was a poor move by Curtis Samuel and an outstanding play by Michael Niswander, a backup fullback for Alabama.
Yeah, they had some nice coverage down the field, and he tried to make a move there, but again, the speed by Alabama was able to take him down, and they're going to start and have a long way to go. As you said, 88 yards with the ball started at the 12.
14-6 Crimson Tide with a lead, 2:02 to play in just the first quarter, and it's been a busy first quarter. Ezekiel Elliott, Jalen Marshall, and Jeff Hireman all dispatched wide to the left. Single 2 receivers are sent wide to the right. Corey Smith and Evan Spencer. Cardale Jones for Ohio State in the shotgun. Now Marshall motioning in the backfield. Give to Marshall, sweeping right side, gets to the 15, and he is dropped at the 15 by corner Eddie Jackson. They may blow that dead at the 14.
Yeah, that's where they're going to spot it, I think. Maybe even back further. Let's see where they give it to him. 14-yard line. Nice tackle.
Yes, it was. Fly sweep and went nowhere. So now 2nd and 8, Ohio State at their 14-yard line. Cardale Jones in a shotgun. Ezekiel Elliott will start behind him, first showing pistol. Corey Smith wide to the right, 2 others wide left. On 2nd down, snap to Cardale Jones. He's back to throw. Jones looking. Jones in trouble. Jones is going to be grabbed, and he's dragged into the end zone. And they may call that a safety. Cardale Jones was grabbed before the goal line, and they're going to say he was down at the 2. And it was Xavier Dixon, the linebacker, who got all over Cardale Jones before he could try and throw the ball.
Cardale was looking down the field, trying to make some throws. He couldn't find it, and you said the pressure Dixon was able to get to him. I'm surprised that's not a safety.
I am too, Jim, to be honest with you. And Ohio State now looking at what will be 3rd and long. The scoreboard showing 2nd, but it's 3rd and about 20 at the 2-yard line. Jones in a shotgun. Elliott to his right. Single receiver right, 2 to the left. Snap to Jones. Hands it to Elliott. Steps it to the 5. Elliott to the 10, and he'll go down at about the 14. He had his center, Jacoby Boren, all over him as he went down, but the stop was made. It looked like that was Landon Collins, safety, who got in there, and Ohio State fortunate to be punting the ball away.
Yeah, this is Cameron Johnson. This will be his first punt of the ball game. Let's see if he can flip the field like we've seen Scott, the punter from Alabama, do. But yeah, I guess we caught a break there, huh?
Yes.
I mean, I thought for sure he was down in that end zone there for a safety, but that wasn't the call, and I'm glad to be wrong on that case. But Ezekiel Elliott did a nice job pounding it out, and Paul, he's got 6 carries for 100 yards.
Wow, over 100 for the 9th time in his career.
Yeah.
And the first quarter has come to an end. Timeout of the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic with a score 14-6. Alabama the lead. You're listening to the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
Local teachers Brandon and Amber Pate chose SOMC Pediatric Associates for their new baby girl, Natalie.
When you're having your first baby, there's a lot to think about because it's such uncharted territory.
Finding the right pediatrician is one of the most important things that we've had to think about. This is a person that's going to take care of our baby. So we didn't take that lightly, and we talked to people that we trusted, and they directed us to SOMC Pediatric Associates.
At SOMC Pediatric Associates, you'll choose your own personal family doctor, but you'll also have the support of our entire team of physicians, nurses, and nurse practitioners with same-day appointments, extended hours, and availability 7 days a week.
It feels like all the staff cares about our baby, from the person that weighs her to the nurse that's taking her temperature and her vitals to the doctors. They're all wonderful with her, and they really show that they love her.
SOMC Pediatric Associates. Very good things are happening here.
See R&W Motorsports in Wheelersburg for all your ATV parts and service, plus street and trail bikes. Call 876-9141. If you need a special part, R&W Motorsports can order it and have it for you the very next day. You'll find riding apparel, helmets, gloves, T-shirts, and jackets. Get your motorcycle or ATV ready for the riding months ahead. Give R&W Motorsports a call at 876-9141 in Wheelersburg.
Back in New Orleans, Skip Mossick with your college football scoreboard, brought to you by Motorists Insurance. For auto, home, business, and life, Motorists Insurance, you know us. Bowl games from earlier today. In the Outback, Wisconsin defeats Auburn in overtime, 34-31. Michigan State, a great comeback in the Cotton Bowl. They knock off Baylor, 42-41. In the Citrus, it was Missouri 33, Minnesota 17. And in the Rose Bowl, Oregon punches their ticket to the national championship a week from Monday. They defeat Florida State 59-20. College basketball from earlier today, women's college basketball. Nice win for Ohio State. They defeat Rutgers 85-68. Alabama 14, Ohio State 6, as we head to the second with the voice of the Buckeyes, Paul Keels.
Thank you, Skip. And this evening's broadcast presented by Ohio's #1 hospital, Cleveland Clinic. Same-day appointments are available. The Buckeyes have gotten 2 field goals from Sean Nurenberger. Alabama has scored on a Derrick Henry run and a touchdown pass, Blake Sims to Amari Cooper. The first one for the Tide set up by an Ezekiel Elliott fumble.
Yeah, they had a short field to work there, and they went 33 yards in 2 plays. Henry took it, from 25 to get it in there, but that last drive by Alabama was probably the best that I've seen them have. Obviously, they had a great punt, there, and a great kickoff. Had us backed up at that 12-yard line there, and I take the sack and got a 3rd and forever, and Ohio State ends up getting decent time, or out to the 15-yard line to punt this ball away.
Fortunate not to have had a safety called against him. Cameron Johnston, on the season averaging 45.1 per punt. He had a record day in the Big Ten championship game. He'll punt from his 1. Christian Jones back for Alabama to await it. Waist-high snap, punt in the air from the 4. That one will sail with Christian Jones. Backs up. Jones makes a catch at his 31 on the right side of the field. Moves to the middle of the field. He's got room, moving to his own 32. Now he's at his 34, and Cameron Williams will shove him out of bounds, shy of the Alabama 40. That's where the Crimson Tide will have the football and own a 14-6 lead early second quarter.
Yeah, nice punt there by Cameron Johnson to get it out. You got to do a better job tackling down the field. We had 3 guys right near the returner when he caught it, but he's able to slip out and get to the sideline until Cam Williams steered him out of bounds.
So the ball will be put down for the Crimson Tide at their own 39-yard line. Blake Sims, who threw his 29th career touchdown pass, will bring the offense onto the field. DeAndrew White will go wide to the left. Amari Cooper is wide to the left. Derrick Henry getting a bulk of the work at tailback. He will line up behind a pistol set with his quarterback Blake Sims. First down, Alabama at their own 39-yard line, leading 14-6. Cooper motioning toward the line on the right. Sims is going to throw it to Cooper on the right side, and he has it at the 45. He is dropped at the 45 by corner Eli Apple. Amari Cooper is.
Boy, he picked that up right off his shoe tops, it looked like, off his laces. That ball was thrown low, almost into the turf there, but Cooper did a nice job getting his hands down low and picking up that reception for a gain of 7.
SEC Offensive Player of the Year, who goes wide to the left now with tight end O.J. Howard. 2nd and 3, Alabama at their own 45. Snap to Sims. He's going to screen it left side. Cooper, who moves to his own 45 with the football, and linebacker Darren Lee will drop him to the Alabama 45.
Nice tackle by Darren Lee on the spot because Cooper had some running room. But that's kind of what they do, man. They just want to get the ball in his hands outside and see if he can make some plays. But Darren Lee was right there to make a nice tackle. Let's see if they can get a stop here on 3rd down.
Yep, 3rd down, 2 to go. Alabama at their own 46. And Cooper will go wide to the left. 2 wide to the right, DeAndrew White, and tight end O.J. Howard. Yeldon into the backfield with Blake Sims, who gets the snap, hands it to Yeldon, moving straight ahead, and Yeldon hit by linebacker Curtis Grant and stopped around the 47 of Alabama, and the Tide, it looks like, will be short of the 1st down.
Looks like they're getting their punt team gathered there on the sidelines. You're right, they're about 2 yards shy of that. Ohio State's going to go punt return safe, which means they're going to keep their starting defense out there, take out Darren Lee, and bring our returner to return it for Ohio State. Who we got back there?
Jalen Marshall.
Jalen Marshall.
To await the kick from J.K. Scott. Marshall really took over the punt return duties after the injury to Dontre Wilson, who, as Marty mentioned, Dontre Wilson dressed really at his own behest, but the indication he will not play tonight because of the broken foot. We've got a late Tide player coming onto the field, and that's Derrick Henry, the starting
timeout here.
Well, J.K. Scott at his own 32 to await the punt. Is for Alabama, and they do call the delay of game with a flag dropped.
Delay of game. Offense number 15. 5-yard penalty. No fourth down.
14-6 the lead for the Crimson Tide with 12:59 to play in the second quarter.
Yeah, which doesn't affect you too much here when you punt that ball away here on fourth down.
Is that their first penalty, Jim?
Yeah, it's their first penalty. Ohio State has one for 15 yards. The personal foul by Eli Apple, hitting out of bounds, and then that'll be Alabama's first.
4th and 7 for the Crimson Tide. Jalen Marshall at his own 12. Low snap to Scott. He hits the punt from the 30-yard line, and boy, does he drive that puppy. It wiggles, and a fair catch waved for and made at the 5 by Jalen Marshall. Outstanding punt by freshman J.K. Scott, a second-team All-American. Ohio State will have the football timeout on the field. Up tonight's broadcast presented by the Cleveland Clinic with a score 14-6 Alabama the lead, 12:51 left in the second. You're listening to the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
January 1st, things are going totally bizarre at Bizarre Home Fashions in Wheelersburg. You'll find candleberry candles, quilts, ruffled curtains, wood primitive items, designer handbags. Bizarre Home Fashions will give 30% off one item on New Year's Day only. Then through January 31st, get 25% off your entire purchase. Remember, they're your Willow Tree Platinum dealer. Whether a new home or an older one, let Bizarre Home Fashions make your house a home. Things are going totally bizarre in 2015 at Bizarre Home Fashions in Wheelersburg.
This new year, it's finally time to say no to smoking and say yes to vaping. G-Vapors is offering custom-made e-liquid flavoring, all made with food-grade products, giving you the taste and aroma you desire. Replace that tobacco smell with a scent of caramel popcorn or hot-baked apple pie. Forget standing out in the cold to smoke. Say adios to secondhand smoke and goodbye to yellow teeth and tobacco breath. Visit G-Vapors for the best e-liquid prices at one of two convenient locations. 1548 Gallia Street, Portsmouth, or 4863 Gallia Street, New Boston, across from Walmart. Say no to tobacco. Say yes to G-Vapors.
Say something. During the hustle and bustle of the holiday season, who has time to cook? Let Minix Giovanni's help. Call 858-6639 or 858-4439 with 2 locations in West Portsmouth. They deliver, bringing the goods to you. Party Pack specials: 18-inch one-item pizza, large bag of chips, and a 2-liter for $18.99. 18-inch one-item pizza and a 10-inch breadstick for $23.49. Good at Coles Park location only. Let Minix Giovanni's do the cooking. Minix Giovanni's, the Italian place to be.
12:51 to play second quarter here at the Sugar Bowl. Alabama a 14-6 lead over Ohio State. Chesapeake Energy, creating Ohio jobs, boosting the state's economy, and committed to giving back to communities. Chesapeake Energy, a proud sponsor of Ohio State athletics. 14-6 Alabama, Marty Bannister.
One of the things that Ohio State's offense has been able to do this year, guys, is play with great field position season long among the nation's leaders in that category. But so far, field position has to favor Alabama. I mean, you look at the numbers in the first quarter, Ohio State had more yards than Alabama in terms of total offense, but they still trailed 14-6. One other note about Ohio State's offense, guys, just a couple of moments ago, I watched tight end Jeff Hireman hobble to the locker room for the Buckeyes, accompanied by a couple of trainers. I'll keep you updated on his status.
Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes, WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth.
Ohio State first and 10 at their own 5 after an outstanding punt by J.K. Scott of Alabama.
He's averaging 59 per punt.
Wow. Cardale Jones in a shotgun. Ezekiel Elliott to his left. Motion in the backfield, and the give's going to be to Elliott, snaking his way straight ahead past the 10, and he goes down at his 14. Ezekiel Elliott, as he's stopped by linebacker Trey DePriest out of Clark County in Springfield, Ohio.
That's Ezekiel's 7th carry of the game, and that's for 9 yards. He's averaging 16 yards per carry
First down for the 15. Jalen Marshall will get the snap, sweeping to the right side, and he is taken down at the line of scrimmage, the 15, by linebacker Reggie Ragland. And is that a first down?
Should be.
And it is.
Go ahead and move the chains there.
So Marshall got that handoff coming out of the backfield, so a little bit of a different wrinkle. We'll see Devin Smith go wide to the right. Marshall and Michael Thomas flank to the left. Elliott in the backfield. First down, Ohio State at their own 16, but trailing 14-6. Pistol formation. Cardale Jones at quarterback. Now he'll sneak to the line, maybe with a play call change. Resets in a shotgun. Ezekiel Elliott to his left. First and 10, Ohio State at their own 15-yard line. Motion by the tight end, snap to Jones, back at his 6 to throw. Jones in trouble, runs back to his 2, rolls to the right side. Jones still with the ball, throws it upfield. It's caught, and the receiver busted out of bounds around the 15-yard line, is making the grab Michael Thomas. He was knocked out by safety Nick Perry.
Right at the line of scrimmage, you might have actually lost a yard on that. Cardell running, scrambling a little bit, trying to find the open receiver. Looked like he's looking towards his left. Finally went back to the right and found Michael Thomas. Looks like going to give him a gain of 1, huh?
Curtis Samuel on that gain of 1 into the backfield. He'll set up to the left of Jones.
Yeah, maybe not.
Second and 10, Ohio State at their own 15. Now Samuel motions and goes wide to the right. 3 receivers wide to the left. Jones alone in the backfield. Cardale Jones on second and 10. Gets the snap. Drops back at his 6. Throws up the left side of the field, and that ball's deflected, and it falls incomplete. One of the big Crimson Tide linemen got up there to put a hand on the football, and it was nose guard A'Shawn Robinson.
A'Shawn Robinson working against left guard Billy Price. Was able to move him, turn his shoulders, get him upfield. Billy's going to have to settle down a little bit there, get his hands on him, and widen him a little bit if he can.
If he can, yes. Elliott returns to the backfield. Devin Smith, Jalen Marshall, Nick Vanette wide to the left, Michael Thomas wide to the right. Third and 10, Ohio State at their own 15, trailing second quarter 14-6 to Alabama. Jones will go to the line, give instructions, and reset in the shotgun with Elliott to his right. Third and 10, Ohio State from the 15. Jones looking to throw. Pressure coming, throws up the field. Caught 25-yard line, moving to the 29, and that's where Michael Thomas is dropped by safety Landon Collins, and the chains will move on the first down catch by Michael Thomas.
Nice job there by Cardell, staying in the pocket, keeping his feet set, and delivering a nice throw to Michael Thomas. This one for a first down.
And the Buckeyes getting right to the line of scrimmage, their own 29 after that first down. Jones in a shotgun, has 1 receiver, Corey Smith wide to the right, 3 of them, Nick Vanette, Jalen Marshall, and Devin Smith wide to the left. Jones making a play call change. First and 10, Ohio State at their own 29-yard line, trailing 14-6 to Alabama here in the second quarter. Another play call change. Jones will reset in the shotgun. Waits the snap. He's got it. Jones hands it off. Elliott moving right side and gains maybe the 31 for maybe a gain of 1 for Ezekiel Elliott. Trey DePriest, linebacker, involved in that stop.
Yeah, not much running room inside. Again, they had pressure coming over Billy Price. Going to have to step it up here a little bit right now. They seem to be attacking his spot with the left guard position and get some penetration there. But Ezekiel did find a way to get 2.
Yeah, second and 8, Ohio State. Ball at their own 32-yard line. Couple of people motion from right to left. 2 receivers off to the left, single receiver to the right. Cardale Jones out of the shotgun, gets the snap. Throws it up the left side of the field, and it's intercepted. Picked off as he threw it to Cyrus Jones, coming the right side to the 20, to the 15. And Jones is finally forced out of bounds. He comes up with his 3rd interception of the year, the first thrown in Cardale Jones' career, as he threw it behind, I believe, Devin Smith, and it's the 2nd turnover the Buckeyes are guilty of.
Yeah, a little bit of communication between the quarterback and wide receiver, and you can't have that because it looked like Devin was still on the go route. Cardell threw it, and Devin was still continuing to run. I think he thought he was stopping his route there, but he was not. So the 2nd turnover by Ohio State, and gives Alabama gift field position at the 15-yard line.
The 11th interception by the Crimson Tide defense. So with 10:09 to play, second quarter, Alabama looking at first and 10 to the Ohio State 15. Blake Sims, quarterback, brings his offense onto the field. He's got DeAndrew White wide to the right, Amari Cooper flanked to the left, Derrick Henry in the backfield. Now Cooper motioning toward the line. Sims in the shotgun, gets the snap. Looking to the left, now rolling to the right. He's in trouble and throws that ball where it's caught by the tight end Vogler, knocked out of bounds at the 10 by safety Tyvis Powell.
Joey Bozel putting pressure on Sims there. They tried to cut him. He ran right by that, was able to get some effect Sims a little bit, but he still completed a pass out to the right. 2nd
and 6, Alabama at the Ohio State 11. Vogler had started to go off the field. He comes on, so the Tide play with 2 tight ends. White flanked to the right. Cooper 1 of 2 along with tight end Howard to the left. Sims out of the shotgun. Sims looks and tosses on the right side. Vogler, he's got it to the 9, and he is taken down around the 6 by safety Tyvis Powell. Brian Vogler, 2nd straight catch. That'll make it 3rd and about 1.
Yep. Just shy of that first down marker, which is at the 5-yard line.
Alabama will send fullback Charleston Fowler into the lineup with a 3rd tight end Green to make it 3rd and 1 at Ohio State 6. This after a Cyrus Jones interception. 14-6 Crimson Tide with a lead. Cooper comes wide to the right. Offset eye. Sims will hand it Yeldon. Yeldon is hit at the 5, pushed backwards pushed down by linebacker Curtis Grant around the 9. We'll have to see where they give him forward progress, whether it's a first down.
I think they're a little bit short.
Wow.
See what Nick Saban decides to do here.
Nice play by Curtis Grant to fill that hole.
Got to think they'll go for it here.
4th and 1. You would think so, with the ball put between the 5 and the 6. Officially marked at the 6. DeAndrew White, a receiver, comes into the lineup. 8:44 and counting second quarter. Tide leading 14-6. Their 4th and goal at the Ohio State 6. DeAndrew White will go wide to the left. Tight end or fullback Fowler is that way. Yeldon the single setback. Blake Sims under a center, Ryan Kelly. And he hands it off. Yeldon moving straight ahead. He gains the first down as he squirts his way to about the 3-yard line. Stop is made by defensive end Joey Bosa on T.J. Yeldon.
Now 4th and 1. Alabama decides to go for it. They bring Yeldon in, and he finds just a little bit of a crease there, and he picks up 3. 1st and goal now at the 2.
Christian Jones and Amari Cooper, receivers, will come into the lineup. 1st and goal at the 2. Both of those two, along with White, will go wide to the left. Yeldon in the backfield to the right of Blake Sims in a shotgun. And to give to Yeldon, moving straight ahead, and he'll slip into the end zone for the touchdown. Corner Duran Grant had the last chance at trying to stop T.J. Yeldon, who gets his 11th rushing touchdown of the season. And Yeldon's 2-yard run adds to the Alabama lead 20-6, and they score thanks to a turnover.
14 points. Alabama's able to come up with off of turnovers. 2 by Ohio State. It's something that's got to turn here if Ohio State wants to stick into this ballgame. They got to quit giving Alabama short fields to work with.
Adam Griffith on to attempt the extra point. Cooper Bateman to hold it. Cole Mazza will be the long snapper. And the kick by Griffith is up in the air, and it is through the uprights. So T.J. Yeldon, a 2-yard touchdown run thanks to a Cyrus Jones interception. And with 8:07 to play in the second quarter, it is 21-6 Alabama with the lead. Timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic. Again, 21-6 Alabama the lead. You're listening to the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
It's a known fact this is Buckeye territory, and one of the area's biggest supporters of the Ohio State Buckeyes is William McKinley of the McKinley Funeral Home. Just as Ohio State supports academic excellence, the McKinley Funeral Home also supports excellence in their business, serving families in Scioto County and the surrounding area since 1937. You know you can count on them for care and counseling. The McKinley Funeral Home, Lucasville, call them in your hour of need.
And if you see William McKinley in that scarlet and gray Hummer, give William a honk and say, "Go Bucks."
In the nation, sometimes. But add brand new belongings from Nationwide Insurance, and we'll replace destroyed items in your home with brand new versions. We put members first. Join the nation.
Nationwide is on your side.
Hi, this is Mark Harner, your local Nationwide agent. We've been helping people like you for nearly 30 years. So visit me at 6606 Gallia Street in Sciotaville, or call 776-7072 to join the nation.
Stop by the Ohio Automotive Center at 12th and Offner Streets in Portsmouth, where your car buying experience will be a pleasure, not an ordeal. The Ohio Automotive Center is your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram Tough Dodge truck dealer in Southern Ohio with an excellent service department. The Ohio Automotive Center's friendly and knowledgeable sales staff is always ready to listen and help with your transportation needs. So stop by today and see what's new in the Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep lines, plus those Ram Tough Dodge trucks at Ohio Automotive Center. 12th and Offner open Monday to Friday 9 to 7, Saturdays 9 to 5, and online at ohautocenter.com.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth.
Gives Alabama a setup for a T.J. Yeldon 2-yard touchdown run. The Crimson Tide a 21-6 lead over Ohio State. 8:07 to play second quarter. Buckeye fans, when it comes to Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, 21 means 21. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. 21-6 Alabama the lead. Marty Bannister.
Well, I think this, Paul and Jim, this is the nightmare scenario. I think Ohio State fans were dreading that something like this would happen in this game where the Buckeyes would fall behind to this team 21-6. It's a little bit different than falling behind to somebody in the Big Ten. I don't think anybody doubts that right now. I mean, really, Ohio State's been their own worst enemy right now. You talk about the turnovers, and then a couple of those, that 15-yard late hit penalty, which kept Alabama's drive alive, and poor field position have hampered the Buckeyes right now. There's a lot of time left in this quarter, almost 8 minutes to go. But remember, under Nick Saban, Alabama's 84-5 when they lead at the half. Ohio State's got to do something, I think, on this drive right here to keep this a football game.
And also part of the formula, too, Ohio State has gotten 2 red zone possessions where they've had to settle for field goals rather than touchdowns. One of them, they were first and goal down at the 1.
Yeah, and again, you know, we throw the football there. Ezekiel got you down there. You know what? Maybe hand it off to him there. Last drive by Alabama, 5 plays, 15 yards. 2:02 off the clock, and Bama takes the 21-6 lead.
Curtis Samuel, freshman from Brooklyn, New York, the deep returner for Ohio State to await the kick from Alabama's sophomore kicker Adam Griffith from Calhoun, Georgia. 21-6 Crimson Tide the lead. Kick in the air. Curtis Samuel will field it at the 1 for Ohio State. Brings it up the middle. 10. Left side. 15. Oh, big hit put on by Reuben Foster, linebacker, just inside the 15. And a penalty flag thrown after the play had ended. But Reuben Foster blew up Curtis Samuel.
They're going to call excessive celebration. Taunting.
Again.
Same thing.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Kicking team number 21. Taunting. His first in the game. A 15-yard penalty. First down.
That's on backup cornerback Maurice Smith. But what a hit by Reuben Foster.
Yeah, Curtis Samuel might be a little gun shy running to that side now. He might have taken it to the right. He ran left there and ran into a wall, and the wall was number 10.
Penalty moves the ball to the 29 of Ohio State, so that's where the Buckeyes will have it, trailing 21-6 with 8:02 to play in the second quarter here at the Sugar Bowl. The winner meets Oregon, who beat Florida State 59-20. Cardale Jones, who threw his first career interception. The last time the Buckeyes have the ball, he brings the offense out. Elliott behind him in a pistol formation. Now Jones will approach the line to make a play call change. 2 receivers wide to the right, single flanker off the line to the left. Elliott moves to the left of Cardale Jones, gets the snap, hands it Elliott, moving to the right side, and Elliott's going to be knocked down right at about the line of scrimmage, the 29, by safety Geno Smith.
Yeah, they got that safety real close to that line of scrimmage there, and certainly Geno Smith, as soon as he read it was going to be run, he was right there filling the gap to make the tackle coming off the edge.
Gain of 1 to make it 2nd and 9, Ohio State at their own 30.
Jeff Hyman's back.
Yes, but limping noticeably. He's on the left side of the line of scrimmage. Now flips to the right with Jalen Marshall. Shotgun formation for Cardale Jones. 2nd and 9, Ohio State at their 30. Jones with the football flag thrown as he hands it to Elliott, sweeping right side, and Elliott knocked down at the 29-yard line by defensive end DJ Petway. But again, a flag down. And the Buckeyes going nowhere. And they might be going backwards.
Yep.
Procedure against Ohio State, the call. So with 7:21 to play in the second quarter, it has gone from not so good to a little more than not so good.
Player in the backfield. That penalty is declined. 3rd down.
So it'll be 3rd and 10. Ohio State at their own 29.
Too many mental errors for Ohio State. We had a mental error on that interception. Something was wrong with the route combination there, and just a mental error there. We got to clean that up.
Spencer and Bennett wide to the right. Marshall and Thomas wide to the left. Pistol formation. Now Elliott shifts to the left of Cardale Jones. 3rd and 10, Ohio State at their own 29. Jones back at his 19 to pass. Throws down the middle of the field. Caught by Marshall at the 50. Right side to the Alabama 46, and he is thrown down at the Alabama 45 by corner Eddie Jackson. First down, Cardale Jones to Jalen Marshall.
Big time throw by number 12, Cardale Jones, standing in the pocket there. He had some pressure coming at him from the outside, but he was able to keep his feet set and deliver a nice ball to Jalen Marshall.
Big catch for the redshirt freshman from Middletown High School. That ball spotted at the Alabama 45 with 6:48 and counting. Second quarter.
Yeah, big play on 3rd and 10. Not many people complete those against Alabama 3rd and 10.
Crimson Tide at 21-6 lead. Cardale Jones works out of a shotgun. He's got 3 receivers, Thomas, Devin Smith, and Noah Brown wide to the left. Elliott behind Jones in a pistol. First down, Ohio State at the Alabama 45. Jones, they're going to be a penalty. And it is Ezekiel Elliott who moved early out of the backfield before the ball was snapped.
False start. Offense number 15. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Well, as Marty said, Ohio State still becoming their own worst enemy right now.
Yeah, they are. And again, they got to calm down. That should be happening real soon. We're going to have a long halftime to talk a little bit about it, but Buckeyes got to find a way to come up with some points here on this drive, and I mean a touchdown.
1st and 15, ball at the 50 with 6:15 left in the second quarter. 21-6, Alabama the lead. Empty backfield for Jones, who looks to throw. Shoulder shakes, rolls to the 42, throws up the right side, and it's caught at the Alabama 45, and that's where the receiver gets dumped. I believe that's Michael Thomas, who was dropped to the Alabama 45 by safety Nick Perry.
So they're going to give a gain of 6. They're going to move that ball to the 44-yard line, so the Buckeyes have a 2nd and 9 after that penalty.
Remember, Alabama will get the ball to start the second half. Ohio State will. Yep. Excuse me. As soon as I said that, I kind of woke up and came to my senses. 2nd and 9. Ohio State with the ball at the Alabama 40. Cardale Jones in a shotgun. Ezekiel Elliott to his right. Jacoby Boren snaps it to Cardale Jones. He's back at the 47 to pass. Cranks and fires up the right side, and that is incomplete for Corey Smith at the Alabama 35, covered by corner Eddie Jackson.
He's already got he's played outstanding on that position right there, going against Corey Smith. There was really no place to throw that football. I'm surprised Cardale tried to work it in there because he had great coverage put on by number 4, Eddie Jackson.
So now 3rd and 9. Ohio State to the Alabama 44 with 5:28 on the second quarter clock. Corey Smith wide to the right. 2 other receivers flank to the left. Jones in a shotgun. Elliott to his left. Jones going to fling it. Sets up at the 46. Looks to throw. Guns it down the middle of the field. Marshall has it at the 18 of Alabama, and that's where he is dropped. The stop made by Jarek Williams. Ohio State in the Case IH red zone. Just caseih.com is where you can visit /Buckeyes, and Ohio State quickly getting to the line at the Alabama 18. Couple of big catches by Marshall. Jones, a quick snap out of the shotgun. Rolls to the left, Cardale Jones. Looks and he throws left corner of the end zone, and he overthrows Jalen Marshall, who got behind Cyrus Jones.
Yeah, it looked like Cardale didn't see anybody open there, just kind of got right of that football, threw it well over the head of Jalen Marshall. But Jalen Marshall, 2 big catches right in the middle of the field. They're working in that safety zone on those crossing routes underneath. Did a nice job coming up with a big play there. 2nd and 10 for the Buckeyes. The ball at the 19 or 18-yard line.
With 5:07 on the second quarter clock, Marshall came into this game with 28 catches on the year, 6 of them for touchdowns. Michael Thomas will go wide to the right. Evan Spencer and Noah Brown wide to the left. Ezekiel Elliott tailback to the right of his quarterback, Cardale Jones, in a shotgun. 2nd and 10 Buckeyes at the Crimson Tide 18. Alabama leads at 21-6 here in the second quarter. Snap to Cardale Jones, who looks to throw. Looking, short toss left side. Elliott has it at the 19, to the 15, to the 10. Still alive to the 5, and he is bumped out of bounds at the Alabama 5. Ezekiel Elliott by linebacker Trey DePriest to make it 1st and goal for Ohio State.
Boy, that's a nice run by Ezekiel Elliott. Nice catch, 2 by him. Cardale found him right away and went to him.
1st and goal at the Alabama 6. Buckeyes set in a hurry. Snap to Jones out of the shotgun. Runs it himself right side, and he's going to be knocked down at about the 7-yard line. Linebacker Ryan Anderson down to the bottom of the pile for Alabama.
He got back to the line of scrimmage. It's fortunate there. Not much running room there for Cardale.
So it'll be 2nd and goal. Ohio State at Alabama 6. Curtis Samuel has checked into the lineup at tailback. Ohio State will send Michael Thomas wide to the right. Evan Spencer and Jalen Marshall wide to the left. Jones in a shotgun. Samuel to his left. 2nd and goal. Ohio State at the Alabama 6. A late Crimson Tide player on the field. Snap to Jones, who rolls to his left. Resets, tosses on the right side, and his flag should be dropped, and it will, as running into the receiver at around the 6 was cornerback Eddie Jackson on a ball that was lofted in the air out there for Nick Vanette, but that was clearly pass interference.
Yeah, half the distance to the goal line. 1st and goal again for the Buckeyes.
Pass interference. Defense number 4. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul with an automatic first down.
So the drive continues.
Yeah, right there they had Nick Vanette playing at the tight end. He was lined up the left tight end position. He stayed in to pass protect a little bit, and then he slipped out late. Nice design there, and we would have had him.
Seemed like that ball took forever to get in that area, didn't it?
It hung in the air. He's got to put a little bit more on that one there.
For a guy known for throwing fastballs.
1st and goal at the 5 for the Buckeyes.
Evan Spencer, wide right. Jalen Marshall, flank to the left. Cardale Jones in a shotgun with Elliott to his right on 1st and goal. Marshall motions into the backfield. Touch pass, Marshall swinging to the right side. Marshall gets hit at the 6, and he's going to be pushed backward and blown down at around the 9-yard line. The play made by linebacker Trey DePriest for Alabama.
Well, this red zone offense for Ohio State's been pretty effective all year long, but against Bama, they've been doing an outstanding job. Looks like we might have an injured player for Bama or somebody's slow to get off the field.
Yeah, over on the far side of the field for Alabama.
Can't see his number right now.
You know what, Jim?
Is that that's
Landon Collins?
Yeah, Landon Collins.
So I was thinking Marty Bannister.
Yeah, Paul, Jim, he took a shot to the right knee on that play right there, and he's now doubled over right here about 10 yards from where I'm at here on the sideline. They're quick out there to tend to him. Alabama's defensive backs throughout this game have been taking some pretty good shots. Earlier in the game, Perry took a pretty good hit as well, too, Dick Perry, and he was complaining to the officials throughout. He thought it was an illegal block, and that he was kind of favoring his right knee, so we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, it's Landon Collins that the Alabama staff is working on.
Timeout on the field, and tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic with a score of 21-6 Alabama, the lead. 4 minutes left of the half. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
What's the best way to watch Buckeyes basketball this season? Live from your seats at the shop. This is the power of Ohio State Ticket Exchange, the official resale marketplace of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Get the seats you want, even for sold-out games, at the only site where 100% of the tickets are verified by Ticketmaster. Got to sell your tickets? When you sell on Ohio State Ticket Exchange, you get guaranteed payment and never deal with delivery. Step up your game this season. Go to ohiostatebuckeyes.com/ticket exchange.
Archie Griffin, Ohio State's outstanding running back and football's only two-time Heisman Trophy winner, talks about game plans for motorist life insurance.
I can barely remember a time when playing for the Buckeyes wasn't a dream of mine. Part of the game plan for my life. Over time, of course, new players come into that picture. Family. Taking care of them and their future becomes a top priority. That's what life insurance is all about. And your independent motorist agent is ready to help. Motorist agents aren't strangers in some faraway call center, but neighbors right in your hometown. Your business is personal to them and is backed by a heritage of quality, integrity, and unparalleled service. Ready for clear sound advice on working out the X's and O's of a game plan for life insurance and life? Talk to your independent motorist life insurance agent or visit motorsgroup.com to find an agent in your neighborhood. Motorist Insurance for auto, home, business, and life. You know us.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
All-American safety Landon Collins of Alabama walks into the locker room. His Crimson Tide on a 21-6 lead over Ohio State with 4 minutes left in the second quarter. Stay with us for our Cleveland Clinic halftime report. Skip Bosick will be joined by Ohio State President Michael Drake, Athletic Director Gene Smith. Check scores from other games earlier. That's all coming up at the half, and the Buckeyes looking to end the half, trying to capitalize here, Jim.
Yeah, they have a nice drive going here. Some big catches by Jalen Marshall in this drive. A nice catch by Ezekiel Elliott to get him first and goal at the 5. And then, obviously, they had that defensive pass interference by Alabama to give them first and goal again at the 5. And now they're second and goal after that play right there. End up being tackle or really for no gain on that last one there. But, yeah, Collins was down on a knee, All-American safety. But he was able to kind of walk off on his own power into the locker room, so I'm sure they'll check him out and get him out there when he's healthy.
Second and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 6. Thomas and Corey Smith wide to the right. Single flanker off the line to the left. Believe that's Devin Smith. Cardale Jones in a shotgun with Ezekiel Elliott to his left. Second and goal, Buckeyes at the Crimson Tide 6. Snap to Cardale Jones. Jones hands it to Ezekiel Elliott. He'll stumble his way to the 4, and that's all the further he will get. Stopped by Xavier Dixon, Alabama linebacker.
Well, it's kind of what I would do. I would give it to Ezekiel Elliott there. They gave him a shot. Comes up a little bit short, just gains about a yard, maybe a yard and a half on that one there. Looks like Jacoby Bourne's ankle might be bothering him a little bit.
Yep, he is limping severely. As Doug Callan and Bob Sweeney, the two athletic trainers, will take a look at him, Marty Bannister.
He got bent over backwards on that play right there, guys, and that just did not look good when it happened. Jim, you and I were talking about that earlier today, and we were watching some football games, and we were talking about that situation right there, almost identical to that, and Bourne got bent over backwards on that right knee.
And so what does that do to the center position now, Jim?
Pat Elflein will move over to center, and then we'll have probably Chase Ferris come in at guard.
All right. So now Jacoby Bourne is down on the field around the 7-yard line being looked at. Junior from Pickerington Central. Of course, his two brothers played at Ohio State. Zach and Justin. His father played at Michigan. And both his parents actually were athletes at Michigan. So a very gifted family when it comes to athletic bloodlines. 3:20 on the second quarter clock. Alabama a 21-6 lead. And Ohio State looking at third and goal at the Alabama 3, needing a touchdown rather than the 2 field goals they've gotten.
Well, he's getting back up, and again, he had a sore ankle that bothered him for that last half of the year, and I know it bothered him during bowl practices. So Pat Elflein has had some experience in their snapping. But again, this is a whole different animal when you're doing it game time, game situations versus practice. So
remember, Ohio State began the year with a transfer from Alabama, a graduate transfer, Chad Lindsey.
Yep.
But he decided to discontinue playing football.
So Chase Ferris in a right guard. Elflein moves from right guard to center.
Michael Thomas, Jalen Marshall. Wide to the right for Ohio State. Evan Spencer, flank to the left. Nick Van Ette, tight end on the left side of the line. Tailback Ezekiel Elliott to the left of Cardale Jones in a shotgun. Third and goal, Ohio State at the Alabama 3. Marshall motioning into the backfield. Give to Elliott, straight ahead into the end zone. Touchdown. Ezekiel Elliott, his 13th rushing touchdown of the season. The first TD of the night for Ohio State, who trails 21-12.
Nice block by Chase Ferris, the right guard. Nice block by Pat Elflein, the center. He was able to steal DePriest, the middle linebacker for Alabama, and the Buckeyes get their first touchdown of the game.
On will be Sean Nurenberger to attempt the extra point. Bryce Haynes to snap it. Cameron Johnston to put it down at the 10-yard line, trying for point number 13 of the evening here at the Sugar Bowl. Haynes set over the ball, snaps it to Johnston. The kick by Nurenberger is up, and it is good. With that touchdown, that's another donation to the Alzheimer's Association, courtesy of Barbasol Shaving Cream. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Timeout on the field, 2:55 left in the second quarter of tonight's broadcast, presented by Cleveland Clinic. With a score 21-13, Alabama with the lead. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace. Julian with Safelite Auto Glass.
So you think all auto glass companies are the same? Only America's largest gives you the reliability of this Safelite advantage. It's what makes us different, with over 5,000 mobile glass shops in all 50 states. So we're always nearby. Safelite is also a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Make the safe choice.
Just ask your insurance company for Safelite or call 800-800-2727 or go to safelite.com.
At InHealth Mutual, we make health insurance simple, easy to understand and use, and built for you. InHealth is Ohio's only nonprofit health insurance co-op with one of the largest statewide networks and many affordable plans. And here's a nice twist. Any profits we make go back to you by enhancing your benefits, lowering your premiums, and developing health programs that benefit you and your community. The deadline to buy health insurance ends February 15th. So check us out now at inhealthohio.org. That's inhealthohio.org.
At Case IH, our innovations do more than solve everyday problems. They maximize output while saving your operation money. That's why we continue to innovate with proven, efficient, and reliable solutions. Be ready with Case IH innovations like the Axial Flow Rotor, Quadtrack technology, advanced farming systems, and an SCR-only emissions solution. Because it's not an innovation until it changes your bottom line. To learn more, visit your local dealer or caseih.com.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast, presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
A 3-yard touchdown run by Ezekiel Elliott gives Ohio State their first TD of the night, but the Buckeyes trail Alabama 21-13 with 2:55 left in the second quarter at the Sugar Bowl. Marty Bannister.
Right now, the Buckeye trainers behind the bench are working on Jacoby Bourne right now, retaping that ankle that he hurt on that last play, guys, before the touchdown. And it was interesting watching Jacoby come off the field. He got right in the face of the offensive lineman, pointing at each one of them, and basically told them, and I'll clean it up for a family broadcast, put the ball in the end zone.
8th 100-yard rushing game of the season, the 4th in a row for Ezekiel Elliott, and he and those offensive linemen, he heeded the message, Jim.
They did. He pounded it in. As I mentioned, a nice block by Chase Ferris, who was fresh off the bench, came in there at right guard, did a nice job moving the defensive tackle, and then Pat Elflein at center was able to steal the linebacker, so Ezekiel could get in there. Remember we talked about I'd give to Ezekiel 2 times. They followed through and gave to Zeke, and they paid off for him.
And 2 big catches by Jalen Marshall in that drive as well. Christian Jones, the deep returner. DeAndre White, the up returner for Alabama, who leads 21-13. Ohio State's Kyle Clinton to kick it off with 2:55 left until halftime. Clinton puts the ball in the air, and it'll be Christian Jones, Alabama, fielding it at the 3, right side. Moves to the 9, and that's where he is knocked down. Corey Smith makes another big special teams play, stopping Christian Jones. Curtis Samuel looks like at first he was injured. They're going to spot that ball at the 10, but what a play by Corey Smith.
Looks like number 7 injured for Alabama down there in the sidelines. That would be Ryan Anderson, the linebacker.
Yeah. That would be a big loss for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, he does a lot on pass rush, too. You get him in there and let him rush the quarterback every once in a while. So,
but how about Corey Smith Jr. from Akron Buchtel with 2 big special teams plays?
Nice, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, make a name for yourself.
Yeah, and maybe get a few. Although he's been on the field quite a bit as of late. Has 17 catches on the year, but he's getting more receiver reps.
Yeah, he has.
So Alabama with the football. They have scored twice thanks to Ohio State turnovers. T.J. Yeldon and Derrick Henry each with touchdown runs, and Blake Sims has thrown a touchdown pass to Amari Cooper to give them their 21.
Nice to come up with a 3 and out here. This defense has played pretty good in this first half when they've had a long way to go. Short fields, a little bit different story.
1st and 10, Alabama at their own 10-yard line. Derrick Henry, the single setback. Blake Sims, the quarterback, is under center. Ryan Kelly screens the left side. Cooper has it at the 9. Cooper off a tackle to the 10, and he's forced out by safety Von Bell around the 16.
Duran Grant almost had him wrapped up right near the line of scrimmage. Cooper's able to break out of that tackle. Then the secondary, the safety buddies got there and knocked him out of bounds for a 6-yard gain.
Put the ball at the 16 of Alabama to make it 2nd and 4 after that game of 6. Christian Jones, the kick returner, will turn to the lineup. He will come wide to the right with Amari Cooper and DeAndrew White. Derrick Henry to the left of his quarterback. Blake Sims is in a shotgun. 2nd and 4, Alabama at their own 16. Now Henry flip-flops to the right of his quarterback. Sims with the ball, screens it right side to DeAndrew White, who's going to be grabbed and stopped right around the 17 by linebacker Darren Lee, who was not pulled at all on that screen pass.
Darren Lee took one step. What they're doing, he went over the guy that was trying to block him, just obliterated him, and then came up with a tackle as he wrapped the receiver up right around the legs.
Makes it 3rd and 3, Alabama at their 18-yard line. Charleston Fowler comes in at fullback for the Crimson Tide. They'll break the huddle around their quarterback, Blake Sims. Andrew White comes wide to the right. Fowler goes off the line to the left. There's kind of a I formation to the right of the quarterback. Now the tight end will motion to the left. Snap to Blake Sims. He's at the 10 looking to throw. Fires up the field, and it is dropped at the 26-yard line by DeAndrew White. He had coverage put on by corner Duran Grant, but he bobbled it incomplete. 4th down for the Crimson Tide.
Now they'll send their punter on, who's averaging 59.7 per punt. So, Jalen, you better back up another extra 10 just in case.
53% of his punts have landed inside the opponent's 20. That's the best in the nation, Jim.
Yeah, he's got a foot on him, and he's only a freshman, so outstanding player. But nice job by the Buckeye defense there.
J.K. Scott is at his 3. 2nd-team All-American, 1st-team SEC. Jalen Marshall at the Ohio State 34 to await the ball. Waist-high snap, punt hit from the 8-yard line by Scott. Jalen Marshall backing up, waves for, and makes a fair catch at his own 22-yard line. 1:32 on the 2nd quarter clock. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth.
1:32 left in the half. Alabama a 21-13 lead, but Ohio State with the football at their own 23-yard line.
Take care of the football here. Ohio State, that's been their only enemy, is turning the ball over, and it's usually been this area of the field, so take care of the football.
Noah Brown and Devin Smith wide to the right. Michael Thomas wide to the left for quarterback Cardale Jones, who's got Elliott behind him in a pistol set. Tight end Vanette motioning on the right side of the line. First down, Ohio State from their 23. Snap to Cardale Jones. Fakes the run. Sets to the 15. Flings it left side to Thomas at the 30. And he is dropped. No, out of a tackle to the 35 and taken down at the 38 of Alabama is Michael Thomas as he outfought one of the defenders, Jonathan Allen. And it was Ashawn Robinson who finally brought him down, and Michael Thomas slow to get up.
Landon Collins, number 26, who was injured on that last series for Alabama, is back in the ballgame at safety.
Michael Thomas is squatted and seated. Now he is standing up. Makes you wonder if maybe he cramped a little bit.
I think you're right. I think it is a cramp.
Please reset the clock to 1:24. 1:24.
Well, it has been cooler than it usually is in New Orleans this time of year. And even in a dome stadium where humidity sometimes becomes a factor, it's not much humid here tonight. But a big catch by Michael Thomas, who outfought Cyrus Jones after first making the grab.
Picked up his 3rd catch of the evening for, 4th catch now for 34 yards.
And we've seen Michael Thomas do that, make a catch, fight off a defender, and get additional yards, Jim. Michigan State, I think Virginia Tech, he did that also.
Yeah, he did, but that was a big first down. I think it's just a cramp type situation. You know, Ohio State's had 285, is that right? 285 yards of total offense against his vaunted Alabama team. Been very balanced, 140 yards rushing, 145 passing, and they've had the ball for almost 17 minutes to about 11 minutes for Alabama, so maybe that's why he's a little bit cramping up.
Yeah, and think about it. 2 turnovers that'll lead to scores for the Crimson Tide.
Exactly.
2 possessions that Ohio State had to settle for field goals rather than TDs.
You know, I don't feel bad about our position right now, especially you just mentioned those mistakes we made, and we're still within a touchdown in this game.
Michael Thomas is going to be walked off the field. Ezekiel Elliott, Devin Smith, and Noah Brown will be flanked wide to the right. Nick Vanette and Corey Smith wide to the left. As Cardale Jones will be a shotgun by himself. First down Buckeyes at their own 37, trailing 21-13.
Barnes back at center.
Good news. 1:24 left in the half. Cardale Jones gets the snap. Drops back at his own 27. Looks, and he fires out on the right side. Caught. Corey Smith, 40 of Ohio State. Tripped up and stopped at his own 41 is receiver Corey Smith. He is stopped by safety Geno Smith.
Buckeyes just have 1 timeout left, so can't use any of those right now. They got to, not that they would.
No.
Got to hurry up and and gets in line.
2nd and 5 at their own 42. Empty backfield for Cardale Jones. He drops back to pass from the 34. Middle of the field throws. Caught by Nick Van Nett, who takes it to the Alabama 40, and that's where he is taken down, giving the Buckeyes a first down. Stopped by Landon Collins, safety.
Clock will stop until the change gets set. Buckeye offense is right near that line of scrimmage, ready to go.
Yeah, with 52 seconds left in the half. First down at Alabama's 40-yard line. Van Nett, who made the catch, goes wide to the right with Devin Smith. 2 others wide to the left. Crimson Tide late getting set on defense. Cardale Jones in a shotgun. Jones gets the quick snap, drops back near the 50 to pass. Jones looking, steps through the pocket, and Jones takes off running to the 35, to the 30 of Alabama. To the 20 goes Jones, barrels his way to the 14 and gets the first down. Cardale Jones, who gets the Buckeyes in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Buckeyes. He bowled over Landon Collins. And Ohio State first down to the Alabama 13. Snap to Jones, rolling right side. Jones looking, he's at the 20, and throws that ball out of bounds on the right side of the field with nobody open.
There is no foul for intentional grounding. The quarterback was outside.
Turn your mic off. We knew there shouldn't be a penalty with 19 seconds left in the second quarter.
Collins, man, he looked like he got hit by a truck, and, you know, Cardale 250 is maybe a mini pickup truck. He ran him right over.
At least an El Camino. So 2nd and 10.
Woody's old car, right?
Ohio State at the 13 of Alabama. Michael Thomas is wide to the right. Jalen Marshall comes wide to the left. Evan Spencer will slot on the right. There's some confusion on the Ohio State offense. Now Thomas will flip and come to the left. 19 seconds left in the half. 2nd and 10, Ohio State at the Alabama 13. And now Urban Meyer will take a timeout.
Timeout. Ohio State. They're second in the half. It'll be 30 seconds in length.
Well, we saw Cardale Jones in the Illinois game not only make a few physical runs, but he blew up his former high school teammate, D'Angelo Bentley, on an interception that was negated because of a penalty. So we know he's not shy about playing physical football.
You know, we've seen Cardale run through people. We've seen him run over people. And jump over people. Like he hurdled, what was that? Maybe was that Maryland?
Maryland, I believe it was, Jim. But what a nice game by Cardale Jones as he just took on safety Landon Collins and blew right into his breastbone.
Got the 13 of 24 throwing the football right now for 168 yards through his first interception of the season in that second quarter.
Evan Spencer will go wide to the right. Michael Thomas, Jalen Marshall flank to the left. Ezekiel Elliott in the backfield to the right of Cardale Jones. 2nd and 10 Buckeyes at the Alabama 13. 19 seconds left second quarter. 21-13 Crimson Tide will lead. Marshall motions into the backfield. Snap to Jones. Hands it Marshall. And it's reverse. Ball is given to Spencer, who throws left corner of the end zone. Caught for a pass to Michael Thomas. The official signal touchdown. Evan Spencer with a touchdown pass to Michael Thomas. Evan Spencer with his first pass attempt in his career. And Ohio State gets 6 points thanks to some trickery. They trail 21-19.
Great job by the Buckeyes coming up with a play there, and it worked.
Now the play being reviewed.
Looks like he had 1 foot in bounds.
That would be the only question about it as we get a look at our TV monitor. And boy, that ball came down into the hands of Michael Thomas as he got behind cornerback Cyrus Jones. And we know that Urban Meyer...
Throwing a completed pass and touchdown is under review.
We know that Urban Meyer has great regard for Evan Spencer with all of the things he does. But what a throw by the senior receiver from Vernon Hills, Illinois.
Proud of that kid. He's worked, you know, he's maybe not had the best stats, just 14 receptions on the year, just 51 for his career, 7 TDs for his career. But how about that? Senior steps up. Coach Meyer often talked about him as being the MVP of this offense. And the replay looks like he got that left foot in.
It sure does, Jim. And, of course, the big key with any play under review is there enough evidence, indisputable evidence, to reverse it.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. Touchdown.
Now, that ball was given to Jalen Marshall, who went from left to right. He pitched it back to Spencer, coming from right to left. And Evan Spencer squared and threw. And Michael Thomas, who gained enough separation behind Cyrus Jones, catches his 9th scoring pass of the season. And Ohio State a PAT away from trailing by a point.
Michael caught that after having some cramp issues just a few plays earlier. Good to see him back out there making a fantastic play.
Bryce Haynes to snap. Cameron Johnston to put it down at the 10. And Sean Nurenberger to attempt the extra point. Freshman from Buckner, Kentucky. His kick for the PAT is up. and it is good. And with 12 seconds left, it is a 1-point game. Alabama has a 21-20 lead over Ohio State, and with that touchdown, that's another donation to the Alzheimer's Association, courtesy of Barbasol Shaving Cream, Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. And Jim, how about a shout out to offensive coordinator Tom Herman, who will become the head coach at Houston after this is all done, and with that call.
Yeah, what a great call by Tom Herman, dialing it up. And then, again, that's something you work at in practice probably 3 or 4 times a week. Usually, like on a Friday, well, usually the day before you play, which would have been a Wednesday, you practice those special type of plays, and Tom Herman dialed it up. When you dial it up, you better have confidence in it. He did. And certainly, Evan Spencer threw a beautiful ball at Michael Thomas. I mean, what can you say about his feet? He got that in by about a half inch.
And you know, with Jalen Marshall, Jim, being the guy that handled the ball at first, that's who you would have anticipated throwing something.
Exactly. That last drive by Ohio State, 6 plays, 77 yards, took 1:20 off the clock. At least 12 seconds left for Bama here. Ohio State, I'm sure, will try to kick this thing deep.
Well, while there are a lot of Buckeye fans about that play, probably the 2 happiest, Tim and Gilda Spencer, Evan's parents, who we saw a couple days ago in the hotel lobby. Yep. Of course, Tim still, I believe, number 3 all-time Ohio State rushing.
That's their baby right there, Evan Spencer. Cole's their oldest son, but Evan's a baby of the family and made him proud.
Christian Jones, the deep returner. Kyle Clinton kicks it off for Ohio State, and it's a short kick. Jones runs up and fields it at the 18, moves to the middle of the field to the 25, and Ron Tanner will drop him at the 29. So with 6 seconds remaining in the half, Alabama will have the ball just shy of their own 30-yard line.
Yeah, it looks like Alabama just take a knee here. 6 seconds ago. Maybe they'll take a shot. I saw Nick Saban talking to Lane Kiffin right there on the sideline. So,
and you know, Lane Kiffin, the former head coach at Tennessee, he recruited Blake Sims to come to Knoxville, and when Lane Kiffin bolted for Southern Cal, Blake Sims decided not to go to Tennessee and come to Alabama, and that's why they have such a good relationship.
Now they're back together again. That's college football for you, huh?
Yeah, and it looks like, Jim, Alabama
take a knee.
Take the snap and take a knee as Blake Sims gets under his center, takes the knee, and that'll end the first half. And Ohio State, who created their own problems, they created some big noise to end the half. Alabama has a 21-20 lead over Ohio State here at the half. Coming up next, our Cleveland Clinic halftime report. Skip Moss.
AT&T brings us inside the headset as we head down to Holly Rowe.
Well, Coach Saban, what do you have to change to account for Cardale Jones, their quarterback, as a runner?
Well, I'm not worried about the runner. I'm worried about third down. I mean, they've converted every third down except maybe one. And, you know, we had them 3 3rd and 10s, and they still converted each one. And we're not executing on defense. We're making a lot of mental errors and letting people go and not covering people properly. So we just got to finish. We had to do a better job in pass rush lane so he doesn't scramble. So, you know, it's just how we're executing.
All right. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Well, 70% for Ohio State on their third down conversions as they're only down 1 point at halftime. Coming up on the Buick halftime report, John and Mayday and Lou and Tim Tebow will all be along with you for first half analysis, update on Oregon, and a lot more. We're at halftime of a great All-State Sugar Bowl. 1 point Alabama lead.
Now you can get 30 gigs of data on 2 to 10 lines starting at $160 a month. Everybody wins.
He's superstitious. On game day, you cannot say W-I-N.
Wait, win?
So 30 gigs, that sounds like a lot.
That's like 140 hours of video streaming.
Wow, that sounds like a win-win.
What about a word like winter?
Yeah, winter's fine. It's just win. Ugh.
Switch now and get 30 gigs of data starting at $160 a month.
There are no accidental champions. You can't hope your way to victory. And titles aren't won at the end of the season. They're won in the off-season. Northwestern Mutual Financial Advisors know that when you have a game plan and the discipline to work for it every day, you cannot lose. You will not lose. Start your financial planning with Northwestern Mutual and start your financial success. You and Northwestern Mutual. Stronger together.
The college football playoff system I invented, quite simple. The 4 best teams play each other, okay? Sandwich State wins. Dr. Pepper University defeats Banana Tech. Overrated. All right, now these 2 teams play in the national championship. The winner of that game, naturally Dr. Pepper, gets crowned the first true #1 in the history of college football. That clear, Jesse?
Crystal, Larry.
Enjoy your lunch. That sandwich is a loser.
I want to propose a toast to happy ever after.
What exactly do you do?
I provide best man services for guys like yourself. Damn it, white people. NAS, and we won't get caught.
What?
NAS, nod and smile.
Who are you, really?
The wedding ringer. I think I'm in over my head.
You telling me this now?
I gotta go, buddy.
No, I'm messing with you. Stop.
Ring the bell, rookie.
Okay, bring him back down to the trot.
This is my business.
I started it.
I believe in it.
I know and grow it.
I live it and breathe it. I put my heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears into it.
I run on QuickBooks. That's how I own it.
Fans use signs to identify themselves. The chop. The fork. The O. Hook 'em horns. But there's one sign everyone wants to be identified with. Number 1. Fans show their loyalty in all kinds of ways. Ours just buy another Hyundai. Number 1 in customer loyalty 5 years in a row. Show your loyalty using the hashtag #ThisIsLoyalty.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Buick Halftime Report from New Orleans, Louisiana. A terrific first half. The Ohio State Buckeyes, a little trickeration here as Evan Spitzer goes to Thomas, the wide receiver, tossing it and pulling the Buckeyes to within 1 at 21-20. And welcome inside the Mercedes-Benz Superdome. In New Orleans, I'm John Saunders. I'm joined by Tim Tebow to my right, to Lou Holtz and Mark May. And gentlemen, very interesting because we expected the turnovers. We're going to tell the story again in this game like it did in the first game. It doesn't, because at the end, the Ohio State Buckeyes are able to get that touchdown. What does this mean as a coach now going into the locker room? How's that set you up for the second half?
Well, the last 5 minutes of the first half and the first 5 minutes of the second half are critical. But how do you outgain somebody by 215 yards and be 1 point behind? Have the other punter average 60 yards a punt on 4 punts, be inside the red zone and not score, don't play good red zone defense. All of a sudden, you got all kinds of yards, but you're behind.
Well, Ohio State's outplayed Alabama in the first half. That's key. But the key is momentum going into the locker room. That last play was huge momentum swing for Ohio State to take it into the locker room.
I completely agree with you. Coach Meyer has preached the last 3 weeks that this Alabama team is not invincible. We can play with them, and we can beat them. And what that Ohio State team is saying in the locker room, look, we did it. We outgained them. We outplayed them. We gave away 2 turnovers, and we're only down 1 point.
They have to be sure they don't beat themselves by turning the ball over, and the red zone defense the whole year has not been championship caliber, but Ohio State has proved they belong here, Mr. May.
Protect the football must be the story in the second half for both Alabama and for Ohio State, because quite simply, as we saw in the first game, that changes everything.
This halftime report is presented by Buick. Experience the new Buick during the Buick Holiday Sales Event.
Looks like the Garcia's got a new car.
What'd they get?
I don't know, but it's pretty nice. Maybe he got a raise.
Good for him.
Good for her.
The expectation-shattering Buick Enclave.
During the Buick Holiday Event, make your best deal on an Enclave in stock the longest and get cash back for 20% of the MSRP. That's nearly $9,600 on this all-wheel drive 2015 Enclave. Hurry, this offer ends January 2nd.
Ohio State is saving lives every day. This is Ohio State.
We're the economic engine of the state, a major employer.
A student body driven to learn and contribute. We're on the forefront of cancer research. The educational core of Ohio.
Impacting tens of thousands daily.
Our alumni organization is nearly 500,000 worldwide.
This is Ohio State.
This is Ohio State. Ohio State.
This is the Ohio State University.
Allison Gabriel is now in college. Her journey began at the University of Alabama's RISE program. RISE's research influences early childhood education for children with and without special needs. Since 1974, more than 10,000 children have taken part in this environment of inclusion and acceptance.
Thanks to RISE, more children like Allison have the opportunity to achieve their dreams, whatever they may be. The University of Alabama, the capstone of higher education.
The Board of Governors of the Augusta National Golf Club cordially invites you to participate in the 2015 Masters Tournament, to be held at Augusta, Georgia. The Masters, coming in April to ESPN.
When the confetti settles, who's in the history books? The National Championship, Monday, January 12th on ESPN.
If you're Salt and Pepper, you tell people to push it.
Push it real good.
It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
I'm pushing it real good.
Archer, the new season premieres Thursday, January 8th, only on FX.
Hi, can you open the razor case, please?
Photo ID.
I'm just grabbing some razors.
Grabbing? Put your index finger in there, sir, please.
I just need to get in a case.
Why do you need to get in the case so bad?
So I can buy some razors?
It's almost like they don't want you to buy their razors. Well, I want you to buy mine. DollarShaveClub.com delivers amazing razors for just a few bucks.
On January 12th, see the exclusive trailer premiere for Marvel's Avengers: Age of Ultron.
The first college football playoffs starting today. Saturday, the NFL playoffs for this season begin here in Charlotte. Mike Tirico, John Gruden will have the Panthers and the Cardinals on ESPN. John, it was a 3-8-1 Panther team that won its last 4 games to get in.
Yeah, Cam Newton is back. He's running, he's passing, and they are playing great defense right now at Carolina, led by 2 outstanding linebackers, Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis.
Arizona had a great start, but injuries. They're on their 3rd-string quarterback, Ryan Lindley. How can they win this game?
Well, they've got 2 receivers, Larry Fitzgerald on one side, Michael Floyd on the other. Both of them can make big plays. And last year, Arizona sacked Cam Newton 7 times, intercepted him 3 times. This will be a good one.
Arizona, Carolina begins the playoffs, 4:20 Eastern, Saturday on ESPN.
It's halftime. Mike, John, thanks a lot. Just recapping the Rose Bowl, the champions. Well, at least as far as the semifinal goes, the Oregon Ducks. They will go on to the college football playoff championship game. Jameis Winston came up short because of turnovers, and the Oregon Ducks will march on. Who will it be out of the All-State Sugar Bowl? Alabama and the Crimson Tide. Derrick Henry with 25 yards in this rush and a 21-20 halftime lead.
Back to the Buick Halftime Report.
I
Hi, I'm Jimmy Kimmel. At halftime of the Rose Bowl, I showed you some of the best signs you, the fans, hold up during College game day. And tonight, we bring you the best of the best, the 7 finest signs of 2014. Let's continue our countdown with number 7, which is Lane Kiffin wears shape-ups. At number 6, Gus Malzahn uses the shake weight. At number 5, I'm a ginger. Okay. Number 4 says sign, simply sign. Number 3, I'm too drunk to taste this chicken. Number 2, Gary Patterson ate my first sign. And the number 1 best fan sign of 2014, I stole everyone's corn dogs. I don't know what that means, but I love it. Congratulations to everyone who made the list, but it's not over yet. If you're coming to Texas for the championship game, you can compete to be Lord of the Poster Board. Bring your sign, add the hashtag LOTPB, and hold it up for all to see. I'll be there to judge, and if you have the greatest sign of all, I just might hand you the first ever Golden Sharpie Award live on ESPN. Enjoy the rest of the game. I'll see you in Texas.
All right, Jimmy, thanks a lot. Well, for 24 years, the All-State AFC Good Hands team has recognized the stewardship of student athletes on and off the playing field. And once again this year, All-State would like to continue that tradition of honoring those athletes and their volunteerism.
Since 1992, Allstate Insurance Company and the American Football Coaches Association have celebrated the Allstate AFCA Good Works team. With past recipients like Colt McCoy, Eli Manning, and Robert Griffin III, this is one of college football's most prestigious off-the-field honors. Tonight, we proudly honor the finest 22 student athletes committed to their schools, service to others on and off the field, and contributing to the greater good of their communities. Amherst College outside linebacker Chris Tomasi has made a significant impact in his community, serving as a mentor through the Big Brothers Big Sisters organization. He also founded CAC Giving Back, which collects and delivers non-perishables. University of Kentucky center and guard Max Godby partnered with Catholic Action Center, creating Bucks for Backpacks to help the needs of homeless men and women. An active member of Athletes in Action, he regularly visits young patients and their families at Children's of Alabama. University of Georgia wide receiver Chris Conley volunteers at organizations such as Samaritan's Feet, Camp Sunshine, and the Special Olympics, to name a few. Chris regularly speaks at UTA Day. Learn, play, excel. Fans voted University of Mississippi linebacker and defensive end Detarian Shackelford captain of this year's All-State AFCA Good Works team. He's a regular visitor at the Blair E. Batson Hospital for Children and the Graceland Care Center. As a pre-college counselor, he mentored a group of rising 10th graders for the Division of Outreach and Continuing Education at Ole Miss. In recognition of these countless good works, we congratulate all the 22 players of the 2014 All-State AFCA Good Works team.
And there on the field, your 2014 All-State AFCA Good Works team. Blake Sims with a little rollout here finds who else but Amari Cooper, part of the 21-20 lead at halftime. Stick around, second half coming up.
This halftime report is presented by Buick. Experience the new Buick during the Buick Holiday Sales Event.
It's the Buick.
Sir. Buick. Buick. Where's the Buick? Buick.
Buick.
The expectation-shattering Buick LaCrosse.
During the Buick Holiday Event, make your best deal on a LaCrosse in stock the longest and get cash back for 20% of the MSRP. That's nearly $8,000 on this 2015 LaCrosse. Hurry, this offer ends January 2nd.
Oh, I told you. Man, that kid is strong.
Yeah, but you can't underestimate mental strength.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you mean? What? Mental strength?
Doug, go in the kitchen and get me some edamame.
Get stronger. AT&T's network now has the nation's strongest LTE signal.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
The road to the championships begin with huge matchups in the wild card round.
This time of year, great players make your legacy.
ESPN Postseason NFL Countdown, Saturday at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. on ESPN.
There's only one spy to count on this year. Marvel's Agent Carter, 2-hour premiere Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Hut. When it comes to losing weight, everyone has a number. And if you want to get your performance back and feel great, do what I did. One call and I lost it all. 22 pounds gone.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Fast 5 Plus kit. Lose 5 pounds in your first week, plus 1 inch off your waist or your money back, guaranteed.
Nutrisystem has everything you need to feel better, look better, and perform better at any age, faster than ever before.
I haven't felt this good in years. Thank you, Nutrisystem. I lost 8 pounds in the first week.
Order your 28-day Nutrisystem plan right now, including Fast 5 Plus. Get 1 week of meals, plus 1 week of energizing shakes and Craving Crusher shakes, free. New food selections, new expert guides. Call now and lock in 2014 prices, and shipping is free.
Whether your number's 10 or 50, make the right call. Nutrisystem.
Call 888-605-SIZE now and lose your first 5 pounds fast.
1 pack of razors, please.
Comes to $19.65.
What? That's a lot.
Comes with a free gift.
Oh, that's cool.
Tired of getting beat up by high razor prices? DollarShaveClub.com ships amazing razors for just a few bucks.
You're here to buy a car. What would help is simply being able to recognize a fair price. TrueCar has pricing data on every make and model. So all you have to do is search for the car you want. There it is. Now you're an expert in less than a minute. This is TrueCar.
On the Sugar Bowl stage, the Buckeyes and the Tide attempt to take one step closer to ruling college football's brand new world.
It's big Derrick Henry rumbling down the sideline. Touchdown. They fake the pitch to him. Sims on a bootleg. Throws on the run. Touchdown, Amari Cooper. Just outside the 1. It's Yeldon again, and he'll walk in. Touchdown, Alabama. Elliott leads the way. Touchdown, Ohio State. That one puts him right back in business. End around, and now a pass coming up. Spencer to the end zone. Yes, touchdown. And we welcome you back to New Orleans and the All-State Sugar Bowl, the 81st edition of this classic, and it has been one. Inside the Mercedes-Benz Superdome, halftime, 21-20, Alabama by a point. Ohio State had touchdown drives of 71 and 77 yards in the first half. They had 2 other drives of over 70 yards that ended in field goals. They had a couple turnovers. Partner, we got a good one going on right now.
Yeah, and this game was teetering in the balance for Ohio State at 21-6. They settled down. They righted the ship. They started making some things happen. They ran 20 more plays than Alabama did in that first half, and right now we have a heck of a ball game.
Well, and Nick Saban told Holly, I think they converted every third down. They didn't, but they did go 7 out of 10, and that's more first downs given up in a half by Alabama than anybody all year long against them.
Zone and take a knee for Ohio State, so the 25-yard line is where the Buckeyes and Cardale Jones will start the third quarter. He threw his first ever career interception, Cardale Jones, but hopefully he has settled down on what was an 8-rush 60-yard first half that saw him go 13 for 24 and 168 yards.
No, overall for Cardale, I thought he played a heck of a half. You know, you can understand the nervousness a little bit early in the game. Remember, it's only his second start. We kind of look at him as a seasoned pro, but this is his second start. He's played 7 quarters really effective football when you look at the last quarter of Michigan, but he's hanging in there and he's making plays and gaining more confidence as we go.
Jeff Hireman is in the lineup. He sets up on the left side of the line. 2 wide to the left, single flanker to the right. Jones in a shotgun. Gets the snap, fakes a handoff, guns it up the right side of the field. Caught by Michael Thomas. And he is taken down right there at the 36 by corner Eddie Jackson to give Ohio State a first down on their first down play.
Little 5-yard route, and he cuts it in. Looks like he's going to run a slant off the line. He staggers it, stutters it, and comes up the field and picks up a first down. Michael Thomas having a heck of a game right now and picking up his 6th catch.
He comes wide to the left for Ohio State. First down Buckeyes at their own 36. Empty backfield for Cardale Jones. 2 wide to the left, 3 wide to the right. Third-year sophomore quarterback gets the snap, sets it as 28, throws to Michael Thomas, has it at his own 44, and that's where he's taken down by corner Cyrus Jones. Michael Thomas is.
Similar type play they ran the other side. This time they got him lined up to the left side. He does a nice job coming off the line of scrimmage, physical. Little contact with Cyrus Jones. Jones goes outside. Thomas goes inside, and Cardale delivers the ball. 2 for 2 to start the second half.
Noah Brown, Corey Smith come wide to the left for Ohio State. Single flanker is sent wide to the right. Evan Spencer. Elliott in the backfield to the right of Cardale Jones. 2nd and 2. Ohio State at their own 44. Give to Elliott, moving straight ahead. He gets to the 50-yard line, and that's where he will be taken down. Ezekiel Elliott by safety Geno Smith, gaining an Ohio State first down.
Ezekiel Elliott, that's just his 13th carry of the ball game. First half, he had 12 for 117 yards. I'd keep beating big number 15. He's having a heck of a ball game against Alabama.
They marked that at the Alabama 49. Elliott with his 8th 100-yard rushing game of the season, the 9th of his career, his 8th in the last 10 games. First and 10, Ohio State at the Alabama 49. The Buckeyes trail by a point early in the third quarter. Pistol formation with Elliott behind quarterback Jones. 2 wide to the left, single receiver to the right. Now Jones will get a play reestablished and reset himself in the shotgun. On first down to the Alabama 49. Cardale Jones gets the snap, looks to toss it. Jones back, looking, floats that long down the left side for Corey Smith. Incomplete at the 10-yard line as Corey Smith had some pretty tight coverage put on by corner Cyrus Jones.
You know, it's a nice thrown ball, too, thrown by Cardale. It was right on the spot, right where he needed to be, but the coverage by Cyrus Jones was a little bit better. He's able to tip that ball away and defend it right at the end for an incomplete pass.
Second team All-SEC corner, a junior from Baltimore, so now 2nd and 10, Ohio State at the Alabama 49. Michael Thomas and Jalen Marshall will come wide to the left. Devin Smith goes wide to the right. Ezekiel Elliott in the backfield to the right of quarterback Cardale Jones. 21-20, Alabama leading in the third. Marshall motions into the backfield. Touch pass to Marshall, who sweeps right side to the 50. His helmet knocked off as he gets knocked down by linebacker Reggie Ragland at the Alabama 48.
The helmet came off the number 17.
So Jalen will have to leave, but fortunately he hung on to both his helmet and the ball, or his head and the ball.
Yeah, and he bounced right up after that hit put on by number 19, Reggie Ragland. Good hit, but better yet to see Jalen Marshall pop right up after that hit.
3rd and 8. Ohio State at the Alabama 47-yard line. Marshall has to leave, so Corey Smith in. Smith will go wide to the right with Elliott and Devin Smith. 2 receivers wide to the left. Cardale Jones in the backfield by himself. 3rd and 8. Ohio State at the Alabama 47. Jones to pull the trigger. Looks and he fires long. Down the right side going Devin Smith. Got it at the 5 and into the end zone. Touchdown. It's Jones to Smith to pay off once again.
We got flags on the field.
Back near where Cardale Jones threw the football. But down the right sideline, he finds Devin Smith for a touchdown.
Personal foul, face mask, defense number 47. That's 16-yard penalty. Will be enforced on the kickoff.
Ring it up for Ohio State. 12-gauge Cardale Jones finds the speedster Devin Smith down the right sideline, and the Buckeyes have a 26-21 lead.
What a play by Ohio State. Now they're 8 of 11 on third down conversions. That was about a 3rd and 7. But they find Devin 101. He gets behind the quarterback. The quarterback falls down, and all Devin has to do is bring in the catch and trot in the end zone. What a play by the Buckeyes. What a way to start this third quarter.
47 yards to pay dirt. On is Sean Nurenberger to attempt the extra point. Bryce Haynes will snap it. Cameron Johnston spots it. And the kick for Nurenberger is up, and it is good. 47 yards. Cardale Jones to Devin Smith. 12:44 here in the third quarter. And Ohio State has a 27-21 lead with that touchdown. That's another donation to the Alzheimer's Association, courtesy of Barbasol Shaving Cream. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Jim, that almost looked like the touchdown against Wisconsin.
It sure did. Same type of design, and the same type of thing. Just Devin Smith streaking down Ohio State sideline and pulling it in. Let's go down the sidelines to MBZ, Marty Bannister.
And keep in mind, gentlemen, when Devin Smith catches a touchdown pass, Ohio State is 22-0 under Urban Meyer. And also remember as well, too, Jones to Smith may sound ordinary, but Smith has been anything but when he catches a touchdown pass. 28 of his 30 career touchdown passes have been for 10 or more yards, including that one right there, the 47-yard scoring strike, and the Buckeyes have taken lead. A lot of momentum right now. It's almost back to where it was at the start of the game for Ohio State.
You mentioned, Marty, 30 career touchdowns for Devin Smith. That is his 12th of the season. He is number 2 all-time in Ohio State history.
David Boston sitting there at number 1 with 34. that last drive by Ohio State, 6th play, 75 yards, took 2:16 off the clock. The Buckeyes have had 3 TDs on their last 3 drives, 21 unanswered points by Ohio State. And the defense, let's see if they can pick up where they left off. They had a big 3 and out there at the end of that second quarter to allow Ohio State's offense time to get on the field to put something in. So let's see if they can put this together.
6th touchdown pass of the season for Cardale Jones. And the second by Ohio State tonight. Evan Spencer threw the first one. The kickoff comes from the 50 because of the penalty, and it's a short kick that'll be fielded by Christian Jones at the 11. He moves left side and goes down at the 19, where Curtis Samuel was over there to force Christian Jones down.
Well, nice decision there by Ohio State, obviously with that extra field position.
Force the return.
Yeah, you got to force the return. You got to kind of punch it up and see what your defense get down, your coverage team get down there and make a play, and Ohio State was able to do that.
So Alabama with the football for the first time here in the third quarter, trailing for the first time since it was 3-0. Ohio State's lead is 27-21. It'll be 1st and 10 Alabama with the ball at their own 19-yard line. Blake Sims, the quarterback, sets up in a pistol formation with tailback T.J. Yeldon behind him. Amari Cooper is wide to the right. Now Sims is under center. They've got their back stacked in an I. Sims fakes the handoff, sets it as 10. He's flushed up straight through the pocket and runs it himself to the 20, 25, 30-yard line, and he'll be taken down just past the 35. Football fumbled at the end of the play, but they blew it dead. The play made by Adolphus Washington and Duran Graham.
Williams, runner was down. First down.
Big run by Blake Sims to get the first down.
Boy, we have an opportunity there. Michael Bennett, number 53, wearing number 53 in this game. Oh, they're good and ready to go. Hurry up their tempo now.
First down from their own 37. Sims under center. He hands it to T.J. Yeldon, sweeping it to the left side. Yeldon to the 40, and he'll be dragged out of bounds at his own 44 by linebacker Joshua Perry.
Buckeye defense got caught sleeping a little bit. Didn't expect Alabama to come up to that line of scrimmage and run a play. And they picked up about 8 yards or 9 yards. Being surprised there.
So second down, Crimson Tide at their own 45-yard line. DeAndrew White is flanked to the right. Fullback Charleston Fowler will go wide to the left. Sims in a shotgun, Yeldon to his right. Amari Cooper is also wide to the right. Snap to Sims, who rolls to the right. Sims is hit and dropped. Aaron Lee, linebacker, pounds him to the ground at the 38-yard line.
Sims saw him come out of the corner of his eye, and he fell down. He didn't want to take the big hit from number 43, Aaron Lee, picking up the first sack of the ball game for Ohio State.
And that's a sack of groceries and 100 meals to the Mid-Ohio Food Bank from Kroger with their sack for a sack program, which makes it 3rd and 8, Alabama at their own 39. Amari Cooper goes wide to the left. Fowler slot to the left. Sims in a shotgun with Yeldon to his left. Sims gets the snap. Back to throw from his 30. Sims in trouble, and Sims is going to be sacked by Michael Bennett at the 30-yard line. Senior defensive lineman from Centerville High School in Dayton gets his 7th sack of the year, Michael Bennett. And it'll force Alabama to punt.
Well, after Alabama made about 20 yards on that Blake Sims rush to get it outside the 40-yard line, 2 sacks. Took them backwards. They're going to be punting again. Ohio State's defense has done an outstanding job forcing now Alabama to punt for the 5th time.
And the Buckeyes will have no returner back. J.K. Scott is out there to punt on 4th and 17 from their own 30. Everybody else just about on the line of scrimmage. And Scott has unleashed some beautiful kicks. Hits this from his 20 under severe duress. That ball will spin in the air. It's going to come down and then bounce, roll inside the 20, roll inside the 10. It's going to roll to the 5, and that's where Alabama will down it. So Ohio State will start this possession from their own 5 with 10:38 to play, third quarter. Timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic with a score 27-21. Ohio State leading Alabama. You're listening to the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
See R&W Motorsports in Wheelersburg for all your ATV parts and service, plus street and trail bikes. Call 876-9141. If you need a special part, R&W Motorsports can order it and have it for you the very next day. You'll find riding apparel, helmets, gloves, T-shirts, and jackets. Get your motorcycle or ATV ready for the riding months ahead. Give R&W Motorsports a call at 876-9141 in Wheelersburg. SONC Sports Motion is a premier sports medicine program offering a unique multidisciplinary approach to your health issues. At SOMC Sports Motion, they offer a scientific approach to the full continuum of care, from prevention and performance improvement all the way through an injury treatment and rehabilitation. Their physicians and providers are actively involved in sports coverage in the community. Their sideline and team physician responsibilities include several area high schools. They stand out by tailoring their program to each school, team, individual athlete, or weekend warrior. Their goal is to get you back into motion. For more information, call 740-356-7438.
Here in Ohio, there's no university more respected than Ohio State University. It stood for academic excellence for over 100 years. And here in our community, few names are more respected than the name McKinley. And with good reason. The McKinley Funeral Home has been serving the needs of families since 1937. Should you need them, they'll be here to serve you. The McKinley Funeral Home on Route 23 in Lucasville. A name to remember should the need arise. The McKinley Funeral Home.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth. You're listening to the hometown voice of the Buckeyes. WNXT Portsmouth. WZZZ FM Portsmouth.
Third quarter here at the Sugar Bowl, 27-21. Ohio State ahead of Alabama. Ohio State football brought to you in part by Motorist Insurance for auto, home, business, and life. Motorist Insurance, you know us. Down on the field to Marty F. Bannister.
Thank you very much, Paul. Jim Lachey talked about mentioning a conversation he had with Tom Herman at the half. The neat thing about the week, about this bowl practice for Tom Herman, remember, he's been named the head coach in Houston. You talked about it at the top of the broadcast. The offensive players have said they've seen no difference in Tom Herman. He's been able to juggle both jobs and has Ohio State right now with the offense really clicking.
And the offense takes over. 1st and 10 at their own 5 after another outstanding punt by J.K. Scott. Cardale Jones in a shotgun. Gets the snap. Hands to Ezekiel Elliott, who takes it straight ahead and fights his way maybe to the 9 as Ezekiel Elliott started from behind his quarterback in the end zone. He gets taken down going right up the middle of the field, and as they get everybody separated, the stop made by end Jerron Reed.
Yeah, again, Ezekiel Elliott really working those legs hard. It looked like maybe a 1-yard gain, but he kept driving those feet, pounding them, and picked up 4 on that one.
To make it 2nd and 6, Buckeyes at the 9. Michael Thomas goes wide to the right. Elliott, Devin Smith, and Jalen Marshall wide to the left, leaving Cardale Jones alone in the backfield. There's a tight end in the slot to the right. Elliott motions back into the backfield. Snap to Cardale Jones. Feeds Elliott. No, Jones keeps it. Goes straight ahead. Spills past the 10. Pile moves to the 15, and it comes to an end right around the 15. The stop is made by Davlin Thompson, lineman, and it's a first down.
Nice job on his own read. He decided to keep it that time. And Cardale, again, at 250 pounds, does a nice job getting his pads low and moving a pile and running over people. And he did that. He fought to get those extra 2 yards. That's what he needed to pick up that first down.
Devin Smith wide to the right. Jalen Marshall, Michael Thomas, and Nick Vanette off the line. Left side. Cardale Jones in a shotgun. Now Marshall and Vanette will flip to the right. 1st and 10, Ohio State at their own 15, leading 27-21 in the third quarter. Jones gets the snap out of the shotgun. Hands it Elliott, sweeping right side of the 15, turns it to the 20, and goes down just a tad past the 20. Ezekiel Elliott, as he turned it up the right side, and he gets brought down by an Alabama defender who we can't find. It is Geno Smith, safety.
7 yards in that carry. You'll take that anytime you can get it on first down. Second down becomes very manageable. All the plays in your playbook are wide open right now. Look for Ohio State to maybe take a shot down the field.
Yes, so because of that, Jim, it's 2nd and 3. Buckeyes to their own 22 with just under 9 to play third quarter. 3 receivers wide to the left. Elliott in the backfield to the left of sophomore quarterback Cardale Jones. 27-21 Ohio State leading. 2nd and 3 Buckeyes to their own 22. Jones in the shotgun with a snap. Tosses left side quickly, and that's almost intercepted as Cyrus Jones stepped in front of Michael Thomas, and he nearly picked that one to take it to the house.
Boy, it's like he was reading that call, wasn't it? I mean, Cardale was making hand signals over to that left side of the formation, his 3-receiver side, and it was almost like Cyrus was picking up those signals, knew exactly what he wanted to do, because he jumped the ball almost before our receiver did. So we took our shot. We better go back to Ezekiel Elliott now.
He went between Cyrus Jones, the corner, between Devin Smith and Michael Thomas. 3rd and 3, Ohio State at their own 22. Nick Vanette will come wide to the left with Michael Thomas. 3 receivers wide to the right. Now one of them, Elliott, motions in the backfield. Cardale Jones in a shotgun. 3rd and 3, Ohio State at their own 22. Jones keeps it himself, runs it straight ahead, lugs it to the 30, pushes his way to the 34, and gains the first down. Cardale Jones, as he busts into safety, Landon Collins First down for Cardale Jones.
Nice job by Pat Elflein working on Dixon. He had to kick him out. He pulled from his right guard position to the left. He had to kick out number 47. Didn't get a great piece of him, but he got enough, allowing Cardale to come underneath to pick up that first down for Ohio State.
Spencer, Marshall, and Elliott wide right. Vanette and Thomas wide left for Ohio State, and third-year sophomore Cardale Jones from Cleveland Glenville at quarterback. First down Buckeyes at their own 34. Snap to Jones. Drops it as 25 to pass. Sends it up the right side. Caught at the 40-yard line. And Evan Spencer dropped at the 41 by corner Eddie Jackson.
Looks like we might have a Alabama. No, he's fine.
Moving a little slow.
Yeah.
I think that was Ashawn Robinson.
Number 86, a big nose guard. Defensive tackle for Alabama.
They've had to run a lot, those linemen, Jim.
They sure have. They haven't substituted as much. You know, we've seen maybe in the past, you've seen them roll defensive linemen a little bit more. I haven't seen that by Alabama as much. Maybe they want to keep their best out there.
2nd and 3. Ohio State at their own 41, under 8 to play third quarter. Snap to Jones. Jones hands it Elliott, moving straight ahead, and he'll maybe gain the 43 on his own side of the field. Ezekiel Elliott. Jonathan Allen, one of the defensive linemen, down there near the bottom of the pile to bring Elliott down.
Buckeyes coming up to a third down situation. This one very manageable. 3rd and 2. 9 of 12, 75% on third down.
And they set quickly. 3rd and 2 at their own 42. Give will coming to the left side, and it's Noah Brown who's knocked out of bounds right at about the 38. He was wide to the right, came around to the left, and linebacker Reggie Ragland made the play.
Yeah, he tried to make something outside and get it to a player that really hadn't carried the ball. I think that's his first carry. Noah Brown's had 1 reception on the year. They tried to go to the freshman here to make a play outside, but he just could not turn the corner.
And they lined him up in the backfield, so now 4th down as Christian Jones for Alabama is back to await Cameron Johnston's punt.
Just our 2nd punt of the ballgame.
Honorable mention all Big Ten, sophomore from Australia, Cameron Johnston. He set Big Ten title game records for average and his career-long punt of 73. 6:44 and counting third quarter. Ohio State leads at 27-21. Johnston, rugby punt, rolls and hits it running up the right side. Christian Jones will let it hit behind him. It checks up at the 5, and Devin Smith will get it down. Did they get it down at the 1?
Yep.
As Devin Smith chased it down there along, I believe, with Corey Smith. And Ohio State got it down to Alabama 1 with 6:31 to play third quarter. Timeout on the field. Tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic with a score 27-21. Ohio State ahead of Alabama. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
At Chesapeake Energy, we believe the responsible development of energy demands a dedication to continuous improvement, to earning confidence. That's why everywhere we live and work, we're taking best practices and finding new ways to make them better. We're ensuring safety in our operations, reducing our environmental footprint for today and for the next generation, leading a responsible energy future. Chesapeake Energy, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace. Julian with Safelite Auto Glass.
So you think all auto glass companies are the same? Only America's largest gives you the reliability of the Safelite Advantage. It's what makes us different, with over 5,000 mobile glass shops in all 50 states. So we're always nearby. Safelite is also a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Make the safe choice.
Just ask your insurance company for Safelite or call 800-800-2727 or go to safelite.com.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
Football fans, be sure to tune into OSU basketball this season, where Buckeye Corner is making sure you score major savings when the Buckeyes score 70 points in a home game. When they do, stop by any Buckeye Corner or Team Shop location following the home games for your 20% savings. 6:31 to play third quarter here at the Sugar Bowl. 27-21, Ohio State ahead of Alabama. This after the Crimson Tide in this football game had taken a 21-6 lead early in the second quarter.
Yeah, the Buckeyes have really fought back, kind of hung in there after giving Alabama the ball in short fields. And Alabama, of course, a good team. They're going to take advantage of it. Ohio State has yet to get a turnover in this game. It's about time. They're +9 in the turnover margin for the year. Right now, they're -2 on the night.
Well, that punting combination of Cameron Johnston and Devin Smith paid off on this last play before the timeout. Cameron Johnston rolled to the right, unleashed a rugby punt, and Devin Smith and Corey Smith, no relation as best we know, they were down there to cover that up and down it at the 1.
How about these punters' averages? I talked about in the pregame, we got some great punters. Johnston's averaging, he's got 2 punts for a 58.5. And Scott's got 5 punts for a 60-yard average.
Crazy, isn't it?
His long is 73. That's a career long for him because his career long coming in was 70 prior to that. But, yeah, those numbers are man, what you see in Nintendo or something, you know? Xbox.
They love punting indoors.
Yeah,
don't they,
right.
Jim? Remember when
Coach Tressel always said they'd kick their legs out.
Yeah, when the Buckeyes would go to the Metrodome to play Minnesota, the kickers and punters would be worn out trying to hit the roof.
Can't hit this rough.
No.
There's no way.
Alabama and quarterback Blake Sims will have the ball at their own 1-yard line. 27-21 Ohio State's lead. Out of the huddle, Andrew White will go off to the left side of the formation. Yeldon, single setback. Blake Sims under a center. Ryan Kelly out of Westchester, Ohio. Sims barks out the call. Gets the snap. He'll hand it to Yeldon running straight ahead, and he's cut down at about the 3. Linebacker Darren Lee knifed in there to make the quick stop.
Boy, he's got quickness, doesn't he? He's got instinct. He reads it. You know, again, I think that's from his quarterback background. He understands what offenses are trying to do. Now, as a defensive player, he can read blocking schemes, read assignments, and then just find the opportunity. And he's got a lot of God-given talent. He's playing some of his best football this year. 2nd and 8, Alabama at their own 3. Amari Cooper and DeAndrew White will go both wide to the left. Blake Sims is going to line up in a pistol formation with Yeldon behind him at tailback. 2nd and 8, Alabama at their own 3. Sims hands it off Yeldon, running straight ahead to the 5, taken down at the 10 and gains the first down. Linebacker Darren Lee with a stop of the junior from Daphne, Alabama. T.J. Yeldon, number 4 career rushing at Bama, gets the first down. Again, he was a little bit nicked up coming to this ball game, so they haven't really got a full use out of T.J. They're kind of spotting him with Derrick Henry. Henry's obviously getting the majority of those snaps, but it shows you, what kind of depth they have on this team. They got 2 great backs here, and Yeldon shows you what he can do. I'm glad that he's kind of nicked up a little bit, to be honest with you. Derrick Henry back in now. He's the deep man in an offset eye. 1st and 10, Alabama at their own 12. Ohio State leads at 27-21 in the 3rd quarter. Blake Sims will pitch at Henry, sweeping it to the left side. Henry to the 10, to the 15, to the 20 behind blockers, to the 30, and safety Von Bell will force him out at the Alabama 35. Derrick Henry, sophomore from Yulee, Florida, with a big run for the first down. Well, they had 2 offensive linemen. They had Falston, number 45, the big old fullback out there, or Fowler, big fullback out there doing a nice job blocking out front. And Ohio State, we had Darren Lee that time, got caught up in traffic, could not get outside to the edge, and there's a nice running lane for Derrick Henry on that one. They spotted at the Alabama 33. Amari Cooper will go off the line to the left. Fullback Fowler, wingback to the left. Henry alone in the backfield. Now Fowler motioning to the right. Blake Sims, quarterback under center, takes the handoff, looks to throw. Short toss complete to the fullback Fowler at the 34. He's going to be piled up and stopped around the 37-yard line. Linebacker Curtis Grant helped come in and finish a play that was started by safety Tyvis Powell. Well, this drive started on their 1-yard line, and now they're all the way out to about the 36-yard line. So Ohio State defense, they're playing awful well. Got to find a way to slow down Alabama here. Less than 4.5 to play 3rd quarter. 2nd and 4, Crimson Tide at their own 37. Buckeyes lead at 27-21. Blake Sims in a shotgun, gets the snap, hands it to Henry, who's grabbed by Adolphus Washington, defensive lineman, and he stops him right at the 36. Well, we come up to a 3rd down situation for Alabama. Right now, Alabama's 1 of 7 on 3rd down conversion. We haven't called Joey Bosa's name too much. He's an All-American. Time for an All-American to step up and make a play here. I think he's drawn a lot of attention, Jim. Fight through it. 3:55 and counting in the 3rd quarter. Amari Cooper goes wide to the left, coming wide to the right, DeAndrew White. T.J. Yeldon in the backfield to the left of his quarterback, Blake Sims. Slot right is fullback Fowler. 3rd and 7, Alabama from their own 36. Now more movement by the backs. Fowler shifts to the left. Yeldon goes to the right of his quarterback. Now Fowler back into the backfield. Sims out of the shotgun, gets the snap, sets it as 28, throws upfield, intercepted at the 40 by Ohio State. Up the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, and it's going to be an Ohio State touchdown by Steve Miller. Defensive end picked it off and raced up the right sideline. Senior from Canton McKinley High School gives Ohio State their 6th defensive touchdown of the year. 33-21 Buckeyes. Well, we were just talking about turnovers, Paul, and yes. Buckeyes came up with a big one there. Steve Miller on 3rd down. Zone blitz. He drops back to defensive end. Blake Sims doesn't even see him. And the big fella from Canton, Ohio, the home of pro football, comes through with a big play here in New Orleans in the Superdome. Looked like a tight end running down there with that number 88. So Ohio State's lead 33-21. Cameron Johnston on to attempt the extra point.
Bryce Haynes to snap it. Cameron Johnston to hold it for Sean Nurenberger to attempt it, and the kick by Nurenberger is up, and it is good. Steve Miller with a pick six, and with that touchdown, that's another donation to the Alzheimer's Association, courtesy of Barbasol Shaving Cream. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Timeout on the field, 3:21 left in the third quarter of tonight's broadcast, presented by Cleveland Clinic, with a score 34-21. Ohio State ahead of Alabama. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
Archie Griffin, Ohio State outstanding running back and football's only two-time Heisman Trophy winner, talks about going the distance for Motorists Insurance.
I'm here with Jim Lachey, All-American offensive guard at Ohio State, five-time All-Pro, and color analyst for Buckeye football.
You know, Archie, in my book, someone who goes the distance understands that every play is a big play.
Exactly the same attitude you want from your insurance agent, right?
4 quarters of all focus, no fumbles.
An independent motorist insurance agent lives and works in your hometown. Someone who's right there, not just a voice from a phone bank 3 states away.
Need to make an auto or homeowner's claim? That's when you find out if your agent is really in the game. And Motorist has backed its agents for more than 80 years with a heritage of quality, integrity, and unparalleled service.
Talk to your independent motorist insurance agent or visit motorsgroup.com to find an agent in your neighborhood. Motorist Insurance for auto, home, business, and life. You know us.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast, presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
41-yard interception return for a touchdown by defensive end Steve Miller for Ohio State. The point after the Buckeyes have taken a 34-21 lead over Alabama, 3:21 left in the third. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes, WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth.
First career interception for defensive end Steve Miller. Ohio State's 6th defensive touchdown. The Buckeyes lead 34-21 over Bama here in the third. Marty Bannister.
And in Alabama's last 95 games, that's just the 108th time, guys, they've turned the football over. That's been one of the keys to their success under Nick Saban. And really what happened on that play, there was a lot of confusion for Alabama. Paul, you mentioned it. They were having trouble getting set. And when Sims dropped back to throw, he didn't see the Buckeye defenders dropping back in coverage, and abracadabra, Steve Miller picks the pass off and runs it back. I had to beat you to it at some point.
Just like a big old jet airliner, he ran down the right sideline. And we mentioned the confusion. We saw both Justin Fowler and T.J. Yeldon both kind of all out of sorts, Jim, motioning around their quarterback.
Yeah, they look like space cowboys.
Oh, there you go.
You guys started it. I just had to throw one in.
There you go.
No, it was what a play by Steve Miller. You're right. They couldn't get that set up right. And boy, as soon as that happened, Nick Saban had a nice talk with Lane Kiffin there about, what do you call him? Because I didn't call that, Coach.
Well, remember, that's the defensive end spot that everybody expected that the third game of the year would be manned by Noah Spence, who was first-team All-Conference last year, but Noah Spence no longer able to play football at Ohio State, and Steve Miller, both he and Rashad Frazier at the back half of the season really handled that position nicely.
We haven't seen Frazier at all in this game. I
saw more of him against Wisconsin.
He played well against Wisconsin.
Well, Christian Jones, the deep returner for Alabama, to await Kyle Clinton's kickoff. 34-21, the Buckeyes with a lead. And Kyle Clinton from the 35 will put it in the air. 3:21 to play third quarter. Christian Jones for Alabama fields it at the 4. Middle of the field 10. Returns to the 15. Oh, my goodness. He gets run over. And it was Corey Smith who ran over him like a dodge over a rooster. Wow.
Roadkill. Nice job by Corey Smith on special teams. That's his third tackle. The Buckeyes, again, playing with a lot of emotion right now. And obviously you get a defensive score like that, you're going to get a lot of emotion. They get a chance to do it again, and now it's time for Bosa to come up with a play.
3:16 to play third quarter. 34-21 Ohio State the lead. Alabama the ball as Blake Sims looks to bounce back after throwing his 8th interception of the year. Andrew White flanked wide to the right. Amari Cooper. Or White is to the left, Cooper wide to the right. Derrick Henry is a tailback. He's to the left of his senior quarterback, Blake Sims. 1st and 10 Alabama from their 16. Sims back at his 7 to pass. Throws it up the right sideline, and it is incomplete. Sailed it well over the head of Cooper at the 25, who was covered by corner Duran Graham.
Yeah, nowhere for that ball to go. Again, good coverage put on by the outside, but again, misdirection. Didn't like what he was seeing. He just threw that one out into the sideline, so it'll be 2nd and 10 for Bama.
Sims came into the game completing 64% of his passes for a school record 3,250 yards, but he was a quarterback that a lot of the Alabama fans had a lot of criticism for at the beginning of the year.
He just 11 of 17 in this ball game for 64 yards through about 3/4 of play.
2nd and 10. Alabama at their own 16. Michael Nicewander and Derrick Henry in the offset eye. 2 wideouts to the left. Blake Sims under center, fakes the handoff, sets up at his 7, throws up the left side, and the ball's caught at the 30-yard line. The receiver taken down. Amari Cooper at the 31 by corner Eli Apple. First down, Crimson Tide.
Cooper getting his 7th catch of the ball game, but the good thing about it, it hasn't been for a lot of yards. He's just had about 50 yards on those catches. He hasn't been able to get behind us for a big one. He has 1 touchdown, but not a big one. But that was a nice throw there by Blake Sims.
Adding to 115 catches coming into the game. First down, Crimson Tide from their own 31. Cooper is in the backfield. No, that's Henry, excuse me. Amari Cooper is wide to the right with another receiver. DeAndre White is flanked to the left. 1st and 10, Alabama at their 31 with 2:40 to play third quarter. Ohio State leads at 34-21. Blake Sims gets the snap out of the shotgun, sets up the throw, and it's complete to Henry, middle of the field, to his own 40. He'll get to the 45, moving right side to the 50. Derrick Henry to the Ohio State 40. He's loose to the 20 and taken down inside the 20 by safety Von Bell is Derrick Henry, making a big gain on a catch out of the backfield.
Yeah, they just ran a simple middle screen there, and it was a good play call by Lane Kiffin at Alabama. They ran a simple middle screen there. He was able to break a couple tackles, cut it out towards the Alabama sideline, and make a big play.
First down to the Ohio State 17 for Alabama. Blake Sims in a shotgun. He's got T.J. Yeldon in the backfield to his left. After that big gain by tailback Derrick Henry. DeAndre White is flanked to the right. Going to the left, Amari Cooper and Christian Jones. Blake Sims looks to the sideline for a play call change. Less than 2 to play third quarter. Sims reshuts in the shotgun. Yeldon to his right. And Sims is going to feed it to Yeldon. Started left, comes back to the right. He's at the 18, gets to the 15, to the 10, and he's forced out of bounds at the 10 by corner Duran Grant.
Has a 52-yard pass play that they had there to Derrick Henry. Again, just a simple screen pass that well executed by Alabama. That time Sims decides to take it and see if he can run and make some plays, and does a nice job, picks up 7 on that last carry.
To make it 2nd and 3, Alabama at the Ohio State 10. Blake Sims in the shotgun again. He's got T.J. Yeldon to his left in the backfield. And to give to Yeldon, curling around the right side to the 10, to the 5 behind a blocker, and he is forced out of bounds by linebacker Josh Perry right around the 5.
1st and goal now for Alabama.
Chains will move.
Chains will drop. Joey Bosa's coming off the field right now. Maybe a little bit tired.
So
Steve Miller, Adolphus Washington in, and Rasheed Frazier, we talked about,
is on the other side. So to be 1st and goal, Alabama at the Ohio State 5. DeAndre White flanked to the right. Wide to the left, Christian Jones and Amari Cooper. Tight end Vogler motion. Blake Sims in a shotgun. Gets the snap, looks to throw, tosses on the right side. Vogler incomplete as Tyvis Powell had him covered inside the 5, and Brian Vogler, the tight end, couldn't collect it.
Just 4 receptions on the year, 1 touchdown coming in this game. That time, as you said, a little bit too high for Vogler, and ends up incomplete pass. Down on the sideline to Marty Bannister.
Jim, you hit it right on the head. Joey Bosa looks like he's completely winded right now. He's down on a knee on the Buckeye sideline behind D-line coach Larry Johnson.
2nd and goal. Alabama at the Ohio State 5. 1:05 to play third quarter. Buckeyes lead at 34-21. Out of the huddle, Amari Cooper and Christian Jones wide to the left. Vogler and DeAndre White will come wide to the right. Fowler in the backfield to the right, to the left of quarterback Blake Sims. Gets the snap, Sims fakes the pass, takes off running straight ahead, and Sims into the end zone for the touchdown. 5-yard touchdown run for Alabama quarterback Blake Sims, his 7th rushing touchdown of the season. It is 34-27 Ohio State.
Boy, he had a big-time block by Fowler, number 45. He ended up getting a pancake on one of our defensive linemen. It looked like Rasheed Frazier inside there. He trapped him, and Sims was able to run up behind for the TD.
So on will be Adam Griffith to attempt the extra point. Cooper Bateman is the holder, and Cole Mazza is the long snapper. With 1 minute and 1 second remaining in the third quarter. And the kick for Griffiths for the point after is up, and he secures it. So with 1:01 to play third quarter, there is a timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic with a score 34-28. Ohio State ahead of Alabama. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
Today, you have more choices than ever for healthcare.
More ways to get better.
Even live better.
For many, the simple choice for care
is simply choosing the #1 care in Ohio.
It's why people have come to us at Cleveland Clinic for over 2 million same-day appointments.
And you can do the same today.
Make sure Cleveland Clinic is in your health care plan at clevelandclinic.org.
Cleveland Clinic. Every life deserves world-class care.
There's people who care where I'm going, and good friends who welcome me home. So get a full tank of freedom, try the American road. And with a full tank of freedom, ride your own highway, we'll take you wherever you go.
Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast, presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
5-yard touchdown run by Alabama quarterback Blake Sims makes it a 34-28 Ohio State lead over the Crimson Tide with 1 minute, 1 second to play in the third quarter. Marty Bannister.
We will see how the Alabama defensive line reacts now, guys. They've been sitting down for a while because of the turnover, the touchdown, and Ohio State with the ball prior to that, and then Alabama getting the ball back here. Those guys were winded big time when Ohio State was moving the ball down the field. I think Jim might have mentioned at one point, those guys, they were having a tough time getting their legs about them, and they were having trouble the way Ohio State's tempo offense was running against Alabama at that point. But they've been sitting for a while now, but the way this game has turned a little bit, it'll be interesting to see how well they play now when the Ohio State offense comes back on the field.
Well, it was a 21-20 Alabama lead at the half, but Ohio State's first possession to start the third quarter resulted in a 47-yard touchdown pass, Cardale Jones to Devin Smith, and then Steve Miller intercepted a Blake Sims pass and returned it 41 yards for a defensive touchdown. And that has brought us to this point, 34-28 Buckeyes over the Tide.
Their last drive by Alabama, 7 plays, covered 84 yards, 2:15 off the clock. So after Ohio State scored 28 unanswered points, Bama picks up 7 to make it a 6-point ball game. And you knew they were going to come back and make some plays. They had a nice long drive there, and obviously the big play was that 52-yard screen pass that went to Derrick Henry, the second-team tailback, who's playing like the first-teamer right now because he has been injured.
Well, Curtis Samuel and Evan Spencer will be the two returners for Ohio State. Evan Spencer with a touchdown pass to Michael Thomas at the end of the first half. A play that really seemed to kind of get things turned around for Ohio State. Well, Adam Griffiths will kick it off from left to right for Alabama. 34-28 Ohio State with the lead. Griffiths puts it in the air. Curtis Samuels for Ohio State will field it about 4 deep in the end zone and take a knee. So Ohio State will start this possession from their own 25-yard line. Cardale Jones has thrown for a touchdown. He's thrown an interception. He's also helped Ohio State running the ball.
Thrown for 243 yards, 18 of 31. Threw about 3/4 of play for Cardale, so only in his second start, not doing too bad.
Not bad at all. Oregon won the Rose Bowl, 59-20 over Florida State. So the winner of this game will meet the Ducks in the national championship game a week from Monday in suburban Dallas. Jalen Marshall, Corey Smith wide to the right, Devin Smith wide to the left. Cardale Jones in a shotgun. Elliott in the backfield with him. Marshall motions into the backfield, but Jones takes off running with the ball straight ahead. Jones to the 30, and that's where he will go down. Cardale Jones at the Ohio State 30. There was a lot of bumping and weaving and moving, but Denzel Duvall, linebacker, with a stop.
Boy, I don't have the stats, but Ohio State's done a nice job on first down. They haven't had too many negative plays, and they haven't had too many, second and longs. This one will be about a 2nd and 5 for Ohio State. Again, very manageable.
At their own 30-yard line with 35 seconds left in the third quarter. Single receiver to the right, 2 of them to the left. Cardale Jones in a shotgun with Elliott to his left in the backfield. 2nd and 5, Ohio State from their own 30. Jones gets the snap, hands it Elliott, who sweeps it right side behind blockers. He may get to the 31, but then is pushed behind the 30. Is Alabama's linebacker, Reggie Ragland. First team All-SEC was ready.
They're going to give him 2 yards, and that's probably going to be the last play of the third quarter as time is ticking off.
And with the third quarter about to come to an end here at the Superdome in New Orleans, Ohio State will start the fourth quarter with the ball 3rd and 3 from their own 32. And a timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic with the score 34-28 Ohio State ahead of Alabama. And you're listening to the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
See R&W Motorsports in Wheelersburg for all your ATV parts and service, plus street and trail bikes. Call 876-9141. If you need a special part, R&W Motorsports can order it and have it for you the very next day. You'll find riding apparel, helmets, gloves, T-shirts, and jackets. Get your motorcycle or ATV ready for the riding months ahead. Give R&W Motorsports a call at 876-9141 in Wheelersburg.
January 1st, things are going totally bizarre at Bizarre Home Fashions in Wheelersburg. You'll find candleberry candles, quilts, ruffled curtains, wood primitive items, designer handbags. Bizarre Home Fashions will give 30% off one item on New Year's Day only. Then through January 31st, get 25% off your entire purchase. Remember, they're your Willow Tree Platinum dealer. Whether a new home or an older one, let Bizarre Home Fashions make your house a home. Things are going totally bizarre in 2015 at Bizarre Home Fashions in Wheelersburg.
This new year, it's finally time to say no to smoking and say yes to vaping. G-Vapors is offering custom-made e-liquid flavoring, all made with food-grade products, giving you the taste and aroma you desire. Replace that tobacco smell with a scent of caramel popcorn or hot-baked apple pie. Forget standing out in the cold to smoke. Say adios to secondhand smoke and goodbye to yellow teeth and tobacco breath. Visit G-Vapors for the best e-liquid prices at one of two convenient locations. 1548 Gallia Street, Portsmouth, or 4863 Gallia Street, New Boston, across from Walmart. Say no to tobacco. Say yes to G-Vapors.
Say something. Scoreboard brought to you by Motorists Insurance. For auto, home, business, and life, Motorists Insurance, you know us. Finals from earlier today in the Outback Bowl, Wisconsin defeats Auburn in overtime, 34-31. Cotton Bowl, Michigan State, a big comeback. They knock off Baylor 42-41. In the Citrus, it was Missouri over Minnesota, 33-17. And as Paul just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, in the Rose Bowl, Oregon big over Florida State, 59-20. Ohio State 34, Alabama 28 as we head to the fourth with the voice of the Buckeyes, Paul Keels.
Thank you, Skip Mossick, the Grand Poobah of the Acme Oyster House in Bourbon Street. This evening's broadcast is presented by Ohio's #1 hospital, Cleveland Clinic. Same-day appointments are made available. And an important fourth quarter as Ohio State hangs on to a 34-28 lead over Alabama, hoping to get an invite to go to Dallas to go duck hunting.
You're exactly right, Paul. And this is a big third down right here. Talk about a big fourth quarter, big third down. I expect Alabama to sell out on this play. They want to stop Ohio State. They want to make them punt right here. Ohio State has a chance here to make some plays and keep the ball into this fourth quarter. But I think this is crucial right now.
Sure it is.
After scoring a touchdown, you want to kind of come back and answer.
3rd and 3, Ohio State at their own 32. We'll see Devin Smith, Jalen Marshall, and Ezekiel Elliott all go wide to the right. Receiver Corey Smith in the backfield. Now he'll motion wide to the left with tight end Nick Vanette, leaving quarterback Cardale Jones alone in the backfield. 3rd and 3, Buckeyes from their own 32. Now Elliott slips back into the backfield to the right of his quarterback. Snap to Cardale Jones, who looks from the 25 and takes off running. He's dropped for a loss at the 27-yard line, and a big play registered by defensive end Jonathan Allen for Alabama.
Yeah, I don't think he sold that long enough there. He really got back, and he didn't let that rush get by him. He kind of ran into the rush as it was coming into him, and again, just, call there you go with the quarterback draw, but ends up losing about 5 yards. And talk about a critical play. Alabama made that critical play. Now Cameron Johnson will have to punt it away for his 3rd time.
Christian Jones is back for Alabama at their 26-yard line. Johnston, a sophomore from Geelong, Australia, at his own 13 to await the snap from Bryce Haynes. Cameron Johnston gets the football. Rugby roll to the right, and he hits it from the 21. Puts it in the air where Christian Jones will wave for a fair catch and make it at his own 26. 14-11 on the fourth quarter clock. Alabama with the football. The Crimson Tide, who at one point led 21-6, had the ball trailing 34-28 with almost an entire quarter to play. And Ohio State trying to get what would be their first win ever in 4 games with Alabama. They lost in the Sugar Bowl here in 1978, lost in the Kickoff Classic in the 1980s, back in 86?
Yeah, 86.
And then lost in the 94 Citrus Bowl, a game that was delayed when a dog ran onto the field. Do you remember that, Skip? The dog ran on the field and held up the game. First down, Alabama. With the ball at their own 26-yard line.
No leashes, huh?
Apparently. Derrick Henry behind his quarterback in a shotgun, and Henry gets the handoff from Blake, runs it right side. Blake Sims, and Henry is taken down at his own 33 by linebacker Curtis Grant.
State defensive line did do a very good job getting off blocks here, kind of standing, holding up the offensive line, allowed Henry just to run by him there.
2nd and 3, Alabama at their own 33. They'll continue with that pistol formation. Henry with a give, running on a left angle, and he's cut down at the 35-yard line. We had a helmet came off Michael Bennett, who made the tackle, defensive lineman, and Michael Bennett's slow to get up. He made the stop. Now, you may not have been able to hear what they're saying, but that rule put in play a few years ago. When a player loses his helmet other than a personal foul, he has to leave for one play unless a timeout is taken.
They go ahead and give him that first down. So that was enough. And
it looked like he got kicked in the head by Henry as he was running past him. And Michael Bennett looks like he might be a little shaky.
A little woozy, maybe.
So Alabama, as you said, Jim, gets the first down with the ball placed at their 36-yard line. And the clock stopped for a moment. 13:44 left in the fourth quarter.
Donovan Munger, number 52, in the ball game.
DeAndre White and Amari Cooper wide to the right. Christian Jones flank to the left. Blake Sims in the shotgun. Sims keeps it. Now he throws the screen right side. And it's Cooper to the 40, to his own 45, and he is chased out at his own 45. Amari Cooper, he is forced out by Ohio State safety Von Bell, and he does have the first down.
Yeah, gain of 11 yards. That'll move the chains. Kind of going to that screen game a little bit here, aren't they?
A long stretched out screen. First down Alabama at their own 47, and now we've got players running off and on the field, and the officials blow the whistle, and they did to allow the substitution to occur. I didn't think you were supposed to do that.
I thought they had to do that to allow the defense to change, or maybe.
No.
Yeah.
So Alabama, 1st and 10 at their own 47. Blake Sims in a shotgun, looks to throw, back to throw. Now he's in trouble, surrounded, and he's going to be sacked.
Oh.
No, he's still going, rolling to the left side. He scoots to his own 45, and now linebacker Darren Lee will throw him down at the Alabama 42-yard line. Well, Blake Sims did a great job eluding people for a while, but Darren Lee, with some help back there from Joey Bosa and Steve Miller, as they kind of close that all down.
End up a loss of 2 yards there, but I think Bosa had him wrapped up for even a bigger loss. Couldn't hold on to him. Blake Sims rolls out to the left towards the Alabama bench before Darren Lee put him in the ground for a 2-yard loss.
So 2nd and 12, Alabama at their own 45. Amari Cooper, along with the tight end, O.J. Howard, go wide to the right. DeAndre White flank to the left. Offset I formation to the backfield with Henry the deep man. Blake Sims under center. Sims back to throw, pressure coming. Sims at the 36, fires on the right side of the field, and that ball's incomplete, thrown for Cooper near the Ohio State 46-yard line, but Cooper was covered by corner Eli Apple.
Big third down here for Ohio State. Michael Bennett was back in for Ohio State that last play. Now he's heading back to the sideline. I think it's because Ohio State's going with a 3-down look.
So as Armani Reeves has come in to help that. 3rd and 12, Alabama at their own 45. 12-12 to play fourth quarter. 34-28, Buckeyes lead it. 2 wide to the right, single flanker to the left. Blake Sims in his shotgun. With the tailback to his left. Snap to Sims. Back at his 36 to pass. Middle of the field complete to Henry, and he's grabbed and stopped at his own 46 by linebacker Curtis Grant, senior out of Richmond, Virginia, which will bring about 4th down.
Curtis says, you beat me with one screen for 52 yards. I'm not playing now. I'm going to play screen all the way. That time he was right on Derrick Henry, step for step in his hip pocket. As soon as he caught the football, he was able to bring him down. 1 of 9 on 3rd down conversions.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yep.
And this is a team that was number 2 in the nation in 3rd down conversions and better than 54%.
You're right.
Jalen Marshall is at the 9 of Ohio State to await J.K. Scott's punt. Freshman out of Denver has shown off his leg tonight. It's 4th and 10 with a snap coming from the Alabama 47 and 11.5 to play in the game. Snap to Scott. Hits the punt from his 36-yard line, hangs a high one. Marshall waves for a fair catch, and he makes it dangerously at about the 8. Shades of Minnesota. Jalen Marshall makes the grab, and Ohio State has the ball. 11:17 to play fourth quarter. Timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast, presented by Cleveland Clinic, with a score 34-28. Ohio State ahead of Alabama. You're listening to the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
During the hustle and bustle of the holiday season, who has time to cook? Let Minix Giovanni's help. Call 858-6639 or 858-4439 with 2 locations in West Portsmouth. They deliver, bringing the goods to you. Party Pack specials: 18-inch one-item pizza, large bag of chips, and a 2-liter for $18.99. 18-inch one-item pizza and a 10-inch breadstick for $23.49. Good at Coles Park location only. Let Minix Giovanni's do the cooking. Minix Giovanni's, the Italian place to be.
Stop by the Ohio Automotive Center at 12th and Offner Streets in Portsmouth, where your car buying experience will be a pleasure, not an ordeal. The Ohio Automotive Center is your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram Tough Dodge truck dealer in Southern Ohio with an excellent service department. The Ohio Automotive Center's friendly and knowledgeable sales staff is always ready to listen and help with your transportation needs. So stop by today and see what's new in the Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep lines, plus those Ram Tough Dodge trucks at Ohio Automotive Center. 12th and Offner open Monday to Friday 9 to 7, Saturdays 9 to 5, and online at ohautocenter.com.
Archie Griffin, football's only two-time Heisman Trophy winner for Motorists Insurance.
Can't get it all done unless you can handle it all at once? Good news. In one visit with an independent motorist insurance agent, you can insure your home, your car, your business, and your life. And your agent is conveniently in your town. Talk to your independent motorist agent or visit motorsgroup.com for an agent in your neighborhood. Motorist Insurance. For auto, home, business, and life. You know us.
Contact Dan Cassidy at the Barrett Murphy Insurance Agency, 1031 Gallia Street, Portsmouth, Ohio, 353-3121, serving Southern Ohio since 1922.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth.
Of Alabama, cops are cracking down on drunk driving like never before. If you drive drunk, you will be caught and you will be arrested. Drive sober or get pulled over. Funded by the Ohio Traffic Safety Office and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. And you were just saying about a time-chewing drive, Jim?
Yeah, I think that would be very beneficial for Ohio State, but they need to come up with some points. It's a 6-point ball game. Obviously, you get a field goal, makes it 9, touchdown, even better. Ohio State, crucial time in this ball game. You know, being the way it is, backed up, but they need to put a drive together here if they want to go on and play in that championship game on January 12th versus the Ducks.
Ohio State trailed 21-6 early in the second quarter of this football game, but got things turned around when they were able to get an Ezekiel Elliott 3-yard touchdown run. And then Evan Spencer threw a touchdown pass to Michael Thomas to bring the Buckeyes within 1 at the half. Cardale Jones hit Devin Smith with a 47-yarder in the third, and Steve Miller a pick 6 that has put us at this point 34-28 Buckeyes, who have the ball first and 10 at their own 9. Quarterback Cardale Jones in a shotgun all by himself with twin receivers right and left. Snap to Jones, fakes the run, looks to throw, he's in trouble, and he is sacked. Dropped at his own 9, and getting back there for Alabama defensive end DJ Petway.
Petway working against number 68 Taylor Decker, just gave him a bull rush and then came off an inside move, and as Cardale standing in the pocket at his blind side, was not expecting to see that coming and went down with a sack. Second sack of the ball game for Alabama.
So 2nd and 15 Buckeyes at their own 4-yard line. Devin Smith is wide to the left, wide to the right are Jalen Marshall and Michael Thomas. Ezekiel Elliott is to the left of quarterback Cardale Jones in a shotgun. 2nd and 15, Ohio State from their own 4. Handoff will go to Elliott, moving straight ahead, and he's hit and stopped to the 5-yard line. Alabama was ready for that one as well. And throwing his body in there to make the play for Alabama, safety Geno Smith and linebacker Trey DePriest.
Yeah, Ragland was also, and he's a little bit slow to get up for Alabama. Number 19 is on all 4s. Ohio State right in front of their line of scrimmage.
So now play is stopped because of the injury to linebacker Reggie Ragland with 10:22 to play in the fourth quarter, and Ohio State leading by the score of 34-28. So Alabama's athletic training staff comes out to look at the junior linebacker from Madison, Alabama, Reggie Ragland. And Ohio State gets a chance to catch a little bit of a breather here, facing a 3rd and 13 from their own 6.
Yeah, I'm surprised Cardale's not working his way over the sideline to talk to his coaches a little bit. You see Bama, their whole defense is lined up with their coaches. Ragland's going to the locker room.
Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth.
3rd and 13, Ohio State at their own 6. Devin Smith, Jalen Marshall wide to the left, Michael Thomas wide to the right. 10:22 to play fourth quarter, 34-28, the Buckeyes lead it. Quarterback Cardale Jones has tailback Ezekiel Elliott behind him. Now Elliott shifts to his right. 3rd and 13, Ohio State. 3rd and 13, Ohio State from their own 6. Snap to Jones, who drops in his own end zone to throw. Looks and he fires long up the left side for Devin Smith near the 50, and it is incomplete. No flag as coverage was put on by Devin Smith by corner Cyrus Jones.
Whoa.
Looked like a lot of contact from way up here.
I think he got run over. As he's turning back to throw the football, the defensive back, I don't think he turned his head, just kept running straight ahead on that path. Ends up incomplete. Buckeyes are going to have to punt it away. Going to have to protect their punter right here.
Cyrus Jones has had a big game. He's had an interception that set up an Alabama score.
Well, he did peek at the last second. He got his head back for a quick peek, but a lot of hand contact there.
Christian Jones at the 50. Cameron Johnston in the back of the Ohio State end zone to punt. Bryce Haynes will snap it from the 5-yard line. The protectors, Jeff Hireman and Cameron Williams, get set. And a penalty flag is dropped from behind the returner for Alabama, Christian Jones.
Legal substitution.
Or delay.
Oh, okay. Offensive 95.
A little feedback in the dome here. So, it really changes things very little as far as the yardage.
Go back 2 yards.
4th and 16, the down and distance. The snap from Bryce Haynes will come from the 3. Cameron Johnston. For the first time this year, punting in this dangerous a spot. Haynes over the football. Snaps it to Johnson. Gets it, pressure coming. Flags thrown as Johnson gets the punt off, and we may have more against Ohio State.
We've had movement at the line of scrimmage, so we'll take it back to the 1.
Wow. Well, if you had to guess, it is more of an Alabama crowd based on volume than Ohio State. And, of course, in a dome stadium, that adds to everything.
Coach Myers about 5 yards out in the field. Brian Bololini is helping him, trying to get him back off that field.
Christian Jones is now at the Ohio State 45. Cameron Johnston in the same spot. The snap will just be shorter from Bryce Haynes. 4th and 17. The snap from the 2. Quick snap Johnston. And he gets the punt off. He boots a high one. Jones for Alabama. We'll watch that hit at the Ohio State. It turns an Alabama hop, and it is fielded at the 24-yard line by Jeff Hireman. So Alabama will have the ball at the Ohio State 24-yard line. Well, there's where special teams did not excel for Ohio State. And, of course, the scrimmage downs put them in that position.
Yeah, the defense is really going to have to step up here and play their best football. Alabama's already starting on a short field, and we've seen what they can do with a short field in the first quarter of this ball game. They took it right in.
That was after a turnover. So with 9:53 to play in the fourth quarter, it's 34-28 Ohio State, but Alabama with the ball at the Ohio State 23-yard line. The Tide will send DeAndrew White as a receiver off the line to the left. Amari Cooper starts off in the backfield with his quarterback, Blake Sims. Now they'll change some personnel. The tight end, Jalston Fowler, is to the right of his quarterback. Shotgun formation. Now Cooper will come wide to the left. 1st and 10, Alabama. At the Ohio State 23. Sims out of the shotgun. Rolls to his right, looking to throw. Cranks and fires deep, and that ball's intercepted by Von Bell. He brings it up to the 8 and is tackled at the 6. Von Bell comes up with his 6th pick of the year. It's the 2nd interception thrown by Blake Sims. I don't know who he was throwing that ball to, but Von Bell gets tackled around the 7, and Ohio State has the ball back in their hands.
Yeah, Blake Sims looking at deep receiver that whole route. Von Bell did a nice job bailing out the Buckeyes, man. He bailed out the offense, bailed out the defense, made a big play there for Ohio State.
Timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic. 9:44 left in the fourth. 34-28 Ohio State leading Alabama. You're listening to the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
Thinking about recognizing your league championship team or the office superstar in your business? Do so with a long-lasting, long-remembered, custom-engraved trophy or plaque from Trophies Unlimited in Wheelersburg. Trophies Unlimited can help you salute virtually any group or individual with a classy trophy, plaque, or award. Schools, leagues, teams, organizations, companies recognize the achievement with the handcrafted professionalism you'll find at Trophies Unlimited, Ohio River Road, Wheelersburg, 574-2308.
Are retirement issues important to you? Here's Erica McCain of McCain & Associates.
I've spent the last 16 years with a front row seat to see firsthand the challenges facing today's retirees. As a result, I've created a free retirement readiness kit to show you how to maximize your retirement readiness. Learn how to get the most from your retirement savings. Visit www.ericamccainpresents.com.
Your retirement readiness kit is free. Access it now at www.ericamccainpresents.com. www.ericamccainpresents.com.
Here in Ohio, there's no university more respected than Ohio State University. It stood for academic excellence for over 100 years. And here in our community, few names are more respected than the name McKinley. And with good reason. The McKinley Funeral Home has been serving the needs of families since 1937. Should you need them, they'll be here to serve you. The McKinley Funeral Home on Route 23 in Lucasville, a name to remember should the need arise. The McKinley Funeral Home.
Safety Von Bell with his 6th interception of the year, the 7th of his career, gives Ohio State the ball. The Buckeyes lead Alabama 34-28 with 9:44 to play fourth quarter. Buckeye fans, when it comes to Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, 21 means 21. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Down on the field to Marty.
Jim, you mentioned you wondered where Blake Sims or it might have been Paul. It's noisy down here. I can barely hear myself playing down here. Where Blake Sims was throwing that football. If he throws it a little higher, he's trying to hit O.J. Howard, the 6'6" tight end, who was behind Von Bell. But a great play by Von Bell. And guys, in the fourth quarter this year, that's the 8th time Ohio State has forced a turnover in the fourth quarter of a game this year.
23rd interception of the year the Buckeye defense has come up with. And they now start this drive at their own 8. A little better than where they were the last time they had the ball in their hands. Shotgun formation with Cardale Jones at quarterback. And tailback Ezekiel Elliott right behind him. 2 receivers. Devin Smith and Jalen Marshall, along with a third, are wide to the right. Jones out of the pistol, gets the snap, drops into his end zone to throw. Looks and he's hit. Slips out of the hold of one defender, but moves forward to about the 2-yard line. Cardale Jones, again, fortunate is to not be knocked down for a safety, and Jonathan Allen with a stop.
Boy, it's 2 times we've thrown on first down back there, and that's 2 times we've had a sack on first down. So now we're backed up a little bit. Step back to the 4-yard line, so make it 2nd and 14.
Offensive line with their hands full here as of late.
Yes, they have.
Buckeyes hit their own 4 on that 2nd and 14. 3 wide to the left, 2 wide to the right. Thomas and Van Epp to the right. Jones in the backfield by himself. Gets the snap in the end zone. Jones back to throw. Look, and he fires it up the left side, and it's a 10-yard line. It's called incomplete as it was thrown out there, and the coverage was put on tightly on Evan Spencer. He was covered by safety Geno Smith.
Now you're facing 3rd and long again. You want to get some positive yards just so you can have your punter make some plays. Obviously, you want to try to convert this, but got to be smart in this situation again by Cardale, and the way the pass rush is coming, you better have a quick decision by number 12.
Thomas and Marshall, wide right. Spencer wide left. 3rd and 14, Ohio State from their 4. Spencer motioning to the right. Cardale Jones in the backfield, gets the snap, rolls in the end zone to the right, looking to throw, fires upfield, and Michael Thomas with a catch at the 12 as he went down in front of corner. No, they say incomplete now, as Michael Thomas went to dig it out in front of corner Eddie Jackson. So once again, Ohio State will have to punt from their own end zone.
They went backwards again on that drive. That's 2 drives in a row. Alabama defense again the second half has been a difference maker. They had that 1 touchdown in that 3rd quarter by Ohio State, but since then, the defense got one, but since then, the Alabama defense has really stepped up in this ball game.
Well, Cameron Johnston has been put in positions here in the 4th quarter that he's not been in all season, and that's to punt out of his end zone. Christian Jones for Alabama is at the Ohio State 48. Johnston gets the snap, gets the punt off. Cameron Johnston, it hangs high.
Flag.
And a flag thrown. Back there is Jones making the catch. He's knocked down at his own 45, and the flag was dropped in the end zone.
Going to be running into the kicker. Should be a first down.
Back there was Garyon Conley to make the hit on Christian Jones, the returner, and Conley was slow to go off the field, but he did get up and walk off. But let's see what the officials have to say about this flag that was dropped where Cameron Johnston punted the ball.
Are they saying he was blocked into the punter?
Well, Urban Meyer has blown a fuse talking to the officials.
That's what they said.
He has just thrown his headset behind the bench.
Basketball, that would be a technical.
Well, the officials still have not given. Now we're going to get the word.
Running into the kicker, defense number 24. That's decline.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
He said the penalty was declined. Why would Ohio State decline that running into the kicker?
Well, maybe because of where the play ended up being made. Alabama will have the ball
Maybe
at their own 45.
yards?
So with 8:46 to play fourth quarter, timeout on the field of tonight's broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic. With a score 34-28, Ohio State leading Alabama. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
Need a place to call home? Tired of trying to collect rent and bills from your roommates? Welcome to the Commons on Kinnear, the best off-campus living at The Ohio State University. Live here and pay only your portion of your lease and bills. We offer the absolute best in student living in Columbus with fully furnished apartments, roommate matching, and everything you need in one place. Call us at 614-486-4222 or visit us at commonsosu.com.
Look out in the street there.
You know what you don't see? My car. Because I had to sell it to pay the lawyer I hired when I got busted for drunk driving. Know what else you don't see? My girlfriend, who decided that a guy with no car and no license and no money was no fun. So now she's going out with that creep Nathan.
Cops are out there, and they'll see you before you see them. They're cracking down on drinking and driving all across the country. Drive sober or get pulled over.
At InHealth Mutual, we make health insurance simple, easy to understand and use, and most importantly, built for you. InHealth is Ohio's only nonprofit health insurance co-op with one of the largest statewide networks and many affordable plans. And here's a nice twist. Any profits we make go back to you by enhancing your benefits, lowering your premiums, and developing health programs that benefit you and your community. The deadline to buy health insurance ends February 15th. So check us out now at inhealthohio.org. That's inhealthohio.org.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
8:46 to play fourth quarter here at the Sugar Bowl. Happy New Year's Eve next day, 34-28. Ohio State leads Alabama. Should Ohio State win tonight, they'd face Oregon for the national championship on Monday, January 12th. We would be on the air with our AEP Energy Buckeye pregame show beginning at 7 p.m. here on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network. Down on the field to Marty.
I got to think if Cameron Johnston sells that a little better, maybe Ohio State gets that call, guys, in the end zone. I mean, there was obviously contact back there, and it really could have gone either way. I found it interesting that the referee glared at Urban Meyer the entire time when he set the indoor record for headset toss there with that throw on his headset back towards behind the Buckeye bench. And I just wonder, maybe in their mind they're thinking, well, maybe we missed the call, so we'll let him vent and just let it go as it is. But I don't think there's any question there was contact, and really that's a call that could have gone either way for Ohio State.
Yeah, Geno Smith came running into Cameron Johnston.
Well, it was running into the kicker. It wasn't a personal foul. A personal foul would have been an automatic first down. A 5-yard running into the kicker, it's just a 5-yard penalty, which would still made it 3rd and 9 or 4th and 9. So Ohio State, that's why they declined the penalty. But Urban was that upset because it wasn't a personal foul and an automatic first down.
Well, Alabama with the football, starting this drive at their own 45-yard line. 34-28, Ohio State leading after falling behind 21-6. But the offense has kind of run cold here as of late. Blake Sims, who's thrown a couple of interceptions, most recently to Von Bell. They'll have Derrick Henry in the backfield with him. They set up with almost an inverted wishbone. One of them, believe, is Amari Cooper, who now comes motioning out of the backfield. Crimson Tide, first down from their own 45. Sims under center, fakes the handoff, sets up to throw from the 35. He's in trouble, runs it right side, 45, gets to the 50, and he's forced out of bounds by corner Durant Grant at the 50.
Lost contained there by our defensive end. Joey Bosa came in an inside move, and then Blake Sims rolled out that way, and he tried to take it inside where he probably should have tried to stay outside. He would have made a play there, but again, nice play by Blake Sims. Nothing open throwing the football. He scrambles, picks up 5.
To make it 2nd and 5 with the ball in the midfield stripe. At 8:28 and counting fourth quarter, Ohio State leads at 34-28. Alabama breaks their huddle. Christian Jones will go wide to the right. And now we've got a play stop with whistles. And again, they've stopped play to allow Alabama to make offensive substitutions. That's the second time that's happened, and now a timeout is taken. Well, the timeout's now taken. It happened once previously.
Alabama, the first of the half. It'll be 30 seconds late.
That's why they're so good.
Yeah, apparently. The novices that we are, that can't remember ever seeing that.
Never seeing that.
Where the officials blow the whistle or they hold up the play so that Alabama can make whatever offensive substitution that they need to make.
Do we know where this crew is from?
No.
ACC probably, or?
No, we don't know. Yeah, they conveniently don't put it on the flip charts. So it's 2nd and 5, Crimson Tide at the 50. Marty?
Guys, these are Pacific 12 Conference officials. I found that much out prior to the game.
Yeah, I don't like those guys.
That might explain some things, too. Didn't they have some big controversy or something earlier this year?
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was, but they were in the headlines for the wrong reason. So now Alabama gets their personnel set. Rakeem Falcons will go wide to the right. 2 other receivers, including Cooper, wide to the left. Sims is in a shotgun. 2nd and 5 Alabama from their own 50. Derrick Henry is in the backfield. And the hand to Henry, scooting up the right side past the 50, and he is taken down at Ohio State's 45 by linebacker Curtis Grant. First down, Crimson Tide.
Little delayed draw to Derrick Henry, cuts behind his right guard, picks up 6 yards. They needed 5, so they'll go ahead and move the chain. So you got 1 first down on this drive so far. Time for the defense to find a way to get some stops.
And the clock moving, 7:50 and rolling, fourth quarter. Alabama first down at the Ohio State 45. Buckeyes lead it 34-28. Blake Sims is in a shotgun, gets the snap. Sims feeds it Henry, started right, goes up the middle, and he's going to be run into at the Ohio State 42. Linebacker Curtis Grant and lineman Michael Bennett bring Derrick Henry down.
Boy, they're putting some shots on him. He's a tough little boy, 6'3", 240 pounds, and he's taking some hits, and he's getting right back up.
Rushed for a touchdown earlier in the game. He's got more of the work rather than T.J. Yeldon. 2nd and 6 Alabama at the Ohio State 41-yard line. DeAndrew White flanked to the right. Cooper wide to the left. Sims under center with Henry, the single setback. Blake Sims backpedals to throw, sets up at the 50, looks left, looks right, takes off running up the middle. He's in a traffic jam, and he is stopped at the Ohio State 40-yard line. Blake Sims managed to get a little room before lineman Adolphus Washington brings him down.
Joey Bosa got there in the backfield. He flushed Blake Sims out of that pocket, forced him to run upfield. 3rd down here for Alabama. They're 1 of 9 on 3rd down conversions. Let's see if Ohio State can make them 1 of 10.
And a team that was the 2nd best in the nation at 3rd down conversions. Amari Cooper goes wide to the right. DeAndrew White and Christian Jones flank to the left. The Tide will have Justin Fowler, fullback to the right of Blake Sims. 3rd and 5, Alabama, the Ohio State 40. Here in the fourth quarter, snap to Blake Sims, takes off running up the middle, knocked down by linebacker Darren Lee at the Ohio State 44-yard line.
Darren Lee had a heck of a ball game for Ohio State there. Another tackle for a loss for the Buckeyes. Alabama's got their punt team huddled on the sideline. Ohio State defense again makes some plays here. Now the offense has to step up and get a few first downs and move the ball down the field.
We have just gone under the 6-minute mark, Jim, of the fourth quarter. 34-28, Ohio State leading. It's 4th and 8, Alabama. The snap will come from the Ohio State 43 to the punter, J.K. Scott. Jalen Marshall is at the Ohio State 8-yard line. Late player rolling on the field, A.J. Howard for the Crimson Tide. 4th and 8, Alabama. J.K. Scott has shown why he's regarded as an outstanding punter. Gets the snap. Hits this from the 46. Hangs it high in the air. Jalen Marshall watches that one bounce, and it'll roll inside the 10, inside the 5, and Alabama's going to get it down to around the 4-yard line. So familiar spot here in the fourth quarter. Ohio State working deep in their own territory. The Buckeyes have 5:24 to play in the fourth quarter. Time out on the field of tonight's broadcast, presented by Cleveland Clinic. With the score 34-28, Ohio State ahead of Alabama. You're listening to the home of the Buckeyes.
At Chesapeake Energy, we believe the responsible development of energy demands a dedication to continuous improvement, to earning confidence. That's why everywhere we live and work, we're taking best practices and finding new ways to make them better. We're ensuring safety in our operations, reducing our environmental footprint for today and for the next generation, leading a responsible energy future. Chesapeake Energy, proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
Buckeye fans, AEP Energy has you covered when it comes to protecting your home's energy costs. They call it the Home Energy Game Plan. Get peace of mind with a fixed rate on your electricity and natural gas supply as the seasons change. So don't wait. Plan ahead and start your Home Energy Game Plan today by visiting aepenergy.com/OSU. AEP Energy, the official electricity and natural gas sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. While an affiliate of AEP Ohio, AEP Energy is not soliciting on behalf of and is not an agent of the utility.
Ohio State is saving lives every day.
This is Ohio State.
We're the economic engine of the state, a major employer.
Over 60,000 students. We're on the forefront of cancer research. An educational core of Ohio.
Impacting tens of thousands daily.
Our alumni organization is nearly 500,000 worldwide.
This is Ohio State.
This is Ohio State.
Ohio State.
This is the Ohio State University.
This is the Sugar Bowl broadcast, presented by Cleveland Clinic on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
Happy day after New Year's, January 2nd. There are people who have to go to work tomorrow. 5:24 to play fourth quarter here at the Sugar Bowl. 34-28, Ohio State ahead of Alabama. A reminder to stay with us after the game. Buckeye coach Urban Meyer will join us, and we'll also hear from Alabama coach Nick Saban and announce our post-game awards including the IBEW Electric Play of the Game. Down the field to Marty.
How about a little Ezekiel Elliott right now, guys? We haven't seen him a lot here lately. And in this situation where you're backed up against your own goal line, Ohio State's had drives in this period that started on their own 9, and this one starts on their own 5-yard line. I would like to see a little bit of Elliott. I'm sure, Jim, you probably feel the same way right now.
Yeah, especially on first down, because first down the last 2 times we passed, and that's sacks. Can't afford to do that again.
Well, in case they do throw, Jalen Marshall is wide to the right. Evan Spencer flanked to the left.
Haven't seen any Wildcat yet tonight either, have
we have not. Cardale Jones at quarterback. Ezekiel Elliott to his left. First and 10. Ohio State starting this drive from their own 5, moving left to right. Jacoby Bourne over the football. They snap it to Cardale Jones. Now Marshall motioning into the backfield. Hand off to Elliott. Straight ahead, gains the 5, gets to the 9, and all the further he'll go is the 9. His sophomore tailback, Ezekiel Elliott, out of St. Louis, Missouri. He has stopped. I believe that was Reggie. No, it was Reuben Foster, linebacker, who made the stop.
Nice job, considering everybody probably knew Ezekiel was going to get that football in that situation. Ezekiel powers ahead and picks up about 4.
Now Marshall, Spencer, and Elliott come wide to the right. Michael Thomas flanked to the left, along with tight end Nick Van Epp to the left. It's 2nd and 6 to Ohio State at their 9. Quarterback Cardale Jones out of Cleveland Glendale High School is in a shotgun. Gets the snap, sets the throw, takes off running left side. 5-yard line, 10-yard line for Jones. Pushes it to the 14. He's about a yard shy of the first down, Cardale Jones, as he took off that way, and he got stopped by one of the Alabama defenders who came up to make the stop, Sean Dixon Hamilton.
Number 11, he's back in the ball game now, or he's in the ball game for Reggie Ragland, who went out with concussion-like symptoms.
Now Ohio State looks at 3rd and 1 at their own 14. Spencer and Marshall and Elliott wide to the left. Thomas wide to the right with Nick Van Epp. 4:16 and counting, 4th quarter. Buckeyes lead it 34-28, looking at 3rd and 1 from their own 14. Now Elliott into the backfield to the left of Cardale Jones. Jones in the shotgun, gets the snap, fakes a handoff, runs it straight ahead. He gets to the 15 and should get the first down as he's knocked down by safety Nick Perry. But Cardale Jones lunged his huge frame straight ahead, and it looks like he may have injured Landon Collins, the All-American safety, again.
Second time that they've run into each other. Collins is staying down on the field.
He sure is. But Cardale Jones, at 6'5", 240 plus, shoves it ahead to get the Ohio State first down with 4:02 on the 4th quarter clock.
Well, maybe they'll believe that the Big Ten is a physical conference after this ball game.
Well, Wisconsin probably helped prove some of that.
Exactly. Yeah, he's got his head down and probably a little bit of a stinger there on the shoulder.
So Ohio State protecting a 34-28 lead. And now Landon Collins up, and he goes skipping off the field toward his team's huddle near the sideline.
When I say stinger, it's kind of a, you hurt some nerves in your shoulder, and your hand will start tingling and go numb.
Like a Charlie horse on the neck down.
Exactly. It usually affects this one arm or the other.
Listen to us playing doctors. That's scary, isn't it? 1st and 10. Ohio State with the ball at their own 15 with 4:02 left in the game. The Buckeyes, the underdogs, leading 34-28 over the favorite Alabama.
We both had our share of surgeries, though, Paul.
Yeah. Yeah. Jalen Marshall, Michael Thomas wide to the right. Evan Spencer wide to the left. The Buckeyes taking their dear sweet time, probably purposely. Cardale Jones sets up in a shotgun. Ezekiel Elliott to his right. 1st and 10, Ohio State from their own 15. Jones resets in the shotgun, gets the snap. Hands it to Elliott, who goes sweeping to the left side. Gets to the 20, loose to the 30, to the 40, down the left side to the 50 goes Elliott. He's going to take it to the house. 30, 20, 10. Touchdown, Ezekiel Elliott. 85 yards. And with less than 3.5 to play in the 4th quarter, just like he did against Wisconsin, Ezekiel Elliott delivers a big, big blow, and it is 40-28 Ohio State.
How about those Buckeyes? Nice job by the line of scrimmage on the offensive line. They got a great cut block on the Priest, who was ready to step in and make the tackle. And then, like you said, Paul, we've seen this by Ezekiel. How about a new career long? Ezekiel, 81 was his previous, making 85 tonight. And over 200 yards rushing for the young man from St. Louis.
And now Ohio State is going to go for 2, it looks like, leading 40-28. As Cardale Jones and the offense stay on the field.
230 yards rushing.
And all those possessions, the last 2 times they were trying to throw on first down, running paid off big.
You're right, Big Daddy.
Corey Smith goes wide to the left. Michael Thomas will come wide to the right with Devin Smith as Cardale Jones sets up in a shotgun. Curtis Samuel is in the backfield on a 2-point try. Snap to Cardale Jones, rolls to the right, tosses toward the end zone, caught! Devin Smith with a 2-point Michael Thomas with a 2-point conversion catch. 42-28. Ohio State. Cardale Jones to Michael Thomas for the 2-point try.
How about Ezekiel Elliott? 450 yards in his last 2 games on 40 carries. Over 10 yards per carry. Outstanding job by Ohio State Buckeyes. It's looking good right now, Paul. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but it's looking good for Ohio State right now. Now they're going to go up, kick this ball off, kick it deep, make a tackle, and play some defense.
42-28, the Buckeyes lead Alabama with that touchdown. That's another donation to the Alzheimer's Association, courtesy of Barbasol Shaving Cream. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Is that the first 2-point try of the year, Jim?
I think so. I think so.
So Michael Thomas, who caught a touchdown pass from Evan Spencer right before the half, catches the 2-pointer there. But Ezekiel Elliott with his second touchdown run of the night. The first one was a 3-yarder. That one, an 85-yarder. And Ohio State 3:24 away from having a chance to play one more game.
Outstanding job. Offensive line, Ezekiel Elliott, everybody. Wide receivers are blocking their tails off on that play.
Christian Jones for Alabama. Back deep to await Kyle Clinton's kickoff. For this offense, who couldn't get out of its own way for the 2 previous possessions, answered big. Clinton puts his foot to the ball. Sends that to Christian Jones, who will field it at the goal line. Brings it up the middle. 5, 10, left angle 15, 20-yard line, 25, loose to the 30, and dragged down at the 35-yard line. Garyon Conley with a stop of Christian Jones, who grabs his right knee after he hit the ground with 3:16 remaining on the 4th quarter clock, and Ohio State leading 42-28.
Yeah, I think his right ankle rolled up behind there. You know, obviously he's going to be going to need some help here.
Well, Ezekiel Elliott now with 14 touchdowns on the season. He has racked up his 9th career game of over 100 yards. I believe this is his first of 200.
How about those Big Ten backs today?
Oh, David
Melvin
Cobb,
Gordon, 200.
Melvin
David
Gordon.
Cobb.
I didn't pay that much attention to what Langford did for Michigan State.
Big.
Was he?
He was big again. Big Ten backs have really stepped up and played well in this bowl season. But now it's up to the defense. Joey Bozeman calling your name, buddy. You need to step up and make a big play here.
Well, Blake Sims and the Alabama offense on the field at their own 35-yard line with 3:16 to play in the game, but the Buckeyes lead 42-28. Blake Sims in the shotgun, gets the snap, rolls to his right, tosses back on the left side, and it's incomplete, thrown over the head of his tight end at the 30. O.J. Howard, and Howard had Steve Miller, defensive end, locking him up.
88 on 88. Nice job there by Steve Miller. Didn't get tricked. He knew he had the tight end. He locked him up, and he stayed with him the whole time. Outstanding play by the senior out of Canton, Ohio.
Who's had a pick 6 tonight, Steve Miller.
Yes, he has.
2nd and 10, Alabama at their own 35-yard line. 2 receivers wide to the right, single flanker to the left. Blake Sims in a shotgun with Derrick Henry, the tailback, to his right. But Sims is going to pull the trigger. Sets up on the 25. Sends that one long. Downfield, his man is wide open. DeAndre White has it at the 30 to the Ohio State 20 and tackled at the Ohio State 15-yard line by safety Von Bell. Big play to DeAndre White. And Alabama cooking with gas right now.
Yeah, even a bigger play by Von Bell, because he looked like he could have gotten in that end zone. Von Bell got on his high horse, was able to make that tackle. Again, you know, even though they're in good position, time on the clock is crucial right now, and the more they can burn, the better off for Ohio State.
1st and 10, Crimson Tide at the Ohio State 14-yard line. Maybe the best ball Blake Sims has thrown all night. Sims in a shotgun, gets the snap, drops back to throw. Sims looks, throws middle of field, ball deflected in the air, and it falls incomplete. He was throwing for his tailback, Henry, in the middle of field, and I believe Adolphus Washington may have batted that ball.
Yeah, Joey Bosa read it. He felt the screen. He felt the receiver not blocking, and you're right. It looked like number 92, Adolphus Washington, didn't get his hand on that football and tried to get back and pick off that interception, but couldn't. But nice recognition by Ohio State's defensive line on that last play.
Now 2nd and 10, Alabama, the Ohio State 14. White and Cooper. Flank to the right. Single flanker off the line to the left. Blake Sims in a shotgun as Cooper motions toward the line of scrimmage. Sims rolling to the right side. Sims in trouble. Throws right side, and he throws it incomplete at the 10. Sailed that one way past Cooper, who had linebacker Darren Lee covering it.
Sims was also rolling right into Joey Bosa's hands. Joey took the tackle and threw him out of the way. Was just waiting to hit Blake Sims. Blake Sims saw that and just tossed it out of bounds. So 3rd and 10 for Alabama.
2.5 to play in the game, and that 3rd and 10 has Alabama originating for the Ohio State 14. Chris Black in as a receiver. As Amari Cooper is going to come flank to the left. Black will go wide to the right with DeAndrew White.
Buckeyes have been good on 3rd down. Held the Alabama 1 of 10 so far.
42-28 Buckeyes leading it, and that against one of the best teams in the country on 3rd down. Blake Sims in a shotgun. Derrick Henry is tailback to his left on 3rd and 10. Snap to Sims. Looks to throw. Guns on the right side. Caught at the 10-yard line, and then Von Bell at the 5 knocks Chris Black out of bounds. He'll have the 1st down, I believe.
No, he's a yard shy.
Is he?
Yep.
Okay.
Boy, Von Bell really brought the wood there. He got up a little bit slow after that.
They spotted at the 6. They needed to get to the 4, so to be 4th and 2. Alabama at the Ohio State 6 with 2:22 and counting. Here in the 4th. It's 42-28. Buckeyes with the lead. Amari Cooper is going to come wide to the left. Alabama looks like, no, they looked like they were going to call a timeout at first. Cooper and Black come wide to the left. White wide to the right. Blake Sims in a shotgun. There was a late substitution, and Ohio State tried to get a timeout called. Pass left side caught by Cooper for a touchdown. Coming off the left flank. Ohio State tried valiantly to get a timeout called, but Blake Sims hit Amari Cooper coming up the left side for a touchdown, and that makes it 42-34 Buckeyes.
Yeah, Monty Reeves is running on late there. You're right. They should have got a timeout because there's confusion by Ohio State. We have all 3 of our timeouts left. Should have used one right there. We didn't. Alabama gets in the end zone. Be ready to get that Hams team ready.
Adam Griffith on to attempt the extra point with 1:59 to play in the game. The ball's put down, and the kick by Griffith for the PAT is up, and it is good. So a 6-yard touchdown pass, Blake Sims to Armani Cooper. And the point after make it 42-35. Ohio State leading Alabama with 1:59 remaining in the game. Let's pass 10 seconds for station identification on the Ohio State IMG Sports Network.
This is your hometown voice of the Ohio State Buckeyes. WNXT Portsmouth and WZZZ Portsmouth.
Touchdown pass, 6 yards. Blake Sims to Armani Cooper, plus a point after try for Alabama. It brings them closer, but Ohio State has a 42-35 lead over the Crimson Tide with 1:59 left in the 4th quarter, Marty Bannister.
Paul, you hit it right on the money. Luke Fickell was frantically trying to call a timeout. That all confusions all started. Michael Bennett was late getting off the field, and as you hit it right on the money, Armani Reeves sprinting onto the field late to get into coverage, but they were frantically trying to get a timeout, and no one saw them.
Well, it was a big pass earlier in that drive that set that up, as Blake Sims found DeAndrew White to get deep down the field. So now, as you said, Jim, Ohio State anticipating the onside kick. And it'll be Adam Griffiths to kick it off.
Alabama's got 2 timeouts left. And really, you're looking at one 1st down will be pretty close to doing it for Ohio State if they can find a way to finish this thing off.
Let's see. We got Darian Conley, Tyvis Powell, Jeff Hireman, Josh Perry, Darren Lee, some of the up people, along with Ezekiel Elliott, Duran Grant. Devin Smith is the deepest. Now Griffiths approach. Tries the onside kick. It's going to take a high bounce. Grabbing it is Evan Spencer, and he'll come down at the Ohio State 48. Evan Spencer grabs it.
That's the guy you want to come up with the football right there, Evan Spencer. He high-pointed that football. He waited for it to bounce right in front of him, and then he went up and brought that ball down. As I mentioned, Alabama has 2 timeouts left with 1:58 to go.
Please reset the clock to 1:57, 1:57.
Ohio State's really a 1st down away from playing the national championship game January 12th.
And trying to get what would be their 1st win in a bowl game over an SEC team, not counting the Arkansas victory here a few years ago that was vacated.
You know, I think we should just count that. Of all the things that have happened in college football since 2010 that haven't happened.
I know people who came to it that still count it. Ohio State 1st and 10 with the ball at their own 48. 42-35, the Buckeyes lead it. Cardale Jones has thrown a touchdown. He's thrown an interception. He's run pretty aggressively as well. He's got Ezekiel Elliott in the backfield to his left. Snap to Cardale Jones. He's back to throw. Jones from his own 39 sends that one deep down the left side of the field toward the 10, and it is incomplete. That ball was thrown deep where Evan Spencer was covered by corner Cyrus Jones.
Really surprised they decided to take a shot down the field there with
That's
Evan
two of us.
Spencer. You know, we're talking about just killing that clock there. That only took 7 seconds off the clock, but I think they wanted to loosen up that Bama defense a little bit. They still got to find a way to pick up a first down here.
Cyrus Jones has played a pretty good game for Alabama, coming up with an interception. So now 2nd and 10, Ohio State with the ball at their own 48.
Boy, there's a lot of contact down the field.
Curtis Samuel, freshman tailback, will come into the game. Looks like he and Elliott will be in together. Yes. Ohio State will have Michael Thomas sent wide to the left. Wide to the right is Devin Smith. Tight end Nick Van Aert.
Timeout.
Motioning to the left, and there is the Ohio State timeout. With a minute 50 on the clock.
Ohio State, the first of the half.
42-35. The Buckeyes lead it for Alabama. It has been a significant day for the Big Ten in bowls today. Michigan State beat Baylor in the Cotton Bowl. Wisconsin in the Outback Bowl in overtime knocks off Auburn.
Michigan State,
yes,
obviously in overtime comes up with a big play. It hadn't been easy for the Big Ten, but they found a way to get it done. That last situation there looked like Curtis Samuel was coming on a little bit late for Ohio State, trying to get things set up. I looked at the play clock; it was down to 7. Ohio State really had no choice but to call a timeout. But again, I'm a little surprised on that first down that they took a deep shot down the field.
Well, like you said, maybe to loosen things up a little bit.
See what happens.
Also in the Big Ten today, Minnesota lost to Missouri. Looked like the Gophers had a pretty good chance for a while, but that one slipped away. So now we will see the two-back set. Curtis Samuel and Ezekiel Elliott surrounding Cardale Jones, who's in a shotgun. 2nd and 10, Buckeyes from the 40. And the give is to Samuel, sweeping left side, gets to the 50, and he will be taken down just past the 50. Curtis Samuel by defensive end Jerron Reed.
Alabama's going to use their second timeout.
With 1:44 on the fourth quarter clock.
Timeout. Alabama, their second of the half. Please reset to 1:45. 1:45.
Of course, earlier today at the Rose Bowl, it was Oregon defeating Florida State 59-20. That ended the Seminoles' 29-game winning streak.
Thank you.
And dethroned, you're welcome, the defending national champions. So Ohio State, if they're able to finish this off, it'll be their 12th straight win, which would be the longest winning streak in the nation, and it would send them to Dallas to face the Oregon Ducks.
And by the way, I think we're 8-0 all time versus the Ducks. The latest victory came in the Rose Bowl.
Yes.
Jake Ballard caught a big pass from Terrell Pryor.
Yeah, made that a huge catch. 1:45 of the fourth quarter clock, 42-35, Ohio State leading Alabama. 3rd and 8 for the Buckeyes at the 50. 2-down territory, possibly.
No.
Oh, okay. You were crossing your fingers. That's what that was.
Crossing my fingers to get the first.
In the shotgun, Cardale Jones gets the snap. Jones is going to run it himself right side. He's moved backward, curls to the left, and he is knocked down at his own 39 by safety Nick Perry.
And Nick Saban takes his final timeout.
Alabama, their third and final of the half.
Well, that's not exactly how you would have drawn it up.
No, not the best play calling there for Ohio State, or not the best execution by the Buckeyes. You know, you took a shot down the field, couldn't get it done. That time they just tried to give it to Cardale. Obviously, he's been an effective runner in this game, but Alabama did a good job of coming by some of our offensive linemen backside, and there was no place to go. As he was going onside, tried to turn around backside, and end up taking a big loss.
Well, Cameron Johnston, who the last few times has had a punt out of the end zone, will be in a more usual spot. He set up at his own 25 to await the ball. Christian Jones for Alabama back at the 18 of the Crimson Tide. 1:39 on the fourth quarter clock. 42-35, Ohio State the lead. Bryce Haynes to snap it from the 39. Waist high to Cameron Johnston. Hits it from the 30. Rolls end over end. Christian Jones waves for and makes a fair catch at his own 16 with 1:33 to play in the football game. Alabama, the #1 seed in the college football playoff, trailing the #4 seed Ohio State 42-35, but the Crimson Tide have the ball.
They got a shot here. Ohio State did a nice job in that last touchdown to go for that 2-point conversion to make it a 7-point game. But now the defense is going to have to step up and play lights out.
Now the defense has come up with a couple of turnovers. Von Bell came up with an interception for Ohio State.
Steve Miller
with a pick 6. Meanwhile, Alabama has come up with a couple of turnovers themselves from Ohio State. Both led to touchdowns. Blake Sims will be in a shotgun in the backfield. He's got Derrick Henry in the backfield with him. Single receiver to the right, 2 to the left. First and 10, Alabama at their own 18, but Ohio State leading 42-35 with a minute and a half to play in the game. Sims back to throw from his 10, fires up the right side where it is caught. And the receiver, the tight end, dropped at the 23-yard line. O.J. Howard, he is stopped. Believe that was Duran Grant, corner, who brought him down.
Got to stay with Cooper all the way.
1:19 and rolling on the fourth quarter clock. It is 2nd and 5, Alabama at their own 23. Sims gets the offense set. He'll set up on a shotgun. Snap to Blake Sims. Back at his 15 to pass. Throws it up the right side. Caught by Chris Black. Dropped at the 25. Football fumbled. But they're going to say he was down, Chris Black, as he got blown up over there. I believe that was Darren Lee, linebacker, who came in there to break that play up. They call him down or an incompletion?
No, they called him down. 3rd and 2.
For Alabama at their own 26 with 50 seconds remaining in the game. Blake Sims in the shotgun. Throws the ball on the left side. DeAndrew White with a catch at his own 35. Taken down at his own 38. First down for the Crimson Tide. Linebacker Curtis Grant with a tackle of DeAndrew White.
Obviously no timeouts left for Alabama. Clock's running.
40 seconds and running. 42-35, Ohio State leading here in the fourth quarter. Blake Sims gets them all settled. First and 10 from their own 38. Sims with a snap. Back at his 29. Sims running straight ahead. He's got room right side to his own 45 to the 50, and he slides at the 50 in front of safety Von Bell, and Sims picks up the Alabama first down.
Pretty soon they've got to take some shots to the end zone here, and I think they would probably like to take a shot right now.
25 seconds as they move the chains. Alabama first and 10 with the ball at the 50-yard line. Sims in a shotgun. He's got it. Looks to throw on the right side. Hits his tight end who steps out of bounds at the Ohio State 40. O.J. Howard was chased out over there by linebacker Joshua Perry.
15 seconds left, and the Buckeyes tackle him inbounds. They might have 2 plays left. If Alabama continues to work the sideline, they might have 3 plays left. But sooner or later, they got to take a shot down the field with Cooper, and I'd make sure I got Duran Grant near him. 2nd and 2, Alabama at the Ohio State 42 with 15 seconds left. Chris Black will now move wide to the right. Cooper 1 of 2 wide to the left. Blake Sims in the shotgun. Final seconds of the fourth quarter. 42-35, Ohio State leading. Sims directing traffic, resets in the shotgun. Gets the snap, drops at the 50 to pass. Looking, throws long on the left side. Has overthrown his players, and the play is broken up by Eli Apple, corner inside the 5, as that ball was thrown deep downfield for DeAndrew White. Yeah, it looks like Eli Apple was eyeing that up for an interception. He tried to come down with that pass there, which would have been a fantastic play, but it ended up getting knocked away. That looked like White went up, turned into a defender, and ended up knocking out of Eli Apple's hands. So 8 seconds left, 3rd down. 3rd down, 2 to go. Alabama at the Ohio State 42. Buckeyes 8 seconds away from a big invite. They're a sack away from this game being over. Let's go. 3 wide to the right, single flanker to the left. Sims in the shotgun with a snap. Drops behind the 50 to throw. Sims rolls to the right, guns it long, down the right side. Ball in the air toward the end zone. And that ball is going to be... Buckeyes win! The Buckeyes get it. Coming out of the end zone with a football for Ohio State is Tyvis Powell. He goes racing up and is tackled at the 30-yard line, and the king of the SEC has fallen. Ohio State defeats Alabama 42-35, and the Buckeyes will go to Dallas and face Oregon for the national championship as Ohio State gets their first win over an SEC team in the bowl game outside of the vacated win over Arkansas, 42-35. The Buckeyes defeat Alabama, and Jim, an impressive comeback after trailing 21-6. Impressive comeback is right, Paul, but you know, even when we're down 21-6, we're up here thinking, you know what? It's not that bad because we've given them great field position. We gave them a lot of gifts. These kids fought hard that second quarter. They came back, made some plays, got within 1 point. Third quarter, they kind of took over. Fourth quarter, they endured and made some great plays defensively. How about those Buckeyes? How about the Big Ten taking down the SEC in Alabama? It's a great day to be a Buckeye. 42-35, the Buckeyes defeat Alabama. That's the final. We'll be back on the home of the Buckeyes.
Let's check in with Holly.
Well, Coach, you said the challenge of this game was, are you good enough? What did your team show you tonight to answer that question?
We're good enough. And a lot of respect for our opponent. That was a sledgehammer game, man. That was a classic. So, we are good enough.
I saw you walking down the sideline, 8 seconds left, and looked up like, whew. What were you thinking with that ball in the air?
Well, just want to make sure that we're giving our kids a chance to win and close the middle of the field, because you got the best receiver in college football. We just want to make sure we get some hands on him. So job well done.
It's your third-string quarterback. I don't want to minimize Cardale Jones, but how are you continuing to do this despite all the adversity?
Quarterback's product goes around him, and got some good players around him. Future's bright at Ohio State.
Ezekiel Elliott, a night for the ages. What stood out to him?
Wow, he's probably the most underrated back in the country, and against that defense, I'm not sure what he ran for, but it was a lot of yards.
Career high.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Career high and a Sugar Bowl record for Ezekiel Elliott. Now we got the trophy presentation as well as the Ford postgame coming up next. Thrilling win for Ohio State. Big day for the Big Ten as well. Final score, Ohio State 42, Alabama 35.
The Ford postgame is brought to you by Ford. Introducing the all-new Ford F-150, the future of tough.
What's next? Big things. Things you never saw coming. So buckle your tool belt. Here comes the all-new Ford F-150. The first and only pickup that lets you do this, and this, and this. All wrapped in a high-strength military-grade aluminum alloy body so you can do the most of this. The all-new Ford F-150. The future of tough.
Emily, check this out. Oh my gosh.
New specialty grade coffee sustainably sourced by Thrive Farmers. Great taste is just part of the story.
Cardinals Panthers, Saturday at 4:20 on ESPN.
This is the Ford postgame show.
Welcome back to New Orleans. A celebration going on the field for the underdog Ohio State Buckeyes. The Big Ten champions are going to play for the overall championship as they're going to meet Oregon now in Arlington, Texas on ESPN. January 12th, and they'll go in. I don't know if they'll be an underdog against Oregon or not, but man, what a performance they put on tonight.
Well, and remember, early in this game, it was 21-6. Ohio State had goal-to-go situations, couldn't get it in the end zone, had to settle for field goals. Game could have really gotten away from them at that point. They maintained their poise. The next time they were down there, they got to score. And from that point on, they played as the more confident team, I thought, the rest of the ball game.
I'm pretty sure I know who's going to be the most outstanding player in the football game. But Urban talked about it with Holly down there. We talked about all the great backs the Big Ten has had this year, led by Melvin Gordon, who, of course, was second in the Heisman voting. But Ezekiel Elliott proved he belonged today, man.
Absolutely. And he has got outstanding speed to go along with his ability to break tackles. First 5 games, 88 yards per game. Down the stretch, he was a workhorse. Over 200 yards the last 2 ball games for the Buckeyes.
Cardale Jones, you can't say enough about the guy. Makes his second start. It's in a pressure-packed situation in front of a packed house that basically was about 2/3 Alabama fans, and he handled it pretty well.
And, you know, he never looked out of whack. He never looked like it fazed him. You know, I don't know if it just was what you don't know doesn't hurt you in a situation like this, but he looked calm. He looked collected. Even after the interception, he kept his poise, and he made some big throws and made big plays on 3rd down throughout the night.
He had 153 of that 243 throwing the football on 3rd down, and so a sensational 2 outings, 2 starts for him. First the win over Wisconsin, and now leading his team to a victory to get them in position for the national championship presented by AT&T. Ohio State, a lot of people wondered, did they belong? Should it be TCU or Baylor or Ohio State? Well, they kind of put that to rest by what they did in the Big Ten championship game. And now 12 Gauge and company, nickname for Cardale Jones, proves once again that I don't think Alabama's overrated, but I think maybe Ohio State's underrated. I'm not sure if that's the case or not, but certainly tonight, Urban Meyer again proven that he's one of the best around, and
absolutely
he's got a shot now to play for a third national championship after having 2 at Florida.
And I think the thing about it is they are a team that has gotten so much better as the season has gone on. And that's what you have to get into a playoff and make a run and win a championship. We saw them against Virginia Tech. They were not a good football team at that point. We saw them against Penn State. They had to go to 2 overtimes in State College to beat Penn State. They still weren't quite there at that point. But from that point on, they were as good as anybody in college football.
Well, there's the man of the hour. Not just the coach, but the running back. Everybody's getting their new caps and T-shirts. All-State Sugar Bowl champs on it, and maybe an opportunity to finally get another national championship back to Columbus as we get out of John Saunders.
All right, thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, time for our trophy presentation. We're going to get some of the players up here on the podium as we congratulate first the Alabama Crimson Tide and Coach Nick Saban on a tremendous season. But it's time to celebrate the All-State Sugar Bowl champs, the Ohio State Buckeyes. And I'm going to welcome Judge Dennis Waldron, who's our Sugar Bowl president. Judge?
Thank you.
Coach, on behalf of the All-State Sugar Bowl Committee, it is my honor and pleasure to present our trophy to you, to your outstanding Buckeye football team, the Ohio State University, and all of your fans across the nation. Congratulations on this great victory and a trip to the first ever college football playoff championship game. Congratulations as well to Coach Nick Saban, the Alabama Crimson Tide, their university and fans for a most courageous effort here tonight. Thank you.
Okay, we'll let you celebrate a little bit more in a moment, but I want to bring in Tom Wilson, the chairman, president, CEO of All-State, to make the presentation.
Coach Meyer, your team brought grit and talent onto the field, found a way to win. You know, and that's the magic of college football that not only makes us love this sport, but reminds us what a great country it is. Thank you for sharing it with us. And to you personally, I've had the opportunity to do this before. I am so pleased to see you bring your talents to yet another storied program. So as you go forward next week, remember, it's national championship time. Congratulations. Go Bucks!
I'm not sure if you want to try picking up the trophy. It's pretty heavy. We need a few players to help. All right, let me get in here, guys, and try and talk to Coach Meyer. Coach, it was a fantastic season for you guys, and we'll talk a little bit about the route here. But first of all, very few people thought you could do this, especially with Cardale, your third quarterback of the year. Talk about the resiliency of your team, especially falling down and turning the ball over early.
Thank you. On behalf of the Ohio State Buckeyes, I want to thank the Sugar Bowl. Also thank and show a lot of respect for our opponent, the Alabama Crimson Tide. But most importantly, I want to thank Buckeye Nation for being here tonight. Thank you very much.
It says a lot about you as a head coach. It says a lot about your players that you're able to lose Braxton, then able to lose JT, and still able to make it here and win this game. So what is it about you as a head coach and the resiliency of your players that are able to do something like this?
This is one of the closest, this could be the closest group of players I've ever been around. And the one thing from the start of our program, there's no such thing as an excuse. One guy goes down, someone's got to go. And every time afterwards a game, we grab a hand, and we're just very grateful for the blessings to be able to play this great game where we played at The Ohio State University, and most importantly, playing for each other. That's how we did it.
What impresses you most about what your team has been able to do?
It's the resilience when things don't go right. And we started that game, we didn't play very well. We put our defense in bad position. I want to say 3 times. Not one time did the defense say anything other than, we're going to stop them. And so the offense, defense, kicking game worked together, and they worked together all year.
In every previous season, winning this game or a game like it in the BCS would mean that you're walking off with the championship. But this year, it's a playoff. You have to win one more game to have that championship. So does that change anything about how you feel standing up here, and how do you prepare for Oregon?
No, I take these guys anywhere. If we got to go play 10 more, we'll go play 10 more. That's how much respect I have for my players.
And real quickly, what's your first thoughts on the matchup with Oregon, especially after seeing what they were able to do to Florida State tonight?
Well, we know the Oregon program very well. We share many thoughts. Coach Helfrich is a friend, and I think they're 2 great programs, and we're going to do the best we can to represent the Big Ten and the great state of Ohio and The Ohio State University.
All right, Coach, congratulations. You made a good decision to leave ESPN, I think. That worked out pretty well. All right, time now for the most outstanding players of the game, offense and defense. I want to bring up Jack Laborde. Jack, chairman of the All-State Sugar Bowl Executive Committee. First of all, the most outstanding offensive player. I wanted to wait for that cue. Ezekiel Elliott, who of course had an All-State Sugar Bowl record, 230 yards on just 20 carries. Incredible. Zeke, were you surprised at your ability? You had over 100 yards in the first quarter alone. Were you surprised at how easily you were able to run on Alabama's defense?
We have momentum as an offense, and our line's just been getting better and better every week, and I really have faith in my boys, and I knew that they were going out there and pave the way for me.
It's clear you guys have a lot of faith in each other, and again, with Cardale coming in and starting just his second game of the season, did you know that you had to have extra pressure on you? Because you did the same thing against Wisconsin as well.
You know, every game I want to come out and do whatever I can to get that W.
All right, Zeke. Congratulations. We'll see you in Dallas. The defensive player of the game, Darren Lee. Darren, this defense stepped up at some incredible times. The offense put you in a little bit of a hole with a couple of turnovers early. You guys took it on your shoulders after that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just believed in each other, just had to weather the storm, and just keep playing fundamentally sound football. So, you know, we know if we kept doing that, we'll come out on top.
Are you looking forward to going up against the Heisman Trophy winner and Marcus Mariota?
Oh, man, it's an honor to get to play against him, but, you know, we'll be ready.
All right, congratulations. Congratulations to the Ohio State Buckeyes, All-State Sugar Bowl champs. We'll see you all in Dallas. Brad, back to you.
All right, John, thank you. Celebration continues for the Buckeyes. Someday I think they'll call that the streak by Zeke that won the football game, an 85-yard touchdown romp. And it's a 42-35 win for Ohio State. Todd and I have some final comments and wrap it up when we come back.
The Ford postgame is brought to you by Ford. Introducing the all-new Ford F-150, the future of tough.
Move it. The big, the massive, the what the heck is that? Introducing the all-new Ford F-150. Its high-strength military-grade aluminum alloy body makes it up to 700 pounds lighter. And with less of its own lard to move around, it can move more of yours. 12,200.
Ford postgame show
Welcome to 2015. We celebrate a new year and a new era. The semifinals are complete. One of the largest stages on earth is set. The College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T. Monday, January 12th on ESPN.
So that's the matchup. Brutus will be there in Arlington as Ohio State with an upset at Alabama. They came in with Ohio State probably being the underdog by 9 or 10 points, and they win it by 7. Brad Nessler and Todd Blackledge back here in New Orleans with you. We saw Oregon twice this year in person. We saw them play a lot of other ball on film, and what they did today. This is the third time we've seen Ohio State. As you mentioned earlier, we saw them against Virginia Tech, and that wasn't good. Their offensive line got better. Their quarterback got better. Then they went to their third quarterback, and here they are playing for the national championship. I think it's an amazing story, and it's what's made this season so much fun.
Absolutely, and in the game tonight, they dominated the football game. They were down early. They came storming back. They won in every major phase. They won total yardage. They won rushing. They won third down. They won turnovers. Right. All the games within the game, Ohio State was the better team tonight and goes into the championship game now with a lot of momentum against Oregon.
I thought Oregon would have some trouble without their all Pac-12 and one of the top defensive backs in the country being injured and not being in that ball game. Didn't seem to hurt them today, but the turnovers killed Florida State. So let's look ahead. We think we've seen these guys enough. What do you think's coming up on the 12th?
Well, I tell you, I think it's going to be a great matchup. I think Ohio State matches up fine with Oregon. I think they've got a good defensive line that can create some problems. They've got speed to match Oregon. Marcus Mariota, you got to say they have the advantage at quarterback, although Cardale Jones, 2 starts, he's played beautifully. But Marcus Mariota is the best player in college football this year, and he had another big game today. I think the key will be how does Oregon's defense play? Because I thought they played very well in what I saw of the game today against Florida State. Not only did they create turnovers, they did a nice job of just slowing Florida State down and keeping them out of the end zone early in that ball game. So Oregon's defense, how they match up against Ohio State, a big key.
It was a pretty nice day for the Big Ten. Wisconsin came from behind in the fourth quarter and won. Michigan State, I thought that one was over. They came back and beat Baylor. And now here's the Big Ten that kind of got beat up on again this year. You know, how good were they? Good enough to beat the #1 team in the country today.
And Ohio State, the thing you got to say about him, and when you talk to Urban Meyer, and I don't think he's just blowing smoke when he says this. He said he thinks this team's a year away from being really good. Well, they're a week away from playing for a national championship, and they deserve to be there. They deserve to be in the Final Four. They won tonight in convincing fashion against Alabama, and they've got a shot to play for it all on January 12th.
Well, I know you and Holly still have to work the ESPN radio booth for the national championship game with Mike Tirico. You and our season's over.
Awesome.
Couldn't have come to a better stop, bro.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Great year.
42-35. That's the final. More from New Orleans coming up on SportsCenter. For Todd Blackledge, Holly Rowe, and our ESPN crew, Brad Nessler saying Ohio State's going to the national championship.
Welcome, everyone, to the Ford postgame, and the set is packed with Buckeyes from Ohio State on a history-making day and night in all of college football. It will be Ohio State and Oregon playing for the national championship on January the 12th in Arlington, Texas. So we say hello. There's the offensive MVP, Ezekiel Elliott. There's the defensive MVP, Darren Lee. And, of course, here's the head coach, Urban Meyer. And, Urban, we'll start with you. Off to a very difficult start, deep inside territory, inside the 10-yard line, had to settle for field goals. Tell me about the ebbs and flow of this game until you finally pull out the victory.
I don't want to take anything away from defense in bad field position. We didn't score in the red zone, and then we could get out of the hole in that darn fourth quarter. We kept trying. We were taking shots, and anytime you face a very good defense, you got some issues. But we'll take it, and the most resilient group of people I've ever been around.
Coach, you own third down on both sides of the ball. Any sense coming in you'd have such success on both sides of the ball on third down?
Well, they're actually very good on third down, but that's something that we work very hard at. That's the money down. And anytime you face a guy like Amari Cooper, I mean, we knew where number 9 is. Number 9 left the field. I heard over the headsets, number 9 is off the field. So we knew exactly we think he's the best receiver in college football. So our staff did a great job, but most importantly, these players, man, they just do the unthinkable.
And the unthinkable, how about this? Ezekiel over 200 yards again, 2 consecutive games, the Big Ten championship game. In this game, how pleased and proud of you, not only the job that you did, but with your offensive line?
Tell us what this means. Tell us what this means to be standing here on this stage, on your way to Dallas, when nobody thought you guys could do it.
We believed in each other, and we believed in ourselves, and that's all we really need in the end. And that's all we needed. We didn't hear any other doubt outside of everything. And, you know, it's great to come out on top and get a great team win.
Hey, Urban, in your 3rd year, Coach Meyer, are you ahead of your plan? Because this is your 3rd year at Ohio State. Obviously, it's a process. But for you to be in the 3rd year, the 1st year of the playoffs, going to the championship game, is this as your plan, as you decided it was going to be, or you hoped it was going to be, or are you ahead of the curve?
No, I thought in the beginning of the year, when we lost all those players last year, anytime you go through a coaching transition, there's a void somewhere. And I thought this is going to be the void year, but you got sophomores like these 2 guys and Joey Butler. I mean, that sophomore class now, I think it was pretty good when we signed them. They're outstanding, and they got better and better as the year went along.
Was this your biggest challenge as a coach? Because you used 3 quarterbacks this season. You're down to your 3rd quarterback.
Well, I can have had a long career, so we've had a lot of challenges. This has been a lot of fun because there's no resistance whatsoever. They just go and they practice, they embrace the grind, and as a result, they're going to be rewarded for the grind that they've gone through.
Coach, in Orlando at the award show, you came on stage. I had a chance to ask you, was this your best coaching job? You didn't want to say yes then. What an accomplishment. Are you willing to now say that this may be your best coaching job ever?
I'll say this. I think it's one of our best recruiting jobs. Look at the guy next to you. Look at that guy. And once again, the future is really bright, man. And there's a bunch of good young players coming back, and I can't wait to get back in the locker room with that team right now.
This one challenged me to a race. What do you think in a foot race?
Don't go there. Hey, I love you to death. I don't know if I'm sure on that one.
You talked about the future. Let's talk about the immediate future. Give me an early thought on Oregon and the national championship game. Already installed as an underdog. You were an underdog here tonight. That doesn't seem to faze you guys at all.
No, I love Oregon. I'm very good friends with the owner of Nike, so I'm going to give him a hard time. And I think their quarterback's outstanding.